Academy League, MAL Malaysia. Follow all our official platforms. All fans are invited to the MPL Malaysia Season 13 Arena in Showdown. You will get a chance to meet your favorite players, get exclusive autographs, and join the Fan of the Season campaign.
Versus satu Skylar can you do it? Dan Albert di sana ternyata harus hilang.
Avalanche fight as Smoke gets instantly shot down by the Blazing Duet, as well as the Electro final blow. This is going to be easy cleanup for Todak as most of the...
Apat yun, pero nasipa din siya yung ninakaw na sipa. Buhay pa rin ang 41! Backline already, and they're running for the lines, cutting it. Davey trying to drag the members of RG right underneath the turret. It's not enough though. Gray coming all the way, and he cleans it all the way up. Just no way for him to run.
Kita kata ada satu buah reward di Malaysia membuat pergerakan dari Liga terlalu benar-benar slow. Rafanya sudah tumbang.
Menang, kalah, pressure, harapan, skill, mistake, dah ready. Kalah, dihentak, dituntut semua untuk peminat.
Spotlight melambangkan satu sosok tumpuan.
Meneruskan dinasti mereka 3 kali juara MPL Malaysia.
Tumpuan untuk melakukan yang terbaik.
Tumpuan untuk menjadi seorang role model.
Penantian, pelaburan, pengorbanan, semuanya.
Sorotan itu penting. Ia membuatkan kita percaya.
The supporters will witness our fights and our struggles. Memikul harapan untuk mempertahankan kemenangan.
Menjadi cabaran terbesar untuk mencapai matlamat kami.
Pastikan kemenangan dan kebanggaan dikecam di rumah kita.
Harapan masih terpahat di hati.
Untuk menjadi juara. Kembali merampas tahta.
Meneruskan legasi kami.
Di bawah cahaya, semuanya menjadi lebih jelas.
Underdog, kuda hitam. No, kami adalah Monster Vicious.
Cahaya impian telah menerangi pentas ini. Kejayaan bukan lagi dongeng.
Not just a dream.
Ia arti harapan yang sebenar.
Mungkin ada yang sangka bahawa harapan ini akan hilang.
Tapi bukan kami.
Ini harapan kami. Ini semangat kami.
Bersama kami, mencapai satu tujuan.
Menjadi sinar yang paling terang.
Hotlink Prepaid 5G serba baharu. Nikmati jago 5G untukmu. Dengan kelajuan internet 5G tanpa batas. Layan gaming sepantas kilat. Dan stream video paling lancar. Nikmati juga lebih nilai dengan 20% cashback hanya RM32 sebulan. Dapatkan sekarang.
This fairy tale ended with the poisoned apple, and my tale began. princess in a tower is just a bird in a cage. Curse it! Taste my vengeance! Protect your queen! Kneel before your queen. It won't take long, I promise.
Confirm mantap, confirm lah Nescafe.
Pelbagai kejayaan dapat dikecapi. Sejarah baharu telah tercipta. Namun, setakat itu sahajakah kemampuan kita? Setiap kali ke pentas dunia, pasti kecewa. Sampai bila kita nak kalah? Ditundukkan serendah-rendahnya. Sampai bila kita nak dihina? Tiap musim harapan peminat gugur.
Sampai bila nak kalah?
Sampai bila nak kecewa? Setiap rakyat pasti akan melaungkan semangat ingin mempertahankan rumah mereka. Jika patah sayap Raja Wali, bertongkat jua kita kemari. Tahun ini pastinya kemenangan semakin dicita demi menjulang nama Malaysia di pesada dunia. Di mana bumi dipijak, disitulah langit dijunjung. Stadium MBSJ Serdang Jaya secara rasminya menjadi rumah MPL MY pada tahun ini. Seterusnya, melangkah ke arena besar di Timur Tengah, di Riyadh, Arab Saudi. Juara kita bangkit menghadapi cabaran, bersedia mencipta sejarah. Utara, Timur, Barat dan Selatan, kita semua MPL MY Playoff musim ke-14 akan berhijrah ke Johor, mendekatkan lagi silaturahim MPL MY bersama. Hasrat kita semua bersatu dan bangkit dengan satu tujuan yang sama. Naikkan martabat negara, kecari juara dunia, kemuncaknya di M6. Pastikan kemenangan dan kebanggaan dikecap di rumah kita.
Selamat datang ke MPL Malaysia musim ke-13, di mana yang terbaik akan berentap dalam pertempuran sengit dan penuh strategi. Seperti pada musim yang lepas, 10 pasukan profesional akan bersaing selama 6 minggu dalam arena yang penuh aksi di regular season. Namun, bermula pada musim ini, cuma 6 pasukan akan layak ke play-off dan pasukan di tempat ke-7 dan ke-8 hanya dapat stay untuk musim seterusnya. Tapi sayang sekali, tiada slot ke play-off buat mereka pada musim ini. Bagi pasukan di tempat ke-10, slot musim ke-14 mereka akan diganti oleh tempat pertama MAL Conference Group. mereka akan di-reset dan harus merebut kembali peluang melalui MAL musim kedua. Dan apa itu MAL? Mobile Legends Bang Bang Academy League adalah liga amatur di mana terlahirnya bintang-bintang baharu. 15 pasukan akan bersaing untuk meraih kejuaraan dan 2 pasukan MPL Conference Group teratas akan berpeluang merebut slot ke MPL Malaysia musim seterusnya. Okey, kembali ke MPL. Pasukan MPL Malaysia tempat ke-9 akan berentap dengan pasukan tempat kedua dari MAL Conference Group dalam pusingan MPL Malaysia Challenger Stage bersama format Best of 5 semasa Grand Final MAL musim yang pertama, di mana pemenang akan menentukan slot terakhir MPL Malaysia musim ke-14. 6 pasukan yang layak ke playoff akan berentap untuk meneruskan jalan ke Grand Final MPL Malaysia musim ke-13 dan merebut peluang untuk ke MSC 2024. Jadi, bersiap sedia. Persiapkan strategi anda. Bersedia untuk aksi profesional di pentas MPL Malaysia musim ke-13.
Berminat untuk mengetahui info lanjut mengenai prestasi pemain dan jadi sebahagian daripada MPL Malaysia? Layari laman rasmi Liga E-Sukan nombor 1 Malaysia untuk dapatkan maklumat terkini dan lengkap. Layari laman rasmi MPL Malaysia sekarang. Ayo kita bersama menaikkan mutu MLBB di Malaysia. Jangan terlepas kemas kini Liga Academy rasmi MLBB Malaysia, MAL Malaysia. Ikuti semua platform rasmi kami. Ayo sokong MAL Malaysia musim pertama. Ikuti semua platform rasmi. Semua peminat dan penyokong dijemput ke arena MPL Malaysia musim ke-13 di Serdang. Anda berpeluang berjumpa dengan pemain kegemaran anda, kumpul tanda tangan eksklusif dan sertai kempen Fan of the Season.
Interested in knowing more about player performance and be a part of MPL Malaysia? Visit the website of MPL Malaysia's #1 esports league for the latest news and league updates. Don't miss out on updates from the official MLBB Malaysia Academy League, MAL Malaysia. Follow all our official platforms. All fans are invited to the MPL Malaysia Season 13 Arena in Serdang. You will get a chance to meet your favorite players, get exclusive autographs, and join the Fan of the Season campaign.
Versus satu Skylar can you do it? Dan Albert di sana ternyata harus hilang.
Avalanche fight is low, gets instantly shot down by the Blazing Duet, as well as the Electo final blow. This is going to be easy cleanup for Todak as most of the...
Apat yun, pero nasipatin siya yung ninakaw na sipa. Buhay pa rin ang 4v1! Backline already, Enya running for the lines, gunning it. Gary trying to drag the members of RG right underneath the turret. It's not enough though. Gray, come on! leads it all the way up. Just nowhere for him to run. Just
Kita kata ada satu buah reward point Malaysia membuat pergerakan dari Liga terlalu benar-benar slow. Rafanya sudah tumbang.
Menang, kalah, pressure, harapan, skill, mistake, dah ready. Kalah, dihentak, dituntut semua untuk peminat.
Spotlight melambangkan satu sosok tumpuan.
Tumpuan untuk melakukan yang terbaik.
Tumpuan untuk menjadi seorang role model.
Pelaburan, pengorbanan, semuanya.
Sorotan itu penting. Ia membuatkan kita percaya.
The supporters will witness our fights and our struggles.
Memikul harapan untuk mempertahankan kemenangan. Menjadi cabaran terbesar untuk mencapai matlamat kami.
Pastikan kemenangan dan kebanggaan dikecap di rumah kita.
Harapan masih terpahat di hati.
Untuk menjadi juara. Kembali merampas tahta.
Meneruskan legasi kami.
Di bawah cahaya, semuanya menjadi lebih jelas.
Underdog, kuda hitam? No, kami adalah Monster Vicious.
Cahaya impian telah menerangi pentas ini.
Kejayaan bukan lagi dongeng.
Not just a dream.
Ia arti harapan yang sebenar.
Mungkin ada yang sangka bahawa harapan ini akan hilang.
Tapi bukan kami.
Ini harapan kami. Ini semangat kami.
Bersama kami mencapai satu tujuan.
Menjadi sinar yang paling terang.
Hotlink Prepaid 5G serba baharu. Nikmati jago 5G untukmu. Dengan kelajuan internet 5G tanpa batas. Layan gaming sepantas kilat. Dan stream video paling lancar. Nikmati juga lebih nilai dengan 20% cashback hanya RM32 sebulan. Dapatkan sekarang.
This fairy tale ended with the poisoned apple, and my tale began.
I'm a rock star. Yeah, rock star. Hey, hey, hey. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rock star, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun ku menempuh segala. Demi negara ku buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencapai, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera. Hey.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win.
On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star. Yeah, rock star. Hey, hey, hey. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rock star, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun ku menempuh segala. Demi negara ku buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencapai, cause they envy me. jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera. Ay.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win.
On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for
I'm
the
a rock
win.
star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
MPL Malaysia Season 13 is powered by Muntong. Enjoy a superior 5G network and lightning-fast gaming experience only with our official mobile internet hotlink. A big shout out to ROG Phone 8, the official gaming phone, for keeping our players at the top of their game. Grind on with Nescafe to keep your gaming spirit going. Thank you to all of our sponsors and partners for your support in MPL Malaysia Season 13.
Selamat datang ke MPL Malaysia musim ke-13 bersiaran langsung dari Stadium MBSJ Serdan Jaya. Nama saya Rose dan saya akan jadi host anda sepanjang musim ini. Kita punya audience dah nampak tak sabar untuk start match kita hari ini. Tapi sebelum tu, I just nak beritahu korang that as of today, kita dah saksikan 10 pasukan dalam MPL Malaysia musim ke-13 main minggu lepas. Ada pasukan yang tengah win streak, ada pasukan yang belum panas lagi dan ada pasukan yang perlu keluarkan dari lose streak mereka. Also, aside from that, transfer window musim ini sudah dibuka daripada minggu ini sampai minggu ke-5. So, adakah kita akan nampak muka-muka baru ataupun muka-muka lama akan kembali dalam musim ini? So guys, enough about all this. I'm pretty sure that casters akan cakap lebih lanjut pasal transfer window kita. So, mari kita tengok schedule kita untuk hari ini. Untuk match pertama, kita akan saksikan perlawanan Niners yang akan menentang RSGMY, di mana kita akan melihat the battle of masterminds di antara coach Antagonist dan juga coach Rain. Match kedua pula, kita akan saksikan Homebois yang akan menentang Monster Vicious. This matchup is very interesting sebab satu team defending champion dan satu lagi team is technically a newbie dalam MPL kita. Diorang baru je masuk dari qualifiers. So who will win? Alright guys, semua match hari ni sangat-sangat best. You guys rasa? Okay, I nak tanya side ni dulu, okay guys? Alright. Korang rasa? Are you guys ready to see RSGMY? Nampak kuat. Alright. Niners, are you all ready? Nampaknya dua-dua pasukan punya fans dah ready. And with that, marilah kita menjemput kedua-dua pasukan ke atas pentas MPL Malaysia.
Niners.
Forced to accept their first loss of the season in week 1, the Niners are cranking up the gears to go all out today. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the Warriors from Negeri Sembilan, Niners! With a record of 1 win and 1 loss, can they dominate the regular season once again this time? Will the prime form be activated? Let's cheer for RSGMY!
Sekarang, marilah kita menjemput jurulatih dan analis bersama Head of League Ops Cedric yang akan mengalas tugas untuk memastikan perlawanan sentiasa berjalan dengan adil dan lancar. Mari kita teruskan dengan fist bump di antara pasukan sebagai tanda professionalism. Inilah gaya kita. Inilah semangat kesukanan kita. Kawan di luar gelanggang, lawan di Land of Dawn. Alright guys, nampaknya kita semua dah tak sabar mulakan minggu kedua MPL Malaysia kita. Tapi sebelum tu, for you guys watching at home, of course, we got you covered. Alright guys, you guys can join the fight by scanning the QR code or the code kat bawah ni untuk dapatkan freebies dekat rumah. Alright, you guys are ready ke untuk start match? Ready? Alright, I nak you guys ikut I tau. Okay, and with this, teams, this is your moment. Game on!
Thanks, Rose, and good afternoon to everybody watching from all across the world here in Malaysia. MPL Malaysia Season 13 has already kicked off on the second week. My name is Getting Q. This is going to be Lafell. The international desk is back, baby!
Yo, I'm so excited being here, man. I mean, like, I haven't worked with you in a good minute. Plus, I don't like them anyways.
Yeah.
You know what?
We don't like those
PM
guys.
casters, overrated, man. It's like...
a little too overrated.
But either ways, okay, I think we got to address something first because just now we saw the Niners coming up on stage, but there's only 4 players.
Yeah, I was wondering about that. What's going on with that?
So apparently Yitri, I think last week, ever since last week, he got into a bit of an accident. So he injured his leg, so he can't do the walk-in. So after everyone has gone in, someone helped him up on stage. So I was worried, but I think he's going to be okay.
He's going to be totally fine, and especially with the support of Hotlink here. Guys, keep in mind, 20% off MLBB in-game items with the All-Star event already going on. It's a good time to start spending your spare diamonds. Have you seen some of these skins that are coming out of them? I thought it was only like a week or a month, but no. Now the new Moskov one is coming out. The Lolita Astro, oh girl. Hoo-hoo-hoo, good stuff.
Let me just say, Hotlink, if you're watching, we love you. I love you.
We want to
Please reply my messages. Enjoy superior 5G network latency and smoother gameplay only with Hotlink. Okay, maybe I got a little bit too personal there.
Hey,
you know.
man, who knows? Relationship problems do be like that sometimes. But luckily, up on this stage, and especially with only a single accident, luckily it was just his leg, so that means he is still ready for competitive play. His hands are all good, thank God.
That could have been taken in the wrongest of ways. Like, hey, at least your arms are okay.
Yeah.
I mean...
He's up
leg schmakes.
Leg schmakes
doesn't matter.
Leg schmakes doesn't matter here. But with that being said here, we got to keep in mind that there are so many things going on. We want to give a shout out because if you search MLBB Belanja on TikTok to join the campaign during April the 1st to the 10th, you can complete the missions to win the emote exclusive for Malaysian players. It's exclusive, guys. If you are watching from overseas, I'm so sorry. Maybe your own personal local MPLs might have something going on for them, but at least we're getting emote for free.
Yeah. Now, I was thinking like maybe the other countries like, for Indo, you know, it's walk.
Oh, yeah, no, that makes sense.
The WK. What is it in the Philippines?
I'm thinking like or something else, right?
Yeah.
Could be he. I'm not 100% sure what they got going on there, but maybe we'll find out afterwards.
What will it be in the Arabic countries?
I don't know how deep I want to walk into.
Yeah, let's not touch on that. We got to touch on the games today. Niners going up against RSG, and let me just say, I'm a big fan of RSG, but something about this season doesn't seem like they're really hitting it, man.
I was gonna bring that up actually. They did not look that great during
Not that
week
great.
1. And I mean, obviously, when we're looking on pen and paper, their roster looks pretty good. Especially, I was excited for Vinogo specifically.
I mean, like, I don't know. If you're talking about pen and paper, I feel like I'm dyslexic because I don't know what's going on.
It's still Venogod in your mind?
Yeah, okay, here's the thing. Having Kaiser and Ripple fighting for that EXP lane is kind of feeling a little bit off to me. I mean, like, to be fair, Ripple is getting married, and according to him, marriage is important. I don't know.
I thought you'd be able to relate to that. I thought I was going to be the one bringing up that joke.
I mean,
it's
marriage. I mean, games are #1 in life, no?
Yeah, at least you have your hands, right?
Yeah, at least you have your hands.
At least you have your hands.
If you're not married, you still have your hands.
That's also true. Speaking of which, the Niners, on the other hand, on and off, it feels like there's so much potential in this team. But then after last week's performance, it's kind of like, is it the decision? Is it not the decisions? Is it the IGL maybe?
Dude, I gotta say, I love Niners just because of Moonji. But now we gotta talk about the head coaches, battle of the masterminds. Antagonist going up against Rain, where previous seasons, they got a little heat whenever they're talking.
Wait, what?
The first that came to my mind was Antagonist, because we got to remember, right? Let's go back in MPL history when Antagonist was with Homeboys. RSG, unbeatable run during the regular season. And then comes in Homeboys saying like, yo, your streak looking fresh. We got to end it. And Antagonist made sure that Rain heard what he's about to say. Is like, yo, Rain, if you want to learn how to analyze the game, you can check out my TikTok, man.
I mean, that's a double-edged sword. A lot of people have been either saying he's one of the better analysts on the team, or he's just going to be that TikTok content creator forever. And I don't know how long that's going to stick, especially with the season going the way that it is.
I mean, like, the fact that he's willing to be like, yo, you know what? Homeboys is great, but I got to leave you guys because there's an opportunity to be a head coach in the Niners. And I appreciate that he's taking that chance. He's taking that opportunity. And even though Niners lost, I gotta say, I like what I see from them, because based on what I heard, the reason why they lost in the previous week was a break-off in communication, where the in-game leader, Moonji, was asking for something else. The players couldn't really achieve what he was asking for.
I don't know, with the amount of Niners supporters here at the stage, it kind of makes sense with how loud they can actually go disrupting those communication. But speaking of which, let's have a look at the Niners lineup brought here today to play up on that stage. Give a warm welcome to the full roster: Moonji, Yethri, Zavs, Malvizder, as well as Barbosa.
And again, the in-game leader is going to be Moonji, and I like the way that he's been playing. I still remember his Novaria game, almost 250,000 damage dealt and less than 40,000 damage taken in like what? In over 30-minute game? That's impressive, man. Like, the moment he died was the moment they lost. So I feel like a lot of weight is on Moonji's shoulders here.
Well, I mean, yes, he is going to be the IGL, and that's a responsibility, but supports Barbosa even. I was hoping for that impact to be able to kind of support the rest of the team, something which we're hoping to see in RSGMY. Give it up for Izanami, Loliels, Kaiser, Stoem, and as well as Vinogo here, because Stoem as well as Vinogo, it's clear that they have natural connection, but it feels like the team can sometimes be out of sync.
It's interesting to point out here that the in-game leader is Stoem, and I do have to say, in the first week, even the games that they lost, he was very proactive because he's using very catch-oriented kind of roamers. So I kind of feel like they want to be a little bit more aggressive. I don't know whether it's the draft or just the philosophy of how they're playing. It seems a little bit out of sync because in the previous season, it was all dive. Now it's a mixture of like, we want to dive a bit, but we want to kite a bit. Where I kind of feel like there's a little bit of a indecisiveness.
What about hesitation?
Hesitation, that's the right word. Yeah.
That's the right one. I feel like overall, when we compare these lineups against each other, and especially when we're looking at player stats here, a bit of the meta that we have to discuss. Moonji coming out pretty hot on the gourd overall, and
69% kill participation.
Exactly, nice. It's real. Nice. And obviously Barbosa is slowly catching up to that particular number, but Zabs in particular, he feels like he looks a lot better compared to last season mechanical-wise, but it's still that disconnect, that overall, and especially when you're playing something like Carry, you can't just go by yourself. Maybe when he gets clawed, but Carry, different story.
Yeah, no matter how good you are as an individual player, the moment you turn back on your team, it's not going to be looking good. So I do really want to see how they're going to perform for this week. And a mini tangent, I want to see how Claude and Arlet is going to go, because for you guys at home, if you guys didn't catch week 1, 0% win rate for Claude as well as Arlet, where both has been used for like what, 7 and 8 times each.
Do we just suck? Are we just terrible at Claude and Arlet specifically? I don't know. Maybe we like to keep that entertainment value, but let's have a look at the player stats for the side of RSG, because we're talking about a 69.2% overall average KP. Islami's got an 87%. That's ridiculous.
4,000 average damage per minute. That is a lot coming in from Izanami, especially considering that their score is... Has they played 6 games so far? I'm trying to remember, but either way, I have been watching how they've been playing the team fights, and Izanami's positioning has been phenomenal. He's always outside of the range of damage coming in from the opposing side, and then once his cooldown is active, he just nudges the edge of it, making sure that he can dish out the damage, which I have seen differences coming in from other teams where the other mid laners, they really want to dish out the damage, but they will take some damage themselves. So I like the discipline coming in from Izanami.
His footsies is great. I gotta give it to him. His footsies is really, really good. I do understand the philosophy of some mid laners saying, hey, I want to be a threat. I do have my battle spell sometimes, so I want to be able to kind of pull aggression away from some people, especially if they don't scale as hard. EXP laners really come to mind. Yeah, 3, for an example, even sometimes falling off in the later stages of the game, but you want him to still make that impact.
Yeah, honestly, for both these teams, I feel like looking at the mid lane matchup is going to be pretty intense. The Prince of Mage going up against the King of Mage.
It's been a long time since we've seen this matchup. I think the total amount of games they played each other, overall, Moon has the total average, or are they drawn here?
I feel like they're drawn. I feel like over 30 or so matches, it's been even. I think it's like 15 wins to 15 wins.
Man, royalty doesn't change these days, huh? It's going to be hard to overtake that, and more so trying to break even. But let's jump into the draft here. It's going to be Antagonist with the rest of the Niners on the blue side up against Rain with RSG on the red side. First bans are already through. We're seeing the X-Board. We're also seeing the Matilda.
I'm thinking of the X-Board here, and I'm feeling like they really want someone very, very tanky in the front line. So I'm looking at the 2 tanky or the 3 tanky front lines coming up, because I kind of feel like Niners, they really want something like a Fredrin or Iboxia, where both those heroes are not as great going up against the X-Board. Or perhaps they just don't want to use the Paquito, where the Paquito is very good against the X-Board.
Well, there's a number of ways we can actually take this, right? The last time we saw the X-Board actually played on the enemy side, it was a bit of an issue. They couldn't really deal with it, especially this might be a consideration for some of the open matchups that Barbosa might actually have. People who can actually tank Abyssal Arrows. They might even do it again, Novario with Selena this time round. We see the next ban though, it's going to be Angela, and as well as the Valentina.
Interesting ban for the Valentina here, just because Valentina is always going to be a good hero, just because the kid is very solid. But in the current meta, where a lot of the mages outrange the Valentina, it feels like the moment, say, level 2, the Valentina doesn't have a good foothold on the map, the Valentina is going to be performing well. So either they're really respecting Izanami's Valentina here, or they have a specific pick in the roam position or the mid position that they don't want the Valentina to take.
That's a good point. We did see that Barbosa actually has a decent overall stats on the Minotaur, and I think maybe this could be an indication that Moon might want to pick up Farmus, right? These are the big ultimates we usually get to see Valentina steal and play around, but now we go into the final ban of the first phase. It's going to be the Harith as well as the Nolan. They don't want to have that Harith in there. We know how deadly Lolios can be dominating his lane that way, and the same can be said about Vinogo with the Nolan. I'm surprised that RSG is the one who are banning it out. Maybe open it all up, maybe get the Joy into Nolan matchup all over again.
What if this is kind of a bait? Either they know that Niners will not pick up the Joy, because based on the bans, Niners want something like a Frederick, want something like a Boxia, right? So maybe they're trying to bait it out. But look at this, despite Claude not doing well, Zaf recorded a career 73% win rate with the hero.
Woo!
That's quite high.
Pretty high, not bad coming in from Zabs. 8 wins in 11 games as well. I mean, is it first pick worthy here?
Nah, definitely not. I'm thinking a jungler here, but it looks like they're picking up the Joy. So Niners is actually looking at RG straight in the eyes like, what, you guys think we're not going to pick it up? But here's the thing. Joy scales well.
Yes.
But in the early stages, it's very susceptible to getting ganked inside her own jungle or just overall aggression around the turtle pit. So I'm really looking at RG to possibly have a very strong early to mid game to make sure that this Joy is not a factor.
Okay. We're seeing Paquito first of all. Again, this is going to be important for Kaiser to not only dominate his lane, but really control, to be first person to make it into that jungle invasion. But let's look at the fun fact. Izanami has played a total of 25 games with Valentina in MPL MY since Season 7 and has won 18 games, totaling a 72 win rate.
Dude, Izanami has always been performing, man. I rarely see him drop a game. Even when everyone else from RSG is having a bad day, he'll pick it back up. And now, looking at RSG's draft, they already have the Minotaur and they have the Paquito. They're already diversifying the way that they're playing the game. Having that Minotaur is a strong presence in a team fight. Having the Paquito is a strong presence in the lane. They can split the map, and they won't be punished for it.
Well, let's see, because it looks like the Niners are on the same mindset here. If they're going to split the map, we might as well get decent laners against it. They're going for the Natan and as well as the Grok. The Grok can heavily influence the way rotations are being made, has some decent clear. Anybody who's going to be slowed down, no worries. I got you covered. I can plug in the holes if there's any leaks.
There's a counter for Joy, which is the Odette. I'm thinking whether RSG wants to pick it up. It's a little bit dangerous having the Grok there. And looks like, no, they're just going to be picking up the Lilia, which is pretty strong against frontliners, but it's kind of okay going up against the Joy as long as you do have the black shoes. But I don't know, I kind of feel like this is more of a safe pick rather than a counter pick coming in from RSG.
I think so too. But I think along the lines of Coach Rain's thought process is probably more aligned with what you brought up earlier, right? Being able to split up that map, it's going to be who leaves the lane first. So even if they do get the Odette, it means that they're going to need the support to actually supplement to push out that wave first. So I think this way, it kind of like blocks it all. It's like, hey, that means Minotaur can be anywhere across the map, Lilia just clear that wave, and then look to match the Niners.
Yeah, actually, when you put it that way, yeah, if you pick up an Odette here alongside a Minotaur, you're definitely going to lose the mid lane matchup. So now the Niners already seeing possibly the EXP laner from the Paquito. It could be going to the jungle as well, the Roamer Minotaur. I'm feeling the safest is probably going for that gold lane, especially because being a little bit critical here, Goldiel hasn't been performing for this season, even though it is just week 1.
Yeah.
Nowhere close as what he's been doing for the last season.
Well, I feel like this, it's not even hesitation, it's just more so we haven't seen him like try.
I feel like it's the opposite of hesitation.
Yeah.
He's too gung-ho. He wants to go forward, even for his own detriment.
And I think, you know, it shows in the lane itself sometimes, even when his team is relaying him important information about who is going to be able to influence the way that he plays, how far he can actually walk up into that lane. We'll see in a little bit what he's actually going to get, because I think, you know, RSG, they still have a lot of trust in him, and I think if they want to go for a last pick gold laner, I think that's totally fine. They could go for the Barats as a potential flex pick here. Let's see the bans. Novaria, we see the Vexana, we see the Brody coming out for the Niners, and I think the Niners aren't going to change their pace. They're probably still targeting gold laners.
In terms of popular gold laners right now, Carry, Claude. Yeah. The rest is something like, if you want to go a little bit off, it's like Beatrix, the Clint as well.
There's a possibility for Ixia. I feel like Clint is just going to get run down. Ixia also going to get run down as well, so it's about mobility at the same time. We'll see. Niners decide to ban out the Fredrin. Rather interesting.
I think they just feel like there's nothing else that he can use.
The
Natan is going to stomp over any gold laner that Lolia is going to pick up, so why waste a ban?
What are you going to do? Your signature Moskov? Show it to us.
Oh, wait, what about a Mincetar here?
Mincetar?
If it was Chiku, he would pick up the Mincetar goalie. I'll just say that, but it looks like the carry is going to get picked up here.
All right, I think carry is definitely going to be safe. Overall, decent gold laner, and especially when she's in lane. Hardly loses her lane. Usually is able to scale up very, very nicely in the later stages of the game. Against the Natan in the late game, though, that's where the big questions come to mind, because then it's like, oh, the Winds of Nature not going to really work out for me.
Yeah, I'm just worried because going up against a Natan in late game, even though the nerf on his attack speed, it kind of doesn't matter. As long as he lands his first shot on you, it's like 80% of your HP is gone. And then you have to hope that you can survive long enough to kind of get your healing back through your lifesteal, through your spell vamp. But I don't know. I kind of feel like Volia has to kite like a god here to make sure that he can survive against the nades in late game.
Yeah, I think RSG is perfectly fine dealing with a traditional front-to-back style of composition. It's up to the Niners to try and get into that backline. Speaking of which, they're going to be locking in the Terizla as well as the Nana. So they've got a lot of combo pieces working for the side of the Niners. RSG, it feels like their composition is pretty linear overall.
Yep, having the Riz here coming in from the Niners, I think it's pretty solid. The only bad thing, which I can't even say bad because of the changes of the items, is that they're very magic heavy, right? So you know how to itemize against them. But the thing is, it's not like, oh, Guinevere jungle?
Yeah, I think it's going to be Guinevere jungle, right? Yeah.
It's going to be hit or miss.
Yes. I think, well, hit or miss, of course, because mainly the magic thump is sometimes hard to hit, sometimes it's way too easy to hit. It really depends on the player. But at least it gives them the flexibility in skirmishes to be a secondary combo piece. It can be difficult, but let's see. Break down the compositions. What are we expecting here from both the Niners and RSG?
RSG, they have to play with a little bit more tempo. Having that Guinevere there, you kind of have a quicker power spike compared to the Joy. But the Joy, once the Joy has 2 items, is all Niners game. They can do whatever they want. The carry is going to have problems later on.
We'll see whether RSG is able to hold up until that point here, because even the lanes, if one of those lanes start deteriorating and give first blood early, it could be over before it even begins. To kick things off here in week number 2, day number 1, the Niners on the blue side up against their opponent, RSG on the red side. Game number 1 of this best of 3 series. Let's jump right into it in the Land of Dawn.
I'm expecting for the Guinevere to go for a full tank build here, but I'm wondering if they want a little bit more damage coming in, because even though they have the Lilia, but if Vinogo always moves around with his Izanami, it shouldn't be a problem no matter what he does. I'm just wondering if he's going to move with Izanami or away from Izanami.
I think they're going to have to wait for a response from the Niners, right? Because again, where are they going to invest their priority? Unless even the Niners are just going to mirror RSG throughout this game.
I mean, looking at the starting positions of both junglers, they're all starting at the EXP side of the map, so they're moving towards the goal lane. Stone here, finding Barbosa. Looks like everyone is going to be perfectly fine.
Yep, especially the first little Wanderer falling into the right hand. Nogo might actually just find first blood on Barbosa, chases him down and gets first blood. Nicely done with the super magic. Malvinzer, ooh, wait, did he also lose out on his Beetle as well? He is so before.
Oh, no.
Magic Thump lands, and that's going to be a double going over to Vinogo. A perfect start for RSG.
Oh, but look at Moonji, man. He's taking quite a lot of damage coming in from Izanami. Izanami wants to get that passive. And when I was talking about RSG being the one to up the tempo, I didn't thought it'd be this fast because they have the opportunity with the Guinevere. But I mean, okay. I mean, I guess I called it, but at the same time, even I'm surprised.
It looks like it could be the Niners being a little out of practice against the Guinevere. We don't get to see Guinevere come up too often in these past couple of weeks. Don't know how scrims are going. Let's look at the emblems and talents here. Anything out of the ordinary?
Definitely looking at Kaiser here, because in the previous week, he's been playing these tanky heroes. But this time coming in with the Paquito, having the Master Assassin as well as the Rupture, shows that he doesn't really want to be with the team. But if he decides to, if he wants to flank, he's going to be dealing a lot of damage.
He is, and especially considering how volatile the EXP is. If he gets one kill against Year 3, oh, it's going to be a big snowball coming from his side of the map. Now, we go over to our first neutral.
Yeah, right now looking at Storm trying to push Barbosa away, but Kaiser zoning Yetri as well. Muji,
he's doing a good job until he gets hit by the Rizzler's ult. Ah, the Execution Strike is going to pull him out of his misery. Oh, wait, he actually gets the empowered heavy left hand. The shield is enough, plus the heal of his regenerate keeps him alive, and now Niners have no way in. That is going to be an even bigger win, not only for the Turtle Slain, the fact that they get the purple buff, they get a kill onto Year 3. This is, everything's just falling into the hands of RSGMY.
It feels good when I doubt RSGMY and then they do so well.
Maybe they're paying you to be like, hey, doubt us some more. We need that.
Hey, you know what? I need some money anyway, so it's all looking good here. Let's talk about the Niners here. They're down by 2,000 gold, but it's not at the end of the world because, again, their comp scales quite well. They just got to figure out a way to not lose any more. And the thing that they have to do is what Barbosa is doing right now is he's trying to establish a little bit of map presence here. Because if the map is completely dark, it's going to be very dangerous for them. Because at any moment, Vinoga as well as Izanami can snipe them down. So they have to be a little bit more patient and let Barbosa do his thing.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to have to anchor down an important side of the map. So far, the lanes that have been mostly interrupted, the jungle, the mid even, I would say losing pressure, but that's totally fine. That's expected. The EXP, the only one who's doing relatively well right now is Zavs in his lane. He is behind by 200 gold, but at the very least, once those first items start to come through, Carrie's going to be a little bit more cautious with how she approaches these fights.
Vinogo finding Malvis, but not going to be doing quite a lot here. I'm looking at Barbosa, and I kind of feel like perhaps RSG could punish him a little bit more because it feels like he's been able to do a lot, and no one's really carrying that he's opening the map a little bit too much here.
I think RSG and MY are just acknowledging the response, right? We do see the entropy come out, and now they've committed to dive down on the bottom side. Purify has been caught off, but nah, too many auto attacks proccing the passive from Loliels. Another kill falling into the hands of RSG.
I don't know what happened. Maybe it's the personal beef between the coaches, but RSG stepped up this week, man. They stepped up, and Niners right now, they're looking a little bit lost. They're really unsure about what to do because Moonji is not doing well against Izanami. And looking at the gold lane, Zaf is losing as well. Yentri and Kaiser is kind of dead lane, nothing really going on there, but all the lanes are losing. Niners got to do something here.
Yep, they've got to make something happen here. They can't just give free information to RSG as they start approaching the turtle. Electrifying beats already popped. No more anti-CC to jump back into the fight, and this is perfect for RSG and MY to zone them away. Stoem being at the front. They back away, but now the important thing, Vinogo, how risky is he going into this? Now, 2 levels up ahead, against his opponent, and as well as Moonji getting zoned out, missing out away, perfectly done by RSG and MY.
What RSG did just now was absolutely clever. They knew that they can bait out Malvis for all of his skills. So they didn't even rush the turtle. They know that there's no way that the Niners can contest this without any casualties. So they might as well just like, yeah, you can come in, you can dance a little bit, but you're not going to get it. So I like the patience coming in from RGMY, understanding that they have the gold lead, that they have map pressure, that they can play this slow.
This is so different from last season's RSG, right? Last year's RSG. Yeah. They wouldn't like choke you out. They usually just, you know, kind of put their foot on the gas.
Yeah, I would say RSG last season, crash and burn. They're going to go so fast, but sometimes something bad happens.
Too fast, too furious.
Too fast, too furious. But this time RSGMY, they're just like calculated. They're like, we hate you, but we hate you for reasons.
And we're patient about it as well. Oh, forcing Barbosa's wall charge. This could be a potential attack on the opposite side of the map here. Looks like the Niners are grouping together to try and defend any kind of aggression, but RSG just exploiting the free space. And we saw just now a 1.5k gold lead, majority coming in from Loliels himself. He's 2 items up here with the golden staff.
The only thing that I do have to say about RGMY is that they can find opportunities to potentially speed this up a little bit because you don't want to give a lot of farm towards Zaf as well as Malvis because you got to respect the Niners here that they could potentially have a very good late game.
Okay,
so don't let them go to that late game.
All right. So how are they going to do that, right? Is it just focus on jungle, or are they looking to, you know, bait them out and then gank?
They have to somehow get the mid lane turret because once the mid lane turret is gone, the map is open. The jungle is yours. As long as that first tier mid turret is still up, it's very safe for the Niners to farm.
Oh, look at the way that they're controlling the space. They know that they can't really walk up to the turtle, so they're splitting things up. But they don't show themselves on the map first. They wait for the Niners to scout it out. And once they have, that's when they go back in. It's really a good push and pull from the side of RSG as Izanami locks in his second item, the Ice Queen's Wand, complete.
So right now, RSGMY, I kind of feel like they need to use this Paquito to the fullest, show his face on the map. Loliel is being a little bit more aggressive, but a little bit too much for me. I feel like look at everyone else from his team. They're all far away.
And now they're going to find a kill on towards the 3 side before he even gets the ult down, and Kaiser's proxying the wave. They really want to crack open this mid-tier 1. They're going to take purple alongside it. RSG, can they do it here? Malvinas, he's jumping right in. He's not even using the electrifying beats. Commits to it. Stoem is going to be dropping his ult as well to zone as many out, and that's the tier 1 mid-side gone for the side of Niners. RSGMY, objective complete.
Yep. Now that you have the mid lane turret, the entire map is open. So now if you want to choke them out, this is what you got to do. You got to start establishing a slow push. Don't clear the waves. Just let the big cannon in the back, all by himself, feeling very healthy, and then eventually start attacking. Because I kind of feel like RSG is also waiting for the Lord. The only question is, do they want to rush the Lord or wait for 12 minutes to get the enhanced Lord to make sure that they can make this a little bit more cleaner?
I feel like they could rush this Lord. There's a good possibility of it. I mean, look at that solo kill coming out from Lolios. He knows he's a big boy right now. He's got all the gold, all the items, and Kaiser all by himself trying to get on out of the situation from a gank of 3 members. Not enough as Vinogo jumps right in, even committing to his retribution to break Nana's pass. And Moonji on the run, but Storm says no. Flickers on top of him as Kaiser jumps right underneath the turret. Stone tanking it, and now with the super magic as well. Oh my goodness, they are not stopping. You push out of your lanes, you get punished, Niners.
This is what it looks like when you have an 8,000 goal lead. And now it's 9,000. This is the effect when you manage to break that mid lane turret. Everything is open for you, and now RSGMY, nothing's gonna stop them.
Entropy is already out for the side of Zobs. He's gonna try and clear this wave, but it's not even enough. Doesn't even scratch the members of the front line of RSGMY. And Vinogo instantly, not wasting any time whatsoever, gonna be right on top of the Lord. Are they gonna rush it? Yep, they're bringing in Loliels. It's gonna be a fast rush.
We gotta talk about what happened even before the game. It looked like RSGMY, they were baiting for that Joy pick. It looks like they were really prepared for it because the Joy is a non-factor right now.
So far behind in items, so far behind in levels, even 2 levels down against Vinogo. Can't even get access to the buff. Finally, the Holy Crystal comes in, but it's a little too late. I'm seeing the Radiant Armor's already being purchased here. I'm seeing the MR already collected for the side of RSGMY.
And like right now, RSGMY, they're moving as a unit. They're moving as 4. Vinogo goes on to Barbosa, but Barbosa is not going to get knocked up. And this is how they're playing their draft. 4-1. But Kaiser, if he wants to join in, he's going to be dishing out way too much damage that the Niners won't be able to really contest anything.
Yeah, staggered push for the side of RSGMY. They're not making sure that the waves are collapsing in together. I think they want to do it one by one to potentially look for a pick to open things up here. The Lord's still going to be walking on that top side, and the minions have already been cleared. Niners still holding on to their high ground for now.
Right now, looking at Stone, he is 12 seconds away from his flicker. That is the moment where if he wants to force things out, he definitely can. 5 more seconds left.
Here we go. The siege already continues. Loliels losing a quarter of his HP. Gets topped up with the help of Stoem. Stoem in the middle of their base. They really want to take damage here. They really want to crack open this inhibitor, and they will take advantage of the entire situation. There's nothing they can really do about this but protect the rest of their inhibitors as Malvinder, down on the bottom side, is able to clear the next wave of super minions.
RSG, the way that they're playing is like they're taking risks, but at the same time, they're not really taking the risk. They're positioning themselves, before that Stone goes in, but no one's going to get knocked up.
Yep, forcing Barbosa to actually flicker out of their black shoes as well. Loliel's getting to free hit the second turret here. Vinogo is out of there, but well done. That has to be one of the cleanest inhibitor takes I've seen in the league so far.
That was amazing. The fact that Stone stood there taking the turret shots just so that Loliel can free hit. Dude, I mean, like,
that's JoJo energy.
You don't see that, man. You don't see. Well, at least you don't see that in Malaysia. I don't know about
the rest of
regions,
the world.
Yeah.
You know, we can't talk about the rest of the world, but at the very least, we know we're entertaining because we have moments like this. Let's have a look at the items because again, 11K gold lead. We don't get to see this too often. Sometimes even thrown leads from 10K.
It's a bit unfortunate here when the Joy only has 2 items, and I can see why it slowed down a bit. Because usually you see a Joy with a Genius Wand. So the damage ramps up very, very quickly. This is a burst-oriented Joy. Having the Holy Crystal as well as the Starlium Scythe. A little bit of survivability, but more on the burst. It's not constant damage coming in from the Genius Wand. So I kind of feel like I understand the reason for this build. It's good when you're like really far behind, but I don't know. I kind of feel like that kind of item optimization may not be the best case here because you got to figure out a way to take down Loliel at least.
I think that's the whole point of it, right? Because now with the high burst damage, he's only looking for Lolios. He can't go for Vinogo. He can't go for Kaiser. Both of them have already completed the Radiant Armor at this point. So the only way around it is, hey, either I get a Genius Wand or maybe I creed out and I go for maybe a divine glaive for the extra burst, and I think that's where he's going to lean towards.
Yeah, right now RSG with a 12,000 gold lead. This is big. Honestly, in this week, the Niners was able to beat RSG MY in the MAL for 2-0. Looks like MPL is a different beast. Let's look at the goal difference here.
Oh my.
11,000 for Lolia, only 8,000 for Zaf.
I mean, he's been farming the entire topside jungle as well as 2 lanes at the same time whenever he gets the opportunity here. RGMY, they're playing around Loliel's. They are creating a barrier. The space that he has to work with, unparalleled.
Right now, the Lord is marching in. Stone looking for a position, looking for an opportunity. Looks like Itchy goes in first.
All right, he's going to go in straight away, but instantly the counter engages. Lolias already takes him out. It's not even close here. Doesn't even need to complete the second half of the Minoan Fury to close out this game as the Crystal falls. One of the cleanest games we've seen so far coming out from RSG MY here. Week 2, day 1.
Not what I expected, but man, am I loving it. This is the maturity that we want to see coming in from RSG, because a lot of their fans have a lot of hope for RSG for this season. Week 1, they didn't deliver. Week 2, it's looking pretty good.
Look, they may be a little bit late on the delivery, but it looks like they are coming into their prime of form right now. It looks like communication is clean. They're moving as a unit, which I think, everybody's going to be happy with.
Right now, honestly, for RSG, they got the 3 OGs that won the MPL Season 7. Kaiser, Loliel, as well as Izanami. I don't know if that's the secret sauce, because for now it looks like Kaiser's the key, because when you put in Kaiser, he's been winning. When you put in Rippo, not winning.
Ooh, we haven't seen him play just yet here. Let's give some hope. There's still many weeks for all the Rippo fans out there for him to maybe come back and show up what he still has. But the Niners right now, even with the game down, their fans still showing support.
Very loud.
Gas him up.
Now I see what you guys are talking about.
Right? It makes sense now, right? As we move on here, let's have a look at our MVP of the game. Give it up to Vinogo. His early kills really set the pace for the game.
I mean, it's like, yes, it did well. But at some point, it seems like Niners have been spoon-feeding it to him. I understand now what you mean by it's loud here.
Oh yeah, it's so loud. It's so loud.
I'm adjusting. But yeah, Vinogo performing very well. I have to say the Niners made quite a few mistakes going up against him in the early stages of the game, giving him free kills. And then after that, it's just like, yeah, it's all RSG's game.
I mean, it's mechanical mistakes. We're not talking about macro mistakes in the earlier stages, because again, contesting for a Lethal Wander, very normal thing, right? Maybe you can get out of retribution from one or the other junglers, totally fine. But getting hit by the Magic Thump, especially when you are the Joy, you already have a small hitbox, you already have the hypermobility, there should be no reason for you to get hit. Barbosa, on the other hand, same argument can be made. You have anti-CC, you know when not to walk forward.
Right now, my only question is, was the Joy really a bait? Right? Was RSG really trying to force out that Joy pick? Because if it is, I feel like in game number 2, Niners have to be careful of that. If something looks too good to be true, it might be too good to be true.
I got to give props to Coach Raid here. If it was a bait, well done. It's a smart idea because it's really well planned out. Like every stage and every moment of this game, just planned from beginning to end.
I didn't notice. It's 10-0. Week number 1. Homeboys got that kind of serving against Selangor Red Giants. 10-0. Now RSG is serving it up to Niners.
Yeah, just getting clapped up.
What is up with this? Not just MPL MY, but I've been watching MPL Philippines, and they've been having this kind of score as well. 0 kills.
Well, I feel like for the more polished teams, and especially for teams who are making naturally mechanical mistakes, they're going to get punished really hard, right? And I think that teams who have learned how to close out games, and I'm going to stress, who know how to close out games, because last week we saw a lot of teams who were struggling to do that.
Dude, closing out games is one of the most difficult things to do, man.
Top of the list difficult.
Top of the list. But yeah, RSG here, a very solid lineup. Izanami performed well, Vinogo performed well.
So well.
And Kaiser has shown that he's not like a one-trick pony. He's not just like a Barat's main in the EXP. Give him something like a Paquito and he can deliver. So now, anyone going up against RSG, they can't have this like, oh, Kaiser's non-factor. He's not going to be doing much. He's shown today that he can do a lot.
And that's the thing, right? When Kaiser came back into this roster, it's like looking at a pillar coming back. Somebody who can hold down the EXP and is willing to sacrifice to make sure that, hey, we're going to get these neutral objectives, whether I give a kill or not.
Honestly, a lot of doubt, even for myself, because we haven't seen Kaiser for
about a year at this point.
A year plus, almost 2 years.
We're not counting the time where he's benched, essentially, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Like when he's benched, sure, he might have some playtime during scrims, but not on stage, man. I haven't seen him for over a year, going into 2 years, and then suddenly he's just like, yep, I'm going into RSG. What are you guys going to do about it?
Look, maybe if he was our age, I would agree with that.
No, plus you got to consider, he's replacing Rippo, right? People will be like, are you sure? But Kaiser's just like, I'm here to play. Right now, we're going to look at the total damage taken here. And Stone as well as Barbosa taking quite a lot. Year 3, 62,000 damage taken as well. And here's the thing. Loliel, I kind of feel like he's taking way more damage than he should. 27,000 in the perfect game, 0-10. Loliel just has this habit, man.
He gets hit by skill shots all the time. I will say that, right? Because sometimes it's off screen. Sometimes it's just random chip damage. Like he's like, oh yeah, I'm going to dodge the Molina smooch. Accidentally walks into it. And it's like, oh, sorry guys. Don't worry. Slum, could you top me up real quick? Thank you, buddy. Thank you.
Yeah. If I was the coach for RSG, I would be giving a lot of healers for Loliel. Because I think even last week they picked up something like a Rafaela. Was it them or was it someone else? I remember Rafaela last week.
I don't have my notes.
Oh, wow.
So I can't double check, but look at the total turret damage and where all this gold has been invested in. Loliel's the man, the guy.
And absolutely nothing for the Niners.
They were unable to get any pressure whatsoever. And I think, that's a testament to the side laners, even Kaiser. We're even talking about Izanami. We expected Izanami to push out his wave, but not even allowing Moonji to get a single hit off of it. Well done. Kaiser, on the other hand, you would have expected that the Charizla might have been able to kind of push it out, get a little bit of damage, a little bit of gold here and there from the plating. But no, not at all. Kaiser did not let anything slip through.
But this is interesting because looking at the total turret damage, it looks like the idea for RSG is to funnel all of the gold onto Loliel, and they're very disciplined at doing that. They're making sure even if Kaiser wins the lane, even if Izanami wins the lane, don't push the lane. It's all Loliel. Every turret plating, just give it to the guy.
Dude, I can't wait for the mic check. It's just Loliel saying, guys, Kaiser, stop!
What are you doing?
I'm looking at your stats. 1.5. Don't do it.
Dude, this is a different RSG. This is a rough opening for the Niners.
It is a rough opening, but I think a lot of it was just good planning coming in from RSG's side, and obviously a little bit of a warm-up for the side of the Niners. They aren't playing at their best form just yet, and I think we're probably only going to see them really awaken in game number 2. I'm guessing. Now, quick question: Are you a blue side or red side man?
I'm colorblind.
Are you a left side or right side man for the draft? First pick or second pick?
I'm second pick.
You're a second pick kind of guy.
I'm a second pick kind of guy.
Well, funny enough, the stats are saying in MPL MY, blue side generally has the higher win rate.
Which one is blue side?
Blue side. Sorry, first pick side.
Oh, first pick, really?
Yes.
Oh, wow.
I mean, the data is going to
I'm a loser.
I mean, the data is going to be skewed one way or another, but do you think teams, especially the more mature teams, are going to really take advantage of the second pick, especially since RSG has Rich Guy the carry, as well as the best wingman sandbagging Barbosa? This could be a repeat in game number 2.
I mean, like, what is the advantage for the first pick here? Because usually, like, for me, I see the second pick as an advantage because you get to start off with a combo pick, having 2 picks, and then you see the opener of your opposing side, so you have a rough idea of what kind of drive that they're going for so that you can counter it later on, and you have the last pick as well. That is interesting. I didn't know the first pick actually won more games.
Yeah, but then again, it's pretty early into the meta. And usually based on after a couple of seasons I've looked at the data, it's like a bell curve. It's like blue side starts winning pretty hard on the new meta or new patches, and then it slowly swings over to the red side, and then it evens out depending.
One thing that I do have to say, it's a big nerf for the second pick.
Oh?
Your bans are not flexible.
Ah,
you have to ban out the Matilda. You have to ban out Nolan. You have to ban out the Angela. You can't really go for that specific target bans.
I mean, those specific target bans, You're right. And now the more I think about it, it makes a lot more sense. And I think that's what RSG MY is kind of taking full advantage of. It's like, oh no, I let the joy through. It's too good to be true. And Niners, they instantly clamp down on it.
Yeah, and again, it almost looks like RSG, even though they do win macro-wise, it does seem like this game is all about a micro, man, because EXP loss, mid lane loss,
gold,
yeah. Loss. Like here, like sure, there's a level disadvantage, but Malvis really couldn't do much there.
No, he was really underfarmed to be fair. Well, I say underfarmed, but he was like 700 gold behind Vinogo. He was mainly losing out on EXP than it was gold, to be fair.
Yeah, because looking at the highlights here, it really is just about RGMY showing Niners that we just want to zone you guys out. Believe you me, we don't want to kill you. Just stay away from Loliel and we're good. But then Niners like, no, we want to fight back. It's like, well, you asked for it, and then they just delivered. So going into the next game, this I feel is going to be a test for the coaching side, for the management side as well, for the Niners. How do you get your players to recover coming in from that loss, right?
Ooh, this is from I thought you were going to be talking about draft. You're coming from an emotional standpoint.
I mean, like, if I'm a player, I'm like, dude, my car's out of battery. I got to go home.
It's out of gas, man. I forgot to change the oil. I think, because usually there is going to be the coach and an analyst for a majority of these teams. Somebody's got to be the more emotional one. Someone usually is the more logical one. Somebody who can relate to the players. Oh, we're not even including managers or even sports psychologists to a certain degree.
For me, when I was a coach, whenever we lose game number 1, I get very angry. And I'm like, you know what? Screw it. Next drop, all early game. We're going to stomp on them, and then that's going to be it. And then the players will be like, what about the late game? And I'll be like, what about the late game?
Don't let it get to the late game.
Exactly.
End it early.
And then we win.
And that's a simple solution here. Curious enough, Niners playing for the early stages of the game, we haven't seen that actually come out from them. We have seen a little bit of like, early game pressure, but that's usually coming from both like Moonji in combination with Barbosa, or maybe it's going to be a jungle with the EXP. One or the other, not a full team lineup of early game.
I feel like they've tried it before with the Selena roam, but it didn't work out. But now, we got a WhatsApp here coming in from Antagonist. It's like, what does the coach say about the new jungler, Malvis? And it's like, this is his first time in MPL, and he feels like the motivation to become a champion is very high. It's one of the reasons why we picked him up.
A high motivation player, first time in the MPL.
Motivational roar?
Motivational roar, in a matter of fact. Healing his team whenever nearby. And if he's in range, it's almost double.
Minotaur jungle, let's go. Minotaur jungle, let's go.
Minotaur jungle. I mean, motivated is one thing. Minotaur jungle is, that's, I don't know if you can call that motivation.
Oh, too much copium there.
Way too much copium. Speaking of which, I will have to say that RSG, not only are they bringing in the new jerseys, the new players, the new imports, but the fact that they are looking good on that stage, I gotta give it to Rain. Coming in with a blazer and as well as slacks. Let's see what he has to say in the WhatsApps.
Yeah, he's asking, what about Demon Kite and Vinogo? What's the difference for them both? And Rain has replied, after Demon Kite left the team, I felt struggle to find a player that is as mechanically as gifted as he was. At the same time, having that macro play as well. The thing that is on Vinogo, his hero pool is quite good. It's quite good for the gameplay of RSG. And if you ask me, the difference is it's all about experience. Demon Kite wins it out.
Dude, that last line when it's like, hey, in terms of mechanics, Vinogo wins that out, that's wild. That's crazy.
You see, the thing is, I wasn't sure if he was telling the truth, so I didn't even translate that. I'm like, I'm not going to say that.
I don't know. It's one of those things where is this blown out of proportion? Is this for the sake of the show? Or is this real? As we jump back into the draft for game number 2, it's still Antagonist on the blue side with the Niners and Rain with RSG on the red sides as second pick. It looks like they're committed to it, but this time the Niners ban out the Joy. Xborg, Joy, followed up by RSG, Angela, as well as Matilda.
So this time, I believe that they understand what's at stake here. If you don't pick up the Joy, RSG is going to pick up the Joy. And Vinogo is a pretty good assassin player. So I kind of feel like they don't want that kind of stress anymore. So they're banning out the Joy. So this time, the Niners, this is the advantage of having the first pick. You can have targeted bans, and now it's all about establishing what's more familiar with your team. I'm looking at Moonji. He's been performing well with the Novaria. I want to see if that becomes a priority pick for the Niners.
Let's see whether RSG is going to let it through. They did get rid of it. Oh, they ban out the Nolan this time around. Interesting. This does mean that Fanny is still open. It does mean that Niners could go for an opening flex pick here to kind of deny space from the side of RSG. We'll see where their plan is right now, especially after that Joy ban on their side of the map. And it looks like they're going to go for a first pick Minotaur. 62% win rate seems good. Oh, you're right.
Motivational Roar.
Motivational Roar coming in from the jungle. Man, I don't know how to feel about it.
I feel bad. But honestly, Minotaur is an S tier
support.
S tier support. S tier roamer right now.
S tier jungler.
S tier jungler, my man. RSG, do they fight back with a Vexana here? Because having Vexana as well as Minotaur on the same team is going to be overwhelming.
It is going to be quite overwhelming. Speaking of overwhelming, it looks like even the Niners are going to be bringing out the megaphones this time.
Oh, yeah.
They didn't have that before, but they do have it now. And hopefully that's going to be enough of a motivational roar. But this time round, RSG going to be locking in the CC as well as the Lilia once more. And I like Lilia into Minotaur matchups. So often, you just chunk out the Minotaur before he even gets into position. And it's like, oh no, you're going to flicker into my team with 10% HP. Good luck.
One thing that I like about this CC pick here is that the Xborg has been banned now. The Xborg is pretty good going up against CC. And they're trying to force out the Niners to pick up the Arlet. Because Arlet goes well against CC, but as we know, 0% win rate, man.
Yep, 0% win rate. Now, let's have a look at Year 3. Played a total of 17 unique heroes in 3 seasons MPL MY, including Cho EXP. So his hero pool is pretty wide here. Let's see the next couple of picks. It's going to be Frederick as well as Natan. Why are they forcing out the Natan so early on for the side of the Niners?
I feel like the way that they looked at it, the Joy was the problem.
The Joy was the problem?
Everything else was solid, so they're keeping it up. RSG now picking up the Barats. So whatever early game the RSG had just now, they're going to push it even more.
Yeah.
Because CC is quite good in the lane.
She's quite good in the lane, but she's terrible at pushing waves.
Oh,
which
yeah.
begs the question, and I think this is well planned by Rain, because now he's got 2 target bans towards that EXP lane in the second phase itself. And with the Barats, he's a flex pick. Regardless, we'll see whether or not he's going to be thrown into the EXP, and then CC goes into the jungle. Who knows with the amount of shouting the Niners have got to go. I'm looking over the RSG side. They don't have the usual ban this time. I'm not seeing the main man.
Oh, he's not with them anymore.
He's not with them anymore?
Yeah.
But they already won Fan Club of the Season last year. Man.
Yeah, maybe not the right time for me to tell you, but yeah, his name is Bob, and he's still alive. I'm not saying he's
okay.
Yeah,
I thought
he's alive. He's
Woo!
alive.
You were positioned in a weird way.
Yeah. Now that I say it, I'm like, okay, no, he's all well and good. It's just that he's no longer with RSG. He's looking for a little bit of time for himself. Let's put it that way.
I understand. Bob, if you're listening to this, we miss you. We miss you as we go into the
love you.
Phase. We love you. We want to get intimate with you as Novaria.
Okay, maybe that's a bit much.
And Grok. Maybe after Buka Boss.
Yeah.
But now we see Grokken as well as Novaria get banned out on either side. Interesting. I would have thought they might want to lean in towards the EXP matchup some more, but I think they're very confident with Kaiser at this point.
The Niners, should they ban out the carry here? Because honestly, for all 3 heroes that they have, not really good at going up against the carry, especially after what you saw what Loliel did in game number 1.
I think it won't really change too much, right? We'll see. We'll see in a little bit whether the Niners are considering going for a more tankier EXP line as well. RSG, they ban out the Vexana. I do quite like that. They're really focusing down on Moon, making sure that he's forced back onto the Nana even.
I'm thinking whether the Niners, whether they want to pick up the Paquito, because right now I'm thinking of options here. Arlet is a legit option, number 1. The second one is the Paquito, and the third one is Ruby.
We thinking Paquito EXP, we thinking Paquito...
EXP, I'm really thinking about his EXP matchup here, because I kind of feel like for the Niners, Yetri has to be put on a hero that he can perform very, very well. So I'm thinking of those 3, the Paquito, the Ruby, as well as the Arlet. Less on the Arlet, but everything else I'm pretty okay with.
I can understand the Ruby. I think the Paquito in this particular situation, there's just too many things that are not going to die as quickly as you want to. The Lilia has escape mechanics, the CC can naturally run away, the Barat's just way too much HP, and now the Harith is going to be locked in for the side of RSG. Oh, Mincetar.
Right.
That'd be kind of epic, though.
You mean the rank?
Sorry, no, not the rank. Always slips my mind. But no, I think it would be pretty cool. It would be pretty cool to see. Benedetta, they're going to Swiss Army knife it.
I did not see the Benedetta coming in. And the Faramis as well, but traditionally Faramis doesn't do well against the Lilia though.
Yeah, but I mean, might as well double down on the team fight composition, right? They've already got the Minotaur as well, and now it means that they can initiate with the Benedetta. They can maybe even initiate with the Natan, with the Cavalry just saving them at the end. Final pick going to be the Rafa, just to kind of move around this team.
Now I'm more confident about my earlier opinion about them picking up the Rafa. It's probably them.
Probably.
When you have a player like Lolio, you need a little bit of healing.
If he gets chunked out one more time, I swear to God.
Looking at the lineup here, I'm just worried about the Niners when it comes to damage. More specifically, the early damage. Because we saw that's where they lost in the previous game. The Faramis needs item. The Natan needs item. In fact, the Natan needs mana more than anything else. The Benedetta can do well. But if you're ganking on the Benedetta and then the Benedetta doesn't do well, then, I don't know, the Niners comp is quite risky for me.
Quite risky indeed. It's like boxing right now because this team fight composition wants to play on the inside while the rest of RSG is going to be playing footsies on the outside, poking from afar until they find that all in. A single mistake could predetermine this match here, whether it be a 2-0 or bringing it into a Game 3 at 1-1. It's going to be the Niners once again on the blue side up against RSGMY on the red side. Let's see how these next 4 minutes are going to go to determine their fate.
As long as we don't see an early first blood around the Little Wanderer, it should be going more even Stevens here.
I would agree with that, but there's a very good chance that somebody's going to die off a Little Wanderer here. I hope that Niners, they don't contest for it. There's no reason to walk up. You're up against like early level Storm who is just harassing Barbosa and Muji at the same time.
Yeah, right now we're seeing the EXP as well as the mid lane being win out by RSGMY. Right now, Izanami as well as Storm has the level advantage, but Nogo able to secure the Little Wanderer without any contest. And this time, Niners, they're not even contesting it. They're like, yeah, you know what? We learned our lesson.
Yep. Just get to that level 4. That's the most important part right now. They're going to be kind of weak in the earlier stages, and they need to make sure that they don't lose too hard. And that's what Zavs is trying to do. Like, Lolios, he's having the time of his life. He is trading actively against Zavs.
Yeah, at this point, Noliel is proving to us that he is worthy to wear the RSG jersey. Now looking at the emblem setup here, quite interesting that the Harif is using the tank emblem here. I forgot what's the name. Tenacity. The Tenacity, making sure that he can sustain the damage coming in from the Natan having that rupture.
Yeah, rather surprising. I definitely thought he might have, decided to creed out. We've seen a lot of marksman players, a lot of gold players going for either the Master Assassin.
Yeah.
And usually when you see a Harith, they can like kind of diversify a little bit. They do have access to things like the Mystery Shop. And now Munji, he needs to hit this level 4 sooner rather than later. We did see Vinogo use his ult as well. So now, with no Daytona's welcome and it's still on cooldown, they're going to have to stall out this Lord. Malvinder is going to have the help of Ye3, uses the Electro Final Blow. Malvis is going to be the one who secures the first turtle. Nicely done by the Niners.
Yeah, Niners was able to secure that just because Ye3 was able to get out of his lane much earlier compared to Kaiser, because the CC is very good when it comes to harassing the opponent, but like you said, Gideon, not really good at clearing the waves. So as long as the Benedetta is focusing on the waves, she can rotate much faster out of the lane. So now RSGMY is all about where do you attack, especially having the Rafaela. You can kind of bulldoze your way in. You can't really set things up that nicely.
I think they need to start farming either Barbosa or Malvis at this point, right? I think those are the only two who are kind of susceptible to these types of ganks. Everybody else has an escape mechanic, and I don't think it's going as well as the previous matchup where mistakes were being made in lane. Now, looks like the lanes are pretty solid on both sides.
Looking at the items here coming in from Munji as well as Izanami, having the Elegant Gem makes me think that they're going for the Necklace of Durance as the first item, so perhaps that's the goal. Once they have the necklace, then they're more aggressive, because the healing coming in from both teams is going to make killing almost impossible here.
Malvis walking up as Nogo tries to steal away a camp. Entropy being used by Zavs. Oh, it forces him to use his flicker as well. That might be a little bit of a mistake. It could be a vulnerability that RSGMY might exploit.
Huge W for RSGMY, and now Kaiser trying to match Ye3 when it comes to his rotation. Ye3 is taking quite a lot of damage. Right now, Malvis as well is going to get pulled back in, and he gets eaten by Banogo.
Yep, he gets spat back into the wall. Here comes the Electro final blow as well. Farmers has popped his ult to make sure that he keeps him alive. First blood as Kaiser ends up falling down. Ye3, he's trying to get on out of there, but Howard is not going to let him go as easily as he wants to. They've already traded 1 for 1. The bloodshed finally stops.
Volio, man, like, I don't know who started this fight, but I'm ending it. He comes in making sure that he does the damage, and now he has 1 kill and 1 assist. He's going to start breaking up that gold as well. But Zaf, understanding the dynamics of the game, not going to be involved in the team fight, getting that gold plating onto himself. So I kind of feel like it's an even trade for both gold laners.
The only person who really loses out this is Kaiser, because look at him. He's not even remotely close to this fight, and Niners desperately need this. Electro final blow already being expunged as he jumps on forward looking for an opportunity. Gets hit by the holy healing as well. Has to get back out of there. Oh, Vinovo cannot get out. Gets pulled back by Munji straight in to the ult. Woo!
Oh, but look at this, man. 2 EXP cannons. Not going to be absorbed by Ye3. So Kaiser should have an advantage when it comes to the levels here. Now Munji has the Necklace of Durance, so if Niners want to fight, now they actually can. Now they have a way to deal with the tanky front lines.
Oh, Ye3, he's chunked out so hard, he's forced the recall. He should be able to make it in lane, but this allows CC some time to try and farm some of the waves, farm some of the creeps even, on this side of the map to try and catch up in EXP.
Right now, looking at RSGMY, they have a lead, but it's a very, very small lead. Izanami having to use the Black Shoes quite early on, but it really doesn't matter just because the cooldown isn't all that long. Izanami has to wait for level 8. Once Izanami is level 8, then he can start spamming his skills.
Ye3 actually trying to get on out of there. A lane swap being initiated by the side of the Niners. Loliel's pressure with the help of Storm, unbearable. So that's why Ye3 is the one who has to absorb it, while we see on the opposite side of the map the Niners looking to cut the waves from Kaiser.
Yeah, but it looks like Kaiser should be fine here just because Niners, they're splitting up. They're like, what do we want? Do we want the lane? Do we want Vinogo? It looks like they're being a little bit indecisive here.
We'll find out how indecisive in a little bit. Zav, he might be able to get a kill, but no. Kaiser using... Oh, wait, hold on. Barbosa tries as well, gets the knock-up twice, allowing the kill to fall into the hands of Zaz. The Vengeance timing out in the meantime. Nicely played. Good attack from Barbosa. Only having to expunge his ult as well as the flipper.
I would say it's a good play coming in. But right now, Ye3 absorbing quite a lot of damage. I was going to talk about how it was a good play coming in from Zaf, knowing that Kaiser has the Vengeance, so making sure that he baits that out first without really forcing anything out. So I kind of feel like that was very good coming in from Zaf.
Speaking of which, the turtle is back up, and it looks like RSG's forces are looking to regroup by this neutral objective as Niners. Zavs, he has to take a recall here. He is not going to be able to participate in this fight with Ye3 as well. Not even close, cutting waves even. This is going to be an easy turtle for RSGMY.
What is the end game coming in from the Niners here? What are they trying to accomplish? Ye3 found out by Lolia, and looks like, oh, Lolia is actually taking quite a lot of damage.
Wow, he's actually going for the 1v1. He could have escaped out of there, but uses the eye for an eye to block one instance of damage before going down.
This is where success actually betrays you. He thought, like, hey, I'm doing a lot of damage, but then it's like, oh wait, Loliel does more.
Not as much as he thought, but Barbosa getting chunked out here. Princess Bride coming up on Vinogo's side. Here comes the Call Altar trying to keep him alive for the Netherrealm for as long as he possibly can. Malvis still available, still alive, but will eventually get chunked down by Kaiser, who's not making it easy. The taunt goes through, buys just enough time. Nicely done by Barbosa to take the aggro.
Hey, you know what? That's the motivational roar, man. Sometimes all you need is a little bit of motivation to go through your days. Lolia was able to get the turret up top. Looks like Niners is going to get one for themselves. This game is much more balanced for both teams. 4 kills to 3. In terms of scaling, I kind of want to see Niners has better scaling in this game.
Really? Niners having the better scaling on this side. I would agree with that. I would definitely agree with that. Again, the items that you can actually build are going to be a lot more relevant in overall DPS. But speaking of which, I do think that as of right now, RSGMY, it felt like their mid-game earlier, they couldn't really find a hole to punish the Niners. I think Niners did a really good job at, managing and balancing the aggression.
Yeah, I feel like for this game, Niners, they're not taking the fights they're not supposed to take. And I kind of feel like that's the biggest difference compared to game number 1, where it looks like they're forcing it a little bit.
Picking and choosing your fights, yeah. I think Yeah, no, definitely a lot better this time around, but now it's coming to a point where what's the next direction? I feel like Niners, it's pretty straightforward, right? You want to be the one counter-engaging compared to RSG MY, but then we come to RSG MY, and how exactly do we exploit any holes here if Niners aren't the ones engaging?
The problem really is that for RSG MY, they want to clump up together, and it's not going to be good going up against Moonji on this Pyramus, having the Ghost Bursters, where you're going to be dealing a lot of damage when more people are clumped up. And they don't have a proper way to start the fight. Niners, as well as RGMY, both of them have healing, so they can do this Lord Dance for as long as they want. The big difference is Barbosa can flicker in and force a fight. RGMY, they can't do the same thing.
Yeah, Storm, he does. I mean, three of them
he can with
purify.
but it's not easy.
It's not as good, yeah, and it's a lot more readable in comparison to Barbosa, which covers a much bigger AoE, right? So now, with that in mind, Malvis a full level ahead of Vinogo at this point of time, so even trying to go for a 50-50 retry fight is not even fair.
I feel like at this point, you're going to try to bait by using the Lord while trying to get the side lanes. At least for the Niners, because like you said, the Benedetta can split very well. We can't say the same thing for the CC. The CC kind of has to be around the fight.
Oh, speaking of which, we do see Lolios actually getting caught, having to use that Purify, manages to dodge a good amount of abilities, but still not enough to run away from Zavs with a double kill on Izanami 2 as Blackshoot times out. Yen3 going to be running in for the bridges here. Stoem the next to follows the front line, now all by itself. Zavs ends up dying to Kaiser at this point of time. Praises Wrath, not enough damage here. Kaiser still looking for the cleanup. He wants to get Barbosa, but nobody is going to let him go. Even Vinogo ends up dying to Yen 3 after he destroys that backline. Kaiser the only one left and might even fall as they start pushing in. Mid-tier 1 will fall, and now the Lord will also fall into the hands of the Niners.
And this is why we say the Niners have better scaling here because of the heroes that they have. Because having this Pyramus, the utility coming in from the Nether Realm is going to be pretty strong, but before that, Lolia wants to go in. He wants to go for a fight.
It looks really dangerous. Salmon Force. Wait, no, they're not backing him up. Malvis, he's all by himself. Electro Final Blow comes up. He just Yen 3 pressures him out of there. But the rest of the cavalry is here with the help of Stone's Holy Healing. They close the distance fast, but not fast enough to take away the Lord.
Good escape or good disengage coming in from the Niners, but as we were talking, they're scaling much better just because the Pyramus does well mid to late game because of the Nether Realm as well as the damage coming in. But also having this Minotaur, you have the healing, you have the setup. Yes, I understand that Rafaela has the Holy Baptism to lock, whoever is straight in line. But it's not easy going up against the Niners with this kind of composition.
No, I think it's best going to be... Wait, hold on, Kaiser. He's going to get hit by the Retribution. Praises Wrath, doesn't connect, but it does get rid of Kaiser's Vengeance here. He's trying to get away, but no, Yen 3 even petrifying to secure the kill. He's got to get out of here. He does, but Vinogo has finded Daytona's welcome on towards the enemy jungler. Malvis getting protected by the rest of the cavalry. The Netherrealm saves a life, and Zavs chucks down Venogod at this point in time. Vinogo gone. Zavs with a Holy Crystal and Moonji with a glowing wand. It's all starting to crumble for RSG.
I blame Mars and Sith because the way that the game has been going is looking like we're going to game number 3. Niners now 10 kills to 4 for RSGMY, and I gotta say the weakness for the draft for me is the EXP. If the EXP is either a lane dominant hero or someone very strong in a team fight, that's gonna be good. CC is good in the side lanes, but not as fast of a clear as Vendetta.
Yeah, it's really starting to show now with the presence that the Niners are able to bring. I mean, RSG, they could definitely look to make a play off of the CCs. Oh, but even so, they can't close the distance fast enough or deal with the Call Altar's extra temp HP. Sorry, Netherrealm's HP. It's just too much to deal with. So much, in a matter of fact, that Zaz has more than enough time to sit down and start becoming the machine gun mage he's known to be.
Yeah. Kaiser using the current call on CC, locking 2 opponents, kinda is irrelevant when you have Barbosa on this Minotaur as well as the Pyramus. Because in case if both of them can't run away from each other, it's like, yeah, let's just not run away from each other. I can heal you up. And worst comes to worst, there's the Netherrealm. So now RSGMY, we've been talking about how Niners have been clumping up. How do you separate the Niners? If you can achieve that, then something can be salvaged here. right? If you can make it into a two different team fight going on. If Moonji is helping one person, Barbosa is helping one person, there's some hole you can exploit.
Okay, so you're expecting them to split up maybe 2 and 3 in some variation of form, maybe even 2 and 2.
It's like Lolio going on the left flank, guys are going in from the right flank.
I see, sandwich them here. But let's see now, both teams forced to actually clump up in this particular situation. As Vinogo is going to get locked it down for a little bit with the help of Malvis here. Barbosa even on top of him as well. They're not letting him through. Lolio's going to try and attack the backline against up. Gets pulled back. The Ghost Burst is doing more than enough damage, and even yet 3 having a cleanup of a lifetime. Gets a double kill as well. This is a clean fight coming in for the Niners. 4v5, and now the entropy to chase Kaiser down. He's going to get out, but Niners have taken more than enough away from RSG.
Yeah, and right now, Niners, they're just going to end the game. I mean, look at this. We're only looking at the players' faces. Niners doing absolutely amazing. Good comeback from game number 1. RGMY back to the drawing board.
Woo! It's really coming down to the draft here, LaFell. I don't know what to tell you. Both sides are playing well now, and the Niners are clearly warmed up with a fired-up Niner crowd as well.
How do they talk each other with this crowd?
I don't think they do.
I can barely hear you.
I'm pretty sure it's hand signals. Yeah, I'm confident it's hand signals.
Either way, congratulations to the Niners making this a 1-1 series here. RGMY and Niners, like you said, is all about the draft. I feel like Niners picking up the joy early put them in a rough situation. RSG picking up the CC early put them in the rough situation.
Yeah, I thought maybe Barbosa, I don't know. The Minotaur first pick, you don't get to see that. Obviously, it's an S-tier pick. It kind of makes your composition pretty linear because it tells you, oh, that's the cornerstone. We want a team fight. It's clear that our counter gauge is going to be stronger. The CC afterwards, just good answers from the side of the Niners. And hopefully this changes up, right? Does this mean that, oh, Coach Rain, time to change the game a little bit more. We're going to take blue side. Sorry, first pick this time.
Thank you.
We're all accommodating here on the English desk.
The other thing is it not really about the draft? But it's actually the mistake coming in from the Niners game number 1. Game number 2, they're like, can we win this fight? No, not going to take it. Right? Because game number 2, it seemed like they woke up from their sleep. Because game number 1, it was like autopilot.
Oh, yeah.
Right?
Oh, yeah.
Now we're going to look at the backstage. Who's the MVP for this game?
Well, let's have a look at the backstage here. Let's give it over to the man, the myth, the legend, Ana Benedetta. Yeah, 3. He may be hurt, but he's still kicking that lane, showing it up to fights, taking advantage of 5v4s thanks to this guy.
I think he took it too literal when Moonji was like, break a leg.
He's like, all right, yes, sir.
I got you. You're the in-game leader.
I trust you.
I mean, it worked out.
Look, the Niners' health insurance is top-notch. That's all I can say at this point. But with this Benedetta, smart pick, full damage Benedetta, my personal favorite as well, has the mechanics for it. A little hot-blooded sometimes, trying to go for that 1v1 against the Oleos on the top side of the map. But besides that, well played.
How many unique heroes does Yetri have at this point?
Too many.
Right, at this point, he's in the same competition with Chiku, having the most heroes using the lead. I mean, Chiku might be a little bit more than that because he plays different roles as well, but I don't know, maybe Yetri can bring up something crazy.
I don't know.
I like Fredrin EXP.
You do?
I mean, Mirko doesn't like it, so I have to like it.
I thought you were going to lean into the Masha meta that's soon to be coming up, or maybe has been tried.
There's a reason I'm not talking about the Masha.
Oh,
I've been seeing some scrims.
Oh,
yeah.
Forget I mentioned it then, but let's have a look at the item build.
The scrim, the team that used the Masha was able to beat AP Brand. In scrims, though. I mean, in scrims, things happen. To be fair, AP Brand was testing a hero as well. I'm not going to say which hero, but he has a V in his name.
Interesting. Could be Valentino. Okay. He's like, I'm sick of, oh, Dad, we're playing Valentino again. But coming into the item build so far, pretty straightforward game coming in for the side of the Niners. And RSG, honestly, didn't have too many answers to this here. I I'm thinking whether the item build made a significant difference here, but I'm not sure what I would change in these types of situations. Like, even look at Izanami, he's already got the Ice Queen's Wand to maybe try and slow down the aggression coming out from the Niners, but even then, you can't really deal with Barbosa flickering into the middle of your battle lines.
I would say for Izanami, the biggest problem is definitely Yetri, because he is dishing out so much damage, and then all of a sudden Yetri just comes up and be like, yo, what's up?
You like my lethal ignition, brother?
Yeah. I was going to say something that's going to get me fired, so it's a good thing I stopped there, you know? It's like, what's up, nerd? Oof. Right? Oof.
I hate it when people call me a nerd.
Dude, the last person that called me a nerd, I chomped his ear off.
All right, Mike Tyson, let's calm down here for a second, bro. Hey, man, you haven't been in the ring in a while, but I'm interested to see how that's going to start playing out in this upcoming next game. Because when we're looking at the stats here, 206,000 overall total damage compared to 202, it's actually not that far away.
It's very balanced, especially when you look at the goal laners not that far, even the roamers not that far. Really, every single matchup, sure, there's some biasness for one or the other, but not that much different. Like, Yetri did a lot of damage, 56,000, but Kaiser, 54.
Yeah.
Not that much different.
It really is where the damage is invested into, right? The priorities that he's able to pick people off. The fact that even though we saw 3 Purifies coming up from the side of RSG, Yetri can force them out naturally with the amount of damage he's dishing out against Stoa, Izanami, and even Loliels.
I mean, I don't know, man. The last time I got hit by your sword, it hurts. Imagine having the sword slashes to your face.
Oh, boy, brother. Man.
He looked like Zoro in that game.
He did start to look like Zoro. I'm not even going to lie, man.
Having that Santoryu style?
Really? Chef's kiss. Chef's kiss. But I think that overall, I would have liked to see, especially during the mid-game, right? We did see that there were a couple of early skirmishes going on between Niners and as well as RSG in the first 5 minutes of the game. I would have expected Vinogo to get a little bit more bold and ambitions with Stoem to try and put Malvisner behind.
Yeah.
Like, I'm almost surprised that Malvisner is walking away with a level lead against the Barats.
Yeah, I kind of feel like RSG could have forced it a little bit. Because I saw that Stoem backed up Loliel a lot. Maybe in this game, he should have backed up Vinogo.
I think he backed up... I feel like he backed up Lolios a little too much. Like, I understand, like, oh no, our jungler is now leveled down. I better invest my time in the gold lane. That makes sense. But prior to that, Lolios was already doing a great job against Zobs.
Where's the Filipino pride?
Nah.
Your Filipino brother needed you, man.
I mean, that's true, but...
It's like, nah, fam, I want the Malaysian.
No. It is the pride. It's the pride that mattered here. They looked at each other as like, you're going to do okay without me? And he's like... Don't even ask.
Fast forward the end of game.
It was the draft.
It was the draft. Coach, what was this?
Reyna's like, I thought we would do better. I thought they would honestly do much better than this. And I would have expected with the Holy Baptism that maybe they would have been able to block 1, or maybe even 2 of these engages from the side of the Nivers, specifically Zobs, right? Because I feel like he was getting away with too many entropies into the middle of fights.
Yeah, I kind of feel like he has a lot of beefy front lines here. Even I would argue that Faramis is pretty tanky because once he goes into his Astro form, Wraith form, I forgot the official term, but once he's in that form, he has a bit more magic resist as well as armor, so he can tank quite a bit.
He can tank quite a bit. Ah, man. I mean, there's a lot that could have been done for the side of RSG, and hopefully it's something that they actually have to learn. And this is only the second week, so it's expected to be just a little bit cleaner. At the same time, still more to be polished. Let's have a look at our Hall of Famers here. The rich guy, the carry, going over to Zobs, coming up big time for the team. Sandbag this time, going to be Vinogo, and best wingman goes to Barbosa.
I do feel the RSG, they didn't use the proper rotation or the proper formation here. I kind of feel like the perfect formation with that kind of draft is like a triangle movement. Having Vinogo as the center, and then left and right being covered by Izanami as well as Stone. Have someone to speed you up and have someone to dish out additional damage, right? Especially even without the Ice Queen Wand, there is an element of slow there coming in from Storm as well, using the first skill. So I kind of feel like if they move as a unit in the early game, and then just stomped everyone trio mid style, they could have done well, but they didn't. They break formation too much.
Is this because Ye3 was such a prominent threat? That's what I'm thinking here. Because a lot of times we do see Ye3 leaving out his lane super early on, and unfortunately Kaiser just playing with the yo-yo is like, I'm stuck here. I can't really move out of this lane as effectively, like we're seeing in some of these highlights, right? Just count the number of people who get involved in these fights, and especially if it drags on a little bit longer than it should. This was an early team fight, well, traded, but majority won by the side of RSG. I would have expected them to press the advantage from that point on.
And Vinogo is always caught in that hallway there.
Choke point, yeah.
Choke point, yeah, because he doesn't have a dash. He doesn't have flicker. So I don't know why he always walks up in that general direction where he's clearly far separated from his team. Like, look at this. This is a different highlight, but this is more or less the same area here.
I think this one is a little bit more understandable because Ye3 was already zoning out the entirety of the backline with the Benedetta.
Okay, here, this is the one.
Yeah, now this one, I definitely agree with you. It's a bit of an awkward position to actually be in, right? Nobody wants to get hit by the appraisers round. Let's be honest here. Everybody dodged out of it. But as soon as that's done, Ye3 comes in for the cleanup, and they can't reclaim the space, even though Vinogo has taken it.
Well, either ways, the draft is going to matter quite a lot here.
So much.
I don't know. It feels like whoever gets baited first is bound to lose.
Baited. Would I say it was baited? I don't know. For all we know, it could be Kaiser looking at Rain and is like, we did pretty good in game number 1. Could I play CC this time? Pretty please, Mr. Wayne.
The only thing is that the CC doesn't solve any problem. Wait.
It does make like team fight composition, especially backlines.
Yeah.
You don't want them to kind of split apart
yeah.
anymore, right? The most ideal situation, you catch the mage as well as the marksman. They're kind of like tied in together, and I think that's the only time where it's good.
Either way, I'm excited to see game number 3. At this point, coming in, I thought Niners was going to win 2-0, but what do I know, right?
That's true. Nothing can be predetermined here in MPL MY, and we're hopefully for this game number 3, we do get to see a little bit of the Moskov because the first ever skin with the exclusive ID tag is out now available. The new beautiful All-Star Moskov skin from all the way from the 4th all the way to the 30th of this month. Dive into the Infernal Worm Lord Raw event and get a shot at winning the exclusive Moskov Infernal Worm Lord All-Star skin along with the first ever skin ID tag. Keep in mind that during the event you can enjoy a jaw-dropping 50% off of your first 10x draws and your daily first 1x draw, and please note that this offer cannot be used with All-Star promo diamonds or draw tokens. Keep that in mind.
Like trying to say Worcestershire.
Don't even. No. You're going to mess up my pronunciation of it. Worcestershire sauce.
Worcestershire sauce?
Not saying it like you're saying it now.
No, I mean, like, it's spelled that way. Worcestershire sauce.
Worcestershire.
Hi, I'm Vsauce here. I've been seeing a lot of Moscows in my rank games.
With this skin specifically?
No.
How dare they? Disrespectful. Get your parents' credit card.
Yeah, it's like, how do I say it without sounding disrespectful? It's like we are privileged here.
Ask your stepfather. Find a credit card on the floor. Figure it out. Because this All-Star skin is just way too good. Way too good. And a matter of fact, if we're talking about things that are way too good right now, let's talk about the MPL MY meta watch, because we have things that are doing too well and others that are kind of doing dog water.
Carry as well as Xborg, I anticipated them to do good.
Yeah.
Carry's amazing.
Oh, yeah.
Xborg's amazing.
100%.
I have a bias towards true damage.
Okay.
Yeah, Xborg does true damage, Carry does true damage.
Go on with this. Lead me to the trend of thought, because I would have expected, Fredrin to be part of that list.
Fredrin.
Martis to be part of the list.
Oh yeah, we don't do Martis anymore.
We really don't.
What happened to Malaysia? Okay, now we got to talk about the 0% club here, because Arlet, Claude, as well as Rafaela, what's going on? Rafaela, to be fair, only picked twice, and both by RSG.
Yep.
Maybe that's the reason why Rafaela hasn't been looking good. Arlet, personally for me, we just playing it wrong. I feel like Arlet is in the wrong position. It shouldn't be the primary tank position. It should be the secondary one. But now we got to look at a King of Mage going up against the Prince of Mage.
Yep, if we're comparing these achievements, both have achieved championships. Both have represented us in represented us in international competitions. Ah, man. KOHC championships as well. That's a big win underneath Izanami's belt. But then when we look on over to the side of Moonji, I mean, nobody's gonna forget M1.
One achievement that I like. When Moonji was a champion, he was the last MYSG champion. And when Izanami was a champion, they were the first all Malaysian champions. Right? Like transitioning the last of an era and the beginning of a new era.
That's crazy.
That's why he's the king and he's the prince.
Wow. These narratives just write themselves sometimes, right? It's incredible. And even if we're talking about signature picks, there is quite a bit of a variance here. You know, the Salinas as well as the Lunoxes, both of which very much meta during Moon's time. He's still got the skills for it, but even for Izanami as well. Season 7, that Farsa was something to be reckoned with.
Yeah, right now, 40 seconds before we're going into the match. Even looking at Moonji here, it does look like he has a lot to say to his teams. While Izanami's just vibing, he's just like, yeah, brain empty, press skills,
win games.
Win games.
I think he's bobbing to the head of the Niners.
It's like, they're not our crowd, but who cares?
It's still a vibe.
Torpedo Ponaro. Is that not what they say?
No, that's exactly what they say.
Right? Torpedo Tomato.
It was just a very good reference. So good.
Torpedo Ponamo.
Ponamo. Oh, man. Let's jump right into the draft. It's time to get it on for this game number 3. Let's figure it out. Who's going to be on which side here from the Niners as we get into the draft pick?
Oh.
Which sides?
All right, so... Wait, RSG's the first pick, but they still banned out the Angela. Quite interesting. And they're back. Okay, see, this is the good thing about first pick.
Target bans come in pretty quickly. Niners, no choice. I gotta get rid of the Matilda. It's just too good to let on through. Are they gonna stick with banning out things like the Joy as well, or are they gonna kind of shift maybe what their priority picks are gonna be?
I'm actually thinking whether the Niners is gonna respect the Nolan or not.
I mean, Nolan has been let through a majority of these times as well.
Because I kind of feel like Vinogo can use the Nolan pretty well, but it's a much different playstyle compared to the Barats as well as the Guinevere. It might throw him off his game.
I don't know. I think that on his debut at the MPL MY last week, he did a pretty good showing of the Nolan. It's just that the support system wasn't there to really ensure that his lead was solidified. But even the Niners, they respected. They banned out the Nolan this time around, and now we go over to RSG. What's their next ban going to be?
I'm actually thinking of Niners. I'm thinking whether the opening pick, do they want the Novaria or not? Maybe a Novaria Fredrin.
Novaria Fredrin. I was thinking maybe they wanted a combo pick here. I mean, if they let the Minotaur through again,
the Minotaur,
no reason to pick it up once more.
What if RSG picks it up or RSG ban it themselves?
Oh, as first pick? Maybe as a ban, I can see it, but as a first pick,
yeah.
Ooh.
I mean, if I was them, I would take it.
Really? I mean, afraid of it from in Barbosa.
Here's the thing. Minotaur is so good, even vegetarians love it.
I like that.
Yeah, vegetarians don't eat beef, but they're like, oh, Masha ban? Yo, we just talked about it. We just talked about it.
I don't know if we were foreshadowing this unintentionally, or maybe RSG, they know something that we don't. Who knows?
No, maybe we know something they don't.
Possibly.
Wait, what?
Hey, wait, hold on.
I mean, we were the one that talked about the Masha first.
My guess, maybe it's a Year 3 pick. Maybe he's the only one out of this roster that I'm thinking could put potentially, maybe even Malvis as well, throw Masha into the jungle.
Look at Barbosa.
You're right.
Does he not look loco enough?
It's true.
Right?
Not everybody can pull off the dreads.
Oh yeah, I want to do dreads.
No.
Don't challenge me.
No, you go for the dreads. If you can pull off your hair, would your wife be okay with that? Let's think about that.
Who cares?
Oh, okay.
I mean, I don't think she's watching this picture right now.
I don't think so either.
Maybe she's in the BM side, so I'm fine.
I quickly looked around in the crowd and I was just like, I don't think she's here. We can get away with this. But now, with first picks coming in, Minotaur, once again, going along with your line of trend of thought, take it away from Barbosa.
Hey, if vegetarians approve, it's all good.
We got 100 vegetarians and all of them said yes to Minotaur.
They're like, we don't eat beef, but goddamn, that boy.
That boy. And once again, wow, really not shifting too far away. My guess, I have to say, my guess is that Zaz has probably had a hot streak during scrims with this Natan. He is not letting this go.
Yeah, and the coach is like, Natan or nothing. Get it? Because it sounds the same.
It does. It does. I get it. Don't worry. Don't worry. I'm on board.
I don't get this kind of support in the BM stream.
Absolutely. Considering that it's
Hate
Sith
them.
and Mars.
Hate them. Oh, and they're picking up the Novaria.
Interesting. Interesting.
Novaria, Paquito. Okay, now looking at the draft, they're picking up things that has gotten them the victory before.
Yeah. It feels like we're devolving back to comfort picks. Because
Yeah.
we need to win this, even if it's still points at the end of the day. We're in a league, and these points and wins matter.
It would be cool if Niners could... Wait. I'm thinking about it.
Think about it for a second.
Because the Fanny has not been given any attention. I'm wondering if RSG has the cojones.
Ooh.
Because you got to deal with the Nathan, right?
Wouldn't Joy be a little bit safer?
Oh, now I'm worried about one thing. I'm worried if RSG feels like, you know what's good right now?
What's good?
A Claude. Going up against the Nathan. I hope not. No, not just because of how the Claw has been performing this season. Historically, Claude is one of the worst heroes for Lolio. Even last season he did not get a win.
Yeah, he did not get a win. He's gotten more wins on Moskov than he has on Claude. Which
stats, people, can you get the stats for Claude Lolio last season? Because I think it's rubbish.
It was bad.
It was bad.
It was real bad here. But speaking...
Respect to the guy, but still.
I mean, speaking of respect, as a matter of fact, we look over to the Niners, it's going to be a classic Paquito versus Yu Zhong matchup. And this is a highly volatile lane for both sides. So, I mean, Kaiser, he's got to show up here. He's got to show up hard because we know that Year 3 can be quite a beast when he gets that first kill.
Yep, Harib getting banned out. So it looks like Lolio is going to get targeted banned here. Yeah, the Paquito going up against the Yu Zhong. I think I've seen this story a lot of times where the protagonist grew up without a dad.
Specifically, yes.
And then the mom has to raise him alone.
Okay.
And then he had to fight a dragon.
I'm following you now. I have a hint of where this is going.
There was even this one time, this guy doesn't even have parents. He went straight to a granddad.
No way.
Yeah, he just had a granddad.
Uh-huh.
And then he had to collect like 7 Dragon Balls or something. I don't know.
And darn it. Darn it. Darn it. Darn it. If only it would be less than 7. Well, speaking of which, I imagine it was just like 3 Dragon Balls. Whoa!
That'd be kind of lame, though.
Shenron gets wished every single time. He's like, I'm sick of this. I'm sick of this. I need to have more cojones in this one. Going into the second phase of the bans, we do see the rough idea here, right? The Harith bans, I mean, every time Lolios had this Harith against Zavs in that lane, Zavs is just struggling until he gets into a team fight and he's like, yeah, I can actually participate in the game. RSG, on the other hand, getting rid of the Lilia, it seems like, you know, trend setting here. Every time we see the Minotaur, we expect them to have a Lilia as a answer.
Usually RSG would ban out a Vexana as well. I want to see if they want to do the same thing. Niners, do they ban out a Brody? Or ban out something in the jungle?
I see lots of prey.
Your team is
Roger, interesting.
I like that. I like that so much. I like that so much because it's showing, hey, we don't want to give RSG a winning or a dominating gold matchup specifically. Anything else, play anything else, anything that slow scales, even better. We don't mind that. Worse yet, Carry is still, oh wait, no, Carry's actually banned out as well. So all majority lane dominant heroes pretty much gone.
So right now, RSG, they have a few options here. The Brody is one of the options. Valentina gets banned. Oh, very interesting here. So they're letting go of the Vexana, but probably RSG feels like they have a way to fight against the Vexana. Yeah. Now it becomes an interesting path where if RSG does want to go for a pick like a Joy.
Can they get away with it, though? I'm thinking if Niners have any way to deter this Joy, because EXP, it's really back and forth. There's no way to tell who's really going to get out of that lane. I feel like the Niners at this point in time, it's got to be like a mage pick to kind of really set the tone for what this comp is going to be. It's not purely dive. For all we know, if Armis was available, that probably would have been a great pick here to go alongside with the Niners. But no, it's Grok. It's going to be a little bit more influential. They're going to hold back on what the mid lane pick is going to be.
Because right now, I'm thinking, what mid laners can be fine against a flanking Paquito? Because usually Lilia is the default option. Now you don't have that. Now you don't have the Faramis as well. Almost every other mage is a stationary mage.
Yeah. I think still either the Vexana or arguably even an Aurora to a certain degree. I say a certain degree
I
here.
feel like the Aurora won't have enough damage. That
It
would be a
really
big problem.
won't. Yeah, it's just a big set, and then after that, it's like, Natan, do the thing.
So now RSG, a jungler as well as a gold laner. Brody is up, Claude is up. He's not a Claude. I'd rather him take a fighter here.
Guinevere.
All right, Bruno. I
Bruno.
forgot about Bruno.
Classics. He's bringing out the classics, all right? I was hoping that he was going to bring out and show off the All-Star skin, but I respect it. The fact that he has a Bruno, he has at least a knockback. He's got the slide tackle to get away from things. He's played into the Yuzong matchups last season over and over and over again. He understands how it works. The Guinevere, especially for the side of RSG, gives him a lot of flexibility with the way they take their fights.
Looking at Moon, he's sweating a bit with the choices that the coach is offering to him.
There's not a lot of good options, to be fair.
Not a lot of good options.
I mean, could
Chang'e.
go... Ooh. It wouldn't be that bad. I mean, he could basically...
Xavier!
Wow.
Okay. Moonji said in an interview against Bang Joel, if I'm not mistaken, Xavier is his favorite hero. So, in this match, when his back is against the wall, when he's looking at his coach like, yo, are you for real? He's bringing out the pocket pick. The Gojo Xavier. Well, at least I hope it's Gojo Xavier.
I hope it's the Gojo Xavier. I mean, I felt like this was going to be a decent game for at least a Nana at the very least.
Oh, yeah.
Have multiple ways to escape. But again, this is Moonji we're talking about. He's got the experience, and he has stolen Lords on this hero before. Let's see if we can get a repeat performance.
Moonji, the Lightbringer, coming in. Xavier. This is going to be an interesting matchup. This is the last game of this match between RSG going up against the Niners. Who will come up on top? Who will get victory? Let's jump into the land of Dawn.
It's match point between these two teams, and it's going to be so important with the interactions in this game because whoever scales faster is going to be inevitably the winner. Well, let's break this down. What are we expecting in this game here?
Well, for now, both junglers are starting on the same side. I believe they should be starting on the EXP side of the map. So they're both going to be contesting that little wonder. Oh, actually, they're starting at the gold laner side. So it looks like an early EXP gang coming in from both teams.
Yeah. Oh, I mean, okay. That's rather interesting here. Now, Yetri is going to be able to get some good damage onto Kaiser. However, Storm is here to make sure that these trades are forever going to be even. Yetri is not going to get a health HP advantage over Kaiser, especially when we're talking about these little fights. And there we have it. The pause. Inevitably, it was going to come at some point.
It's nice that even though the pause came in, the fans didn't stop a beat. They just went through like nothing.
They'll keep going. I'm telling you, they'll keep going.
Oh, my wife's dad is here.
What?
Yeah,
No.
there, besides the dude in the white shirt.
Oh my God! Wow. Okay. That's good to know. I think he's still listening to the BM broadcast, so it's
Yeah. You know what? Hate the BM broadcast.
Yeah. Hey, those
Losers.
guys. Oh, what a bunch of nerds. Speaking of which, how is this game going to go out of control here? Because I feel like for RSG side, it seems very clear. If Vinogo gets ahead, this Xavier is not going to have a good time. There's not a lot of ways to really protect him. And even if you do, you're taking away resources from the other side.
I'm looking at a different angle when RSG autopilots into this game, where they walk straight to the light, where they get combo CC'd by the Xavier. Just walk in a straight line, and then that's where the problem comes in.
They walk into the gates, they walk into the dawning line as well.
Exactly.
Oh.
So I kind of feel like it's all on Vinogo. If Vinogo doesn't get caught by the Xavier and is able to jump on the Xavier, we're going to be looking at a very good RSG game. It really is about placements in this game. Whoever gets caught first stinks.
Stings?
S-T-I-N-K-S.
Stinks. Okay. Got it. I don't know. If we're talking about catch potential as well, I would say that the... Oh, here we go.
Oh, the crowd goes crazy.
I knew it was going to come. We all knew it was going to happen. TikTok famous, by the way.
Now I'm looking at the crowd and they're all like, yeah, guys. Yeah, we love the pause, yeah. Never have I seen in my career where pauses are celebrated.
No, well, that's there was one other time When Melina was headed.
Yeah, Melina.
Yes. But that was only online, and we didn't have too many people in the live venue at that point in time. So, I mean, if we had this big of a crowd, I think it would have been a different story. But let's jump into
I can't blame them. I would do the same thing.
For the memes, emblems and talents, anything that stands out. Ooh, wait, actually, we do see a Bargain Hunter coming in from Zavs this time around. A little bit different from his previous build. Looking at the rest of them, Paquito, full damage, Master Assassin, nothing too out of the ordinary.
Yeah, I'm just seeing that Inspire coming in from Moonji really want to spam his skills. Looking at the rotations here, it looks like both teams have the same idea, protecting the EXP lane, because it's very influential, as we saw in game number 1 as well as game number 2. And just let the gold lane do their thing.
Yep, they're going to fight, but now the full breakout is here. Malvis is able to take just enough with great taunts and 2 targets, taking out both Vinogo and as well as Kaiser. Give it up for Yan3. That Petrify really setting the pace.
I just want to know, did they walk into the light?
They didn't have a choice, to be fair.
Okay.
They were locked down for a very long time.
Well, I think that's the story of this comp, man. A lot of lockdown coming in from Fredrin, the Xavier, as well as the Yuzong.
I think worse yet, I think RSGMY really needs to keep track of battle spells at this point, right?
No, actually, no, even Zop as well. You know the second skill with the Rasengan comes out, and then everyone just clumps back in?
Yep. I know exactly what you're talking about as Muji is about to die here. Oh boy, Barbosa committing his wild charge to get right through Stoem as well to secure this kill. They got his flicker out as well.
Right now, looking at the junglers, looking like Malvis has an experience advantage here going up against Vinogo, but it's not that big of a difference. Looking at both drafts, it really is about that mid game. Once the mid laners have one item, that's where a lot of things should be happening right now. Izanami has to be careful about his mana consumption as well. Oh, he has 1 tier, so it should be fine.
Yeah. Speaking of which, we are seeing Lolios being greedy as ever. No boots, rush, first item, Haas Claw. No worries, just don't walk up too far. Minimize these trades, get that power spike, and then look to kick butt.
I mean, there was an interview where Lolio said he doesn't like Dora the Explorer.
What?
So by that logic as well, he doesn't like Boots.
He doesn't like Boots? But he's like the best character. Other than, well...
The map's pretty good.
The map's pretty, well, I don't know. To each their own. I have my thoughts.
What about the other guy, Diego? I don't even watch Diego. Is he good, Chad? Is Diego good?
You know what? I've never really thought of this. Yeah? I've never made the assumption. It feels a little misogynist at the same time, but, well, let's get... Seeing the lanes actually play out, 20 seconds until the turtle actually comes on in, and, well, with Yan3, 2 assists and Kaiser dying once, it feels like the lane hasn't changed too much, but he does get first push priority. He's already out of there. He's already sitting right on top of the turtle.
Yeah, right now RSGMY, they're positioning themselves to contest for this turtle early on. Stone, as well as Kaiser, finds Barbosa. Looks like they're not going to go too gun-ho about it, though.
Yep. Oh, Izanami, he's getting chunked out by these dawning lights coming in from Moon, and looks like he's going to let his bar completely, his passive reset here. He needs to build up some charge. Malvis in the middle of it. Vinogo jumps on in after Minoan Fury. Barbosa with a wild charge to try and make the difference here as Yan3 petrifies 2 targets, allowing them to take Kaiser out again, and Vinogo as well. Yan3 double kills it. He is all the difference here for the side of the Niners.
Oh, dude. Moonji secures that. Kind of unnecessary, but I like it. This lockdown comp coming in from the Niners, it's very good.
Yeah, the chain CC is absolutely disgusting.
I mean, like, this is where RSGMY, they don't have a choice. They gotta flank somehow, because if they're all walking a straight line, they're walking a death row.
Yep. I mean, even Storm, his engage looks so very good until you notice that Barbosa, he's just tanking through it. He's timing it for that last knockup to get his power of nature available and then hold his wild charge for the counter engage. And now on towards the top side, they're trying to extend this lead. Zavs gets chunked out here, but Stoem, there's not much he can really do but top up Loliels, and even then, Vinogo struggling to find picks of his own.
Right now, from RSGMY, the thought that comes to my head, find the weakness of the lanes. If Niners, they're gonna clump up together, if they're gonna move as a team, let them move as a team. One person just gotta push. Loliel or Kaiser, doesn't matter, as long as you get this neutral objectives, man, because I kind of feel like if you're playing their pace, it's not gonna look good, man. You cannot force a front-to-back team fight against Niners where the draft is so good with front to back. You gotta flank with whatever you have. You gotta use your Guinevere. You gotta use your Paquito.
I think at this point, RSGMY got to make some off-tempo plays here. Guys are trying to make sure that this orange buff is actually protected. Bot tier 1 has already collapsed, and at this point, the lead from the Niners, 2.2k, it looks good, but honestly, with the way that RSGMY is minimizing the damage, trying to staunch the bleeding, Lolios is really starting to find his pacing in this lane. He's two items in already. When are they going to get him involved?
Honestly, with just 2,000 of a goalie coming in from the Niners, RGMY needs 3 kills to more or less neutralize the objective. 3 kills plus a turtle, and goal is even. How do you achieve that? That's going to be more difficult. It's going to be looking on Vinogo to start something, but Loliel has to be involved because he has the consistent damage. Izanami is just poking. He can't kill someone without, you know, being in range of danger himself.
Yep, he's trying to make sure these Star Shadows are effective. Vinogo just completely zoned out here. Can't do much. Even Stoem, he's not even going to bother. No point trying here. But look on the top side of the map, right? We're seeing the Conceal coming up from Barbosa to try and help out Zobs because Lolios, he knows he can actually win this 1v1 and finds the solo kill in a matter of fact. Dawning Light comes out as well as their praises. Brad Kaiser flickers on out of there. But look at this coverage. The cavalry from the side of RSGMY to deny rotations from the Niners as top tier 1 collapses.
Right now, RSG, they're using the advantage of very skilled mechanical players. Loliel staying in his own lane, not rotating, dishing out damage 1v1, getting that turret is a good play. Kaiser has to more or less do the same thing here because even if he doesn't get it, even if Kaiser fails at getting a turret, as long as he's grabbing the attention of the Niners, then he should be good. And off of that play coming in from Loliel, that 3,000 gold lead is only about 1,000 now.
Yep, he's saving a lot. He's giving RSGMY a big discount right now. The question is, when is that sale going to happen? When is the profit going to happen from the Niners, right? Where is that big fight going to happen? My prediction is when this upcoming Lord is going to be planted down in 55 seconds. Entropy out for the side of Zobs. He's chunking down Stoem, but for how long as Lolios finally gets into the fight, gets hit by the gates, Dawning Light as well. Doesn't kill Stoem. Izanami, shot from underneath the turret, and now Lolios gets to go. Wow, Barbosa charges out of there. The knockup coming in from the side of Vinogo. Malvis, he's out of position, gets hit once again by that Star Shatter, but Barbosa is able to deny space. Well done from the side of RSGMY. This is where they profit. Mid-tier 1 under threat.
Dude, right now Yetri wants to engage. Izanami has to use the flicker to get out of there. A little bit messy.
A little bit messy, but they protect the tier 1, right? Mid-tier 1 is just so important, and Yetri also doesn't have the Petrify, so no real reason to guarantee a kill or to engage at that point in time. You lose an ult, no big deal. We can wait for it.
Yeah, right now it looks like they're swapping the lanes here. Kaiser's going up top, Loliel's going down bottom. Niners, 4 members are moving together. Only Yetri is really hovering down bot here. Barbosa sees what RSGMY is trying to do. RSG is holding very good position here, actually holding that mid bush.
Well, they don't know that Yetri is in the tri-brush. It did not reveal him with Astral Echo, but at the same time, now this is going to be the Lord Dance. Back and forth from both sides. It doesn't really matter for RSGMY. They can delay this. They have full control over the lanes. A slow push is eventually going to start building up on that bottom side, but they can respond to it no problems. As this tier 1 still up strong, Zobs and Munji not letting it drop. Malvis gonna get the taunt on towards Storm's side. They back away, reset, rinse, repeat.
The question right now is, does RSG need Kaiser or not? I kind of feel like he serves more purpose being up top. So I'm kind of hoping he stays there with Niners. Who are they gonna send to like potentially catch him? Because right now, Yetri looks like he's all in. He wants this Lord.
He does. I think he needs to show his face now because it's now brought down to 50%. They could take the inevitable space, right? Now, they do see this. Niners, they have to rush. They have to make a decision. They're about to lose an inhibitor turn for basically nothing as Zobs is making his way up to that top side to respond. Another wave like that could mean an end of an inhibitor.
You know what? This is good. RGMY, they know they don't have to force this. Especially going up against a Fredrin. If I was going up against a Fredrin, I don't want to take that 50-50 chance. Because against a Fredrin, it's more of a 70-30.
Yeah.
So don't force it out. Let them tank the Lord, and then we just try to reset it. I feel like this is good coming in from RGMY, understanding you don't have to force things out.
we'll see. They do get the initial hit, forcing the wild charge out of Barbosa. That's actually a big ultimate being wasted away, forcing Barbosa to actually respawn, and they also spot out Zavs on the top side of the map. I think RSG, now's a really good time.
Right now, RSG, the game plan, get the Lord to half or a quarter health, reset. Half, quarter, reset. Half, quarter, reset. This makes it so that the Niners feel like they have to contest, because the moment RSG don't see any of them there, they're just going to rush it down.
But when did they make the call? When did they make the important call of actually rushing this down, right? Because I think that at the end of it, RGMY, they're fishing for Malvis. And here we go. The knockup actually coming big time, but Yet3 comes in with a Black Dragon form. They're baiting out even more spells. Storm in the middle of it. Can't do much as Yet3 jumps into the middle of the fight and gets Loliels, but unfortunately can't finish off the kill. They move away, but Zavs is not letting them take any more space. Malvidas is holding strong. Gone in. Light almost clipping Vinogo, but look at that top side. All of that time wasted, and Kaiser able to secure an inhibitor and now threatens the crystal.
Yeah, right now he's just pushing solo. I don't think he's going to be able to do it, because now Barbosa and Malvis is Kaiser. Can he kill? He can! He dies, but who cares? That's a big play.
I don't know whether Malvis should have walked up like that, but at the same time, you got to give it to RSGMY. They made the smarter choice.
Hey, they know how to tango.
They know how to dance. They brought their dancing shoes here for the salsa, boy. And Niners, just unfortunately, bit of a weird decision there. They should have probably checked it out.
So, recap. RSG got one inhibitor, got a kill on the jungler.
Oh, yeah.
Got the Lord.
Got the Lord.
That's sweet.
It's the trifecta of things you don't want to give over. They've lost in all three of these situations from the side of the Niners and have given a 3,000 gold lead over to the side of RSGMY. As much as we would like to believe, no, that shouldn't have been the case. The Niners could have played that better. It has already happened, and now it's the recovery period. We have to talk about high ground, because right now, Yet3, he's looking for that backline, but he's not getting the extra help. He needs Moonji to be in position to capitalize on the initial Black Dragon Tail into the Petrify.
I like the patience coming in from RSGMY. They're really just trying to bait out skills, and then once they see the skills coming up, they just back away. They're really making sure that the Niners are the ones to initiate, and then them not getting caught.
It's forcing resources, right? It's trading resources against these two cars that can only run on a limited amount of gas. And the more gas that you waste from your opponent, the better you have in terms of overall mileage and actually closing out the game and reaching that finish line. Second inhibitor getting threatened here. Izanami doing some good damage, and now this is the siege.
I'm interested to see Novaria's win rate, because I kind of feel like from week one has been doing well, and this is what Novaria does well, is that once you have a good control of the map, you can force your opposing side to just basically stay in the base, because you're raining meteors on their face. Have you been hit in the face by a meteor?
No.
Tony Stark has. He didn't enjoy it.
I mean, I can only imagine what that would look like. And especially for the NCU, cinematic universe,
oh yeah,
it makes it look pretty agonizing. Real agonizing, as a matter of fact.
I don't think that's how we'll go, though. I think we would die. Well, speaking of dying, Muji has to use the flicker.
Yep. Malvis is trying to buy some time. He is trying to lock down Storm, but he's getting knocked up constantly. Vinogo going to commit with Violet Requiem as well. This might just be a kill, and now they find it. They've already gotten one. Finds a second in Savs as well. A huge pickoff coming in from Kaiser, and now Barbosa, the next to fall. Magic Thump from Vinogo to close the distance, and it's all up to Moonji and Yet3. Black Dragon form to be a deterrent. Actually getting a good Petrify, but unable to capitalize on it. Yet3, this is all they can do. Their high ground defense can only hold on for so long. Malvis is coming back up in 14, but it looks like time is running out.
Well, this is not looking good for the Niners. Moonji, if you can make something happen, make it happen, but Moonji gets hit by Kaiser, and Yetri trying his best, but it looks like his best is not enough.
Yep, they put him out of the misery. Kaiser coming up huge, and like you said, it's the EXPs making the difference in this game to solidify that victory. It's a 2-1. Congrats, GG. Well played to RSGMY.
RSG opened up with a victory. They're going to close it out with a victory. Hey, Bob is still there.
Hey, the man doesn't miss a game, baby.
Oh, he lied. But either ways, 2-1 for RSG. Niners looking strong. but looks like they still got a few things they gotta fix.
Yep, definitely. A couple of things that they need to fix, and if they can repeat performances like game number 2, I mean, the Niners, you can give them as many advantages as they can, but during a 50-50, it really brings out the best and the worst of some of these players.
Yeah, honestly, looking at this matchup, who do you think is the most impactful, man? Because it's more of a team play more than an individual play. But either way, the game is amazing. But for now, we gotta throw it over to Rose and the RSG boys.
Kemenangan yang sangat-sangat manis untuk pasukan RSG MY 2-1. Alright guys, sebelum Papa, I would like to give you guys a chance to give a round of applause to our winners. Mantap. Alright, so kita sebelah the Prince of Mage. Okay, Izanami, tadi you kalahkan the King of Mage in Malaysia. Tapi, you sebagai Prince of Mage, I nak tanya, okay? You guys dapat dominate game pertama tadi. Apa yang menjadi dalam game kedua?
Pendapat saya tentang game kedua tu, mistake kami lebih ke early game lah. Sebab di first turtle pun kami dah mess up lah. Jadi, benda tu dia akan lead sampai ke late game, so game tu kami tidak dapat untuk dapatkan balik momentum lah. So kami kalah di game kedua.
I see, tapi you guys dah bincang backstage apa menjadi selepas tu. I think that was a pretty good game for game 3 kan? Okay, can we please pass the mic to Coach Rain? Alright, Coach. We knew that, okay, title untuk perlawanan ni kan, Battle of the Mastermind. Because ramai orang cakap, ada macam beef sikit dengan Coach Ancha. So, Coach Rain, apa yang you nak cakap dekat Coach Ancha?
Untuk Ancha, saya tak ada nak cakap banyak lah. Kalau nak belajar nak tengok konten gameplay, boleh tengok TikTok saya, Coach Ancha.
Oh my. Okay, tapi how did you manage to macam talk to your boys tadi lepas kekalahan game kedua?
Saya yakinkan diorang yang dia bukan masalah hero, bukan masalah enemy yang kuat. It's about our execution for the early game part yang menyebabkan enemy boleh snowball macam tu lah. So kita fix early game dekat part situ and kita boleh overwhelm enemy lah.
Alright, very nicely said. Diorang bincang elok-elok backstage masa game break. Lepas tu we could see that, you know, ada hasilnya sebab diorang menang game ketiga. Tapi, let's stop talking about that. Korang rasa siapakah MVP perlawanan ini? Alright, MVP kita. 3, 2, 1. Kita punya Prince of Mage. Alright, Zanami, back to you. Okay, sekarang you jadi MVP untuk match ni. And soon, you guys akan lawan SRG. Now, SRG is one of the team yang sangat-sangat kuat musim ni. And dorang ada Stormy, the Mage Prodigy. As the Prince of Mage dekat Malaysia, you rasa perlawanan ni akan jadi mudah ke? Akan jadi susah ke? Ataupun you memang percaya full on what Coach Rain calls the RSG Prime?
Bagi pendapat saya, game menentang SRG ni mungkin akan jadi game yang sengit lah untuk dengan kami berdua ni lah. So, tapi apapun kami still confident lah dengan line up yang sekarang ni. So, kami akan buat yang terbaik untuk game seterusnya.
Alright, nice one. Okay, sebelum we end this interview, I would like to pass the mic to Loliel pula. Okay, Loliel. Sebagai player dah lama dalam RSG MY kan, you rasa lineup ni kuat tak untuk you? Like, in your opinion, is it strong enough to fight this season?
Bagi saya, lineup ni memang cukup kuat lah. Cuma ada beberapa mistake lagi yang kami perlu betulkan dari segi total.
Alright. Any last words for your fans before I send you guys to the media room?
Kepada semua fans RSG MY, terpulang kepada online dan offline, terima kasih banyak-banyak kerana tetap sokong kami dan kami akan buat yang terbaik untuk season ini. Terima kasih.
Alright, thank you very much RSG MY. You guys may now head on over to the media room. Woo. minggu kedua, match pertama. Game yang sangat sengit, sangat intens. 2-1. So guys, now that they are going to the media room, mari kita throw it back to the casters untuk mendapat tahu apa yang menjadi dalam game 2-1 ini. Casters, silakan.
Thanks, Rose. Our MVP of the match coming in from the Prince of Mages himself, Izanami. Coming up big time for the RSG, especially in these clutch moments.
The Prince to down the King, 4-0-10 total KDA. I didn't notice he didn't die in the matches that he won.
Yeah, no, he's been doing a really good job, right? It's one of those things that you notice from Pillars. He has a critical moment, he lands it, and it really changes the shape of the game from a single skill shot, sometimes multiple, depending on the hero that he's playing. But overall, Izanami is standing on top with RSG.
Oh yeah, looking at damage per minute as well, 4,237 damage per minute. This shows how much poking that he does, because if you look at the KDA, 4 kills, 10 assists, it doesn't look like much, but when you see the damage that he deals, it's very evident that he is doing more than enough to push people away. And then when they can't run away, that's where the kill happens.
And more so importantly, so when we look at kill participation, right? The only times he's not there when there are solo kills in lane.
Oh yeah.
Majority of fights, he will always be there with the rest of his team. He never misses a beat. He's never late to anything, and especially when it comes down to fights. Let's have a look at the item build and see if there's anything interesting here, or maybe something that could have been optimized.
Honestly, I kind of feel like everything here is all good. The only good thing about not having a Minotaur, Rafaela, and such coming in from the Niners for RSG is that Izanami does not have to build a Necklace of Durance, so he can go straight for the damage. The fact that I'm not so sure, but I kind of feel like he built the Glowing Wand early, kind of punishes Malvis whenever he goes to the front, and same as Barbosa. I like the adjustment of mid laners right now, going for that Glowing Wand first to make sure that you can do your job well, and what your job is to chunk down the front line.
Yeah, and you know, speaking of which, after looking at those items, I'm surprised that Malvis had only completed 2 items, well, 2.5 items at that point of time, right? This is a 15-minute match game. I thought that the gold lead wasn't too far off, only until the very end there, and even from RSG's side, when you look at the rest of it, no anti-heal. They didn't even have to worry about it. It was like almost a non-factor for them.
The only healing here is really from Malvis as well as J3. So other than that, it really shouldn't be an issue. So RSG, great draft and all. But I really feel like the reason why they won is their macro. Like, I like that Malaysian teams are starting to take the Lord Dance more seriously, and they're learning the correct steps. Where before this, I feel as though what we're trying to do is win the Lord or don't win the Lord. But now it's like the Lord is a secondary or tertiary condition. You're not really going for that Lord. You're going for something else. The Lord is just there to dance along.
It used to be, I'm going to try and step on your feet during the dance. And they're just trading consistently about stepping on each other's toes. I think now, at least with teams, they understand more so, hey, it's not just about the Lord, the resources, but also at the end of the day, what you can get off of the Lord. It means nothing if you take the Lord but lose 4 members in the process, or you lose multiple turrets while taking the Lord. At the same time, it's that trade-off that I think a lot of teams are becoming more aware.
We gotta look at the turret damage later, because even though I feel like Loliel might be ahead of Kaiser, but what Kaiser really did win them the game.
Crazy amount of damage, right? I think a lot of people disrespect Paquito. Oh, full damage, lethal ignition. You're not even Master Assassin. It's not like I'll ever be alone. You get flickered on, champion stance, double jab. You're basically dead. What else? What counterplay do you have?
Yeah, and again, the point that I really want to make is the Kaiser solo on top, making it so that Niners had to make a tough decision, to the point where no matter what they did, it felt like it was the wrong move. And over here, 19,000 damage for Loliel, 10,000 damage from Kaiser. Kaiser really being the ending point. Like, Loliel did all the turns early.
Oh, yeah.
But then at the end of the game, Kaiser is just a threat to be like, if you don't answer me, my team will get the Lord. If you guys go after me, they get the Lord. If they die, I destroy your base. It's a catch-22.
having an insurance policy, having a secondary carry almost to a certain degree, a second win condition even, right? To really force the hand of your opponents. I think it's good that teams are putting this priority and we're seeing damage EXP laners come back into a meta in a way where it is actually relevant and not so like, oh no, we have to always play around our gold laner. We always have to play 4 protecting 1, protect the queen, protect the king every single time. We're diversifying.
Quite interesting enough, both EXP laners are not actually taking a lot of damage in this game. 15,000 for Year 3, 16,000 for Kaiser. It really isn't a lot when it comes to what usual EXP laners have to tank. Heck, even Loliel and Zap took more damage than them.
I mean, Loliel's will always take more damage.
Oh, yeah, true.
Without fail, he seems to be...
He took more damage than the jungler.
Yeah. I mean, to be fair, a lot of the dotting lights were
healing,
pointed.
but still.
To be fair, a lot of the dotting lights were pointed towards his direction, so it makes sense. You only get heals if your HP is brought down more than the max. So he had to heal somewhere, but let's look at our Hall of Famers here. The rich guy, the carry, and as well as the best wingman going over to Loliel's, and Izanami, the Prince of Mages, taking the carry and the best wingman.
Yeah, 80,000 damage and 7 total assists. This is just the thing about Novaria. You don't always secure the kills, but you can dish a lot of damage.
Yeah. Let's not forget about the Astra Echoes, right? During that lore dance, that's got to be the most frustrating thing for the Niners because it always reconfirms the suspicion of RSG. Oh, are they going to cheese our EXP later up in the top side? Are they going to cheese Kaiser? No. Astral Echo? Oh, guess 3 of them are here. Good chance that we can continue to pressure the Lord.
This game just shows that RSG has matured. I feel like this is a good showing from them, but still, I don't think it's the prime that they're looking for. They're very confident with their lineup.
Okay.
But I feel like, in terms of potential, there should be more than this.
Okay. I can agree with that potential, but let's give a scale, something a little bit more tangible for our international audience there. Do you think that this team, RSG, in their form right now, is international ready?
No. Not yet, no.
Scale of 1 to 10, how much more steps or points do they need in that scale of 1 to 10 to reach that 10?
Let's just say, in the current standings of MPL, I'm looking at top 5, top 6.
Wow! Top 5, top 6. Yeah. Man, that's really unpolished then, really smudged up.
No, it's because I love them.
You love them that much?
Yeah. So you gotta give that hard love because, like,
dang,
if you love someone, you gotta give them a reality check. You gotta give them a hard time. Give them that tough love.
Right? I can see that tough love here.
That's why if you have a kid, then slap him every once in a while. No?
Hard backhand, front hand.
I prefer back.
Back? I'm a front hand person. I'm sorry.
Okay. We're Asians. In case you guys are watching internationally, this is like our culture.
Yeah.
Is it not? Am I not allowed to say this?
No. I think the real question is, do you wear a ring when you do it, or do you?
Oh no! No!
That's where we draw the line.
No, I'm not that mean. No rings. No rings.
That's where we draw the line. No. But at the end of this, once again, GG RSGMY. Congratulations, you've taken a point for yourselves. And let's look at the current standings as they shoot up to second place, just below the Selangor Red Giants. This currently puts them in a good position, but keep in mind this is only week 2, day 1. Their positioning could be threatened by any of the teams under them, from Monster Vicious or even King Empire Esports.
And this is why I say their top 6 or 5, because their aggregate points is just 1. It's just 1. Hoda has 1, Monster Vicious has 1. Right? Monster Vicious has played 2 games, RGMY has played 3 games. So even though their points is 5, their aggregate points is only 1. So that's why I say 5 wins and 4 losses. This is not a team that I feel is champion worthy yet. It's a long season. They have a lot of time to improve. And as a fan of the team, I love RSG. I really do.
Of course.
I want to see them get to the point where they can at least secure a top 3, because it's been quite a while that we've seen. Oh, wait, but no. In Malaysia, we have a meta.
Yep.
You want to be top 2 in regular season.
Yes.
Not top 1.
I was going to bring that up.
Not top 1.
You beat me to the punch.
Your eyes told me the story.
I was like,
Your eyes be like, okay, I guess what you're saying, Gideon.
It's true. It's true. There is a curse going on. If you do well in the regular season and you're number 1, you usually don't win the championship at the end of it. Lifting that trophy is a far-fetched dream for so many of the teams that have taken that curse. But it begs the question, right? What will it take for RSG to get to that point? What is the one thing that you can impart to them that's going to really shake off the rust, give them that nice delicious polish.
Win, but not too much.
Win, but not too much?
It's like, have you watched Incredibles? Right, the end scene where it's like, you know, the kid is fast, like, no, number one,
No.
3, 4. Yeah.
Just hold it. Just keep it in.
Just hold back.
Pull it
back. But if I want to give a proper, like, analytical kind of idea,
be the Asian parent.
Play around Izanami and Kaiser a little bit more.
Interesting. Playing on your EXP and as well as mid.
Because I feel like both of those can carry. Lolia can carry, but he is a risk.
He is a risk?
Give a backhand to Lolia? I don't know. Not that far. Not that far.
But it's definitely one of those stocks that it's going to be a little scary to invest in. Sometimes sometimes you get your 10x, other times it's a -5 or minus 10x. It's a little tough to say. But speaking of which, let's talk about the next matchup that's happening. Coming up next, we have the Homeboys against Monster Vicious. Now, Homeboys, not exactly the best start to the season, and the same can be said about MV, but MV at the end of that week was looking just a tad bit better.
A tip for all of you. If you guys want to increase your social media presence, if Homeboys loses, do a live about it. People will tune in.
Oh my goodness.
Trust me.
Is this the new Is this the TikTok meta?
Social media will blow up. If Homeboys loses, you know, maybe you cry a bit, maybe you get angry. Dude, all you, man.
You're giving away trade secrets right now. How else are the rest of us going to beef up our social media?
Yo, DJ Y, at least treat me to dinner.
Dinner it might be, but honestly, I'm actually excited for this matchup because you know MV, they're coming up.
They're very strong.
I mean, compared to the Homeboys now, I think that's a good way to scale their power level. You know, we got a Dragon Ball Power Starters on for this upcoming matchup, and maybe it might shock us, it might surprise us, it might be pretty straightforward.
By the way, we're gonna resume around 8 p.m. because we're gonna go for Buka Puasa first. After Buka Puasa, then we're gonna resume. So never mind what I say. 7:45, but the draft starts at 8. So be here by 7:50. Be in the middle.
Be in the middle. A good time. A good timing in between, and especially if you're coming
or
to the live
8:30.
stage.
I don't care.
Yeah, if you're coming to the live stage, make sure.
Oh,
if you're gonna Buka Puasa, pack it up, because again, this happens fast. With that being said, here at the MPL MY Season 13, the most entertaining region of them all, we're gonna bid you farewell, and we'll see you after Buka Puasa.
Dead. Nice. Nice one. Right, blue bush.
Kurang baik.
Don't die.
Tahu lang.
You not puasa. You die. Nice one, guys. Ay.
Coming.
No, di pa kami.
Coming, guys.
Palag.
Initial fight.
Fight.
Dead.
Nice. Memang baik lah. Dead. Okay, go pam.
Harit kalau boleh. Harit pegang. Mati!
Tarik.
Depan dulu, guys. Dia makan aku salah. Jam. Rapat jam. Dah beri bantai.
Mati dulu. Mati. Mati. Bodoh. Turtle. Di bawah dok.
Boleh nih. Win target.
Mati.
Semua gas!
Turtle.
Ada mau
Nopa. Mati. Ada.
Bakap. Last hit. Nice. Go.
Don't fight.
Kasih.
Don't fight.
Just blocking. Dashin. This guy dead.
Level tegrak.
Dead. Nice one.
Wow! Gila kelas mo.
sangat mudah saya katakan.
Selamat datang ke MPL Malaysia musim ke-13 di mana yang terbaik akan berentap dalam pertempuran sengit dan penuh strategi. Seperti pada musim yang lepas, 10 pasukan profesional akan bersaing selama 6 minggu dalam arena yang penuh aksi di regular season. Namun, bermula pada musim ini, cuma 6 pasukan akan layak ke play-off dan pasukan di tempat ke-7 dan ke-8 hanya dapat stay untuk musim seterusnya. Tapi sayang sekali, tiada slot ke play-off buat mereka pada musim ini. Bagi pasukan di tempat ke-10, slot musim ke-14 mereka akan diganti oleh tempat pertama MAL Conference Group. Mereka akan di-reset dan harus merebut kembali peluang melalui MAL musim kedua. Dan apa itu MAL? Mobile Legends Bang Bang Academy League adalah liga amatur di mana terlahirnya bintang-bintang baharu. 15 pasukan akan bersaing untuk meraih kejuaraan dan 2 pasukan MPL Conference Group teratas akan berpeluang merebut slot ke MPL Malaysia musim seterusnya. Okey, kembali ke MPL. Pasukan MPL Malaysia tempat ke-9 akan berentap dengan pasukan tempat kedua dari MAL Conference Group dalam pusingan MPL Malaysia Challenger Stage bersama format Best of 5 semasa Grand Final MAL musim yang pertama, di mana pemenang akan menentukan slot terakhir MPL Malaysia musim ke-14. 6 pasukan yang layak ke play-off akan berentap untuk meneruskan jalan ke Grand Final MPL Malaysia musim ke-13 dan merebut peluang untuk ke MSC 2024. Jadi, bersiap sedia. Persiapkan strategi anda. Bersedia untuk aksi profesional di pentas MPL Malaysia musim ke-13.
Sekarang mereka cuba untuk melakukan pertahanan. Setup akan dilakukan oleh Vinogo. Tarikan daripada Lord cuba dilakukan. Penalti zone terlebih dahulu dikeluarkan oleh Yentri, tetapi berjaya dijatuhkan oleh Lolia. Sekarang serangan demi serangan. Keadaan ataupun kedudukan gol ini masing-masing, tapi sekarang ini serangan akan dilakukan. Apa dimulakan dengan adanya Nederium, tetapi dilepaskan oleh Munci. Zaf berjaya mendapat gol.
Sekarang ini mereka cuba paksa dengan pertempuran yang cuba dilakukan. Vinogo menjadi target utama. Tengok bagaimana damage daripada Zaf. Selesai dia untuk keluarkannya. Vinogo akan dikenyak terlebih dahulu. Malvis akan dikorbankan dan Loyal dari bangsa seterusnya. Yetri buat kerja. Dia ada Venom Fury, dia ada Flicker. Venom Fury dilepaskan terlebih dahulu. Vinogo, dia tak ada spasi migrasi tapi dia timbang seorang pemain. Dan sekarang ini Malvis yang menerima damage besar akan dikuburkan. Retribution tiada untuk Niners. Kaiser Vinogo juga dalam pada masa sama. Yetri!
Berminat untuk mengetahui info lanjut mengenai prestasi pemain dan jadi sebahagian daripada MPL Malaysia? Layari laman rasmi Liga E-Sukan nombor 1 Malaysia untuk dapatkan maklumat terkini dan lengkap. Layari laman rasmi MPL Malaysia sekarang Ayo kita bersama menaikkan mutu MLBB di Malaysia. Jangan terlepas kemas kini Liga Akademi rasmi MLBB Malaysia, MPL Malaysia. Ikuti semua platform rasmi kami. Ayo sokong MPL Malaysia musim pertama. Ikuti semua platform rasmi. Semua peminat dan penyokong dijemput ke arena MPL Malaysia musim ke-13 di Serdang. Anda berpeluang berjumpa dengan pemain kegemaran anda, kumpul tanda tangan eksklusif dan sertai kempen Fan of the Season.
Interested in knowing more about player performance and be a part of MPL Malaysia? Visit the website of MPL Malaysia's #1 esports league for the latest news and league updates. Don't miss out on updates from the official MLBB Malaysia Academy League, MAL Malaysia. Follow all our official platforms. All fans are invited to the MPL Malaysia Season 13 Arena in Serdang. You will get a chance to meet your favorite players, get exclusive autographs, and join the Fan of the Season campaign.
Versus satu sekali catch it dan Albert di sana ternyata harus hilang.
Avalanche fight as Lone gets instantly shot down by the Blazing Duet, as well as the Electo final blow. This is going to be easy cleanup for Todak as most of the...
Apat yun, pero nasipatin siya yung ninakaw na sipa. Buhay pa rin ang 4v1! Backline already, and they're running for the lives, gunning it. Gary trying to drag the members of RG right underneath the turret. It's not enough though. Gray coming all the way, and he cleans it all the way up. Just no way for him to run.
Kita kata ada satu buah reward di Malaysia membuat pergerakan dari Liga terlalu benar-benar slow. Rafannya sudah tumbang.
Menang, kalah, pressure, harapan, skill, mistake, dah ready. Kalah, dihentak, dituntut semua untuk peminat.
Spotlight melambangkan satu sosok tumpuan.
Tumpuan untuk melakukan yang terbaik. Tumpuan untuk menjadi seorang role model.
Pelaburan, pengorbanan, semuanya.
Sorotan itu penting. Ia membuatkan kita percaya.
The supporters will witness our fights and our struggles.
Memikul harapan untuk mempertahankan kemenangan.
Menjadi cabaran terbesar untuk mencapai matlamat kami.
Pastikan kemenangan dan kebanggaan dikecam di rumah kita.
Harapan masih terpahat di hati.
Untuk menjadi juara.
Kembali merampas tahta.
Meneruskan legasi kami.
Di bawah cahaya, semuanya menjadi lebih jelas.
Underdog, kuda hitam? No, kami adalah Monster Vicious.
Cahaya impian telah menerangi pentas ini.
Kejayaan bukan lagi dongeng.
Not just a dream.
Ia arti harapan yang sebenar.
Mungkin ada yang sangka bahawa harapan ini akan hilang.
Tapi bukan kami.
Ini harapan kami. Ini semangat kami. Bersama kami mencapai satu tujuan.
Menjadi sinar yang paling terang.
Hotlink
prepaid 5G serba baharu. Nikmati jago 5G untukmu. Dengan kelajuan internet 5G tanpa batas. Layan gaming sepantas kilat. Dan stream video paling lancar. Nikmati juga lebih nilai dengan 20% cashback. Hanya RM32 sebulan. Dapatkan sekarang.
This fairy tale ended with the poisoned apple, and my tale began. A princess in a tower is just a bird in a cage.
Curse it! Take my vengeance! Protect your queen!
Kneel before your queen. It won't take long, I promise.
Confirm mantap, confirm lah Nescafe.
Pelbagai kejayaan dapat dikecapi. Sejarah baharu telah tercipta. Namun, setakat itu sahajakah kemampuan kita? Setiap kali ke pentas dunia, pasti kecewa. Sampai bila kita nak kalah? Ditundukkan serendah-rendahnya. Sampai bila kita nak dihina? Tiap musim harapan peminat gugur. Sampai bila nak kalah? Sampai bila nak kecewa? Setiap rakyat pasti akan melaungkan semangat ingin mempertahankan rumah mereka. Jika patah sayap Raja Wali, bertongkat jua kita kemari. Tahun ini pastinya kemenangan semakin dicita demi menjulang nama Malaysia di pesada dunia. Di mana bumi dipijak, disitulah langit dijunjung. Stadium MBSJ Serdang Jaya secara rasminya menjadi rumah MPL MY pada tahun ini. Seterusnya, melangkah ke arena besar di Timur Tengah, di Riyadh, Arab Saudi. Juara kita bangkit menghadapi cabaran, bersedia mencipta sejarah. Utara, Timur, Barat dan Selatan, kita semua MPL MY Playoff musim ke-14 akan berhijrah ke Johor, mendekatkan lagi silaturahim MPL MY bersama. Hasrat kita semua bersatu dan bangkit dengan satu tujuan yang sama. Naikkan martabat negara, kecari juara dunia, kemuncaknya di M6. Pastikan kemenangan dan kebanggaan dikecap di rumah kita.
So I can position for bot.
Dead.
Nice.
Nice one.
Right, blue bush, baka pa.
Drop dying. Don't die.
Don't die.
You not was Nice one, guys. Ay. Coming. No, di pa kami. Coming, guys. Kapalag. So you should fight. Fight.
Tara.
Dead.
Nice. Oh, memang baik lah, El.
Dead.
Nice. Okay, go pam.
Harit kalau boleh. Haritnya pegang. Mati!
Tarik. Dead good.
Pede. Depan dulu guys. Dia makan aku salah.
Dah rapat dah.
Dah beri bantai.
Mati dulu. Mati. Mati bodoh. Turtle. Di bawah
lihat boleh ni. Win target.
Mati. Turtle.
Ada mau
Nopa. Mati. Ayo dah.
Back up.
Wait, Dalton.
Last hit. Nice. Go.
Don't fight.
Don't fight. Just blocking. Hey, Dashin, this guy dead.
Level the grab.
Dead, nice one.
Don't
Flicker.
Gila kelas bodoh kaget.
Selamat datang ke MPL Malaysia musim ke-13 di mana yang terbaik akan berentap dalam pertempuran sengit dan penuh strategi. Seperti pada musim yang lepas, 10 pasukan profesional akan bersaing selama 6 minggu dalam arena yang penuh aksi di regular season. Namun, bermula pada musim ini, cuma 6 pasukan akan layak ke play-off dan pasukan di tempat ke-7 dan ke-8 hanya dapat stay untuk musim seterusnya. Tapi sayang sekali, tiada slot ke play-off buat mereka pada musim ini. Bagi pasukan di tempat ke-10, slot musim ke-14 mereka akan diganti oleh tempat pertama MAL Conference Group. Mereka akan di-reset dan harus merebut kembali peluang melalui MAL musim kedua. Dan apa itu MAL? Mobile Legends Bang Bang Academy League adalah liga amatur di mana terlahirnya bintang-bintang baharu. 15 pasukan akan bersaing untuk meraih kejuaraan dan 2 pasukan MPL Conference Group teratas akan berpeluang merebut slot ke MPL Malaysia musim seterusnya. Okey, kembali ke MPL. Pasukan MPL Malaysia tempat ke-9 akan berentap dengan pasukan tempat kedua dari MAL Conference Group dalam pusingan MPL Malaysia Challenger Stage bersama format Best of 5 semasa Grand Final MAL musim yang pertama, di mana pemenang akan menentukan slot terakhir MPL Malaysia musim ke-14. 6 pasukan yang layak ke play-off akan berentap untuk meneruskan jalan ke Grand Final MPL Malaysia musim ke-13 dan merebut peluang untuk ke MSC 2024. Jadi, bersiap sedia. Persiapkan strategi anda. Bersedia untuk aksi profesional di pentas MPL Malaysia musim ke-13.
Sekarang mereka cuba untuk melakukan pertahanan. Setup akan dilakukan oleh Vinogo. Tarikan daripada Lord cuba dilakukan. Penalty zone terlebih dahulu dikeluarkan oleh Yentri, tetapi berjaya dijatuhkan oleh Lolia. Sekarang serangan demi serangan. Keadaan ataupun kedudukan gol ini masing-masing, tapi sekarang ini serangan akan dilakukan. Apa dimulakan dengan adanya Nederium tetapi dilepaskan oleh Munci. Zaf berjaya mendapat gol.
Sekarang ini mereka cuba paksa dengan pertempuran yang cuba dilakukan. Vinogo menjadi target utama. Tengok bagaimana damage daripada Zaf. Selesa dia untuk keluarkannya. Vinogo akan dikenyak terlebih dahulu. Malvis akan dikorbankan dan Loyal dari bangsa seterusnya. Yetri buat kerja. Dia ada Venom Fury, dia ada Flicker. Venom Fury dilepaskan terlebih dahulu. Vinogo dia tak ada spasi migrasi tapi dia timbang seorang pemain. Dan sekarang ini Malvis yang menerima damage besar akan dikuburkan. Retribution tiada untuk Dinos. Kaiser Vinogo juga dalam pada masa sama. Yetri!
Berminat untuk mengetahui info lanjut mengenai prestasi pemain dan jadi sebahagian daripada MPL Malaysia? Layari laman rasmi Liga E-Sukan nombor 1 Malaysia untuk dapatkan maklumat terkini dan lengkap. Layari laman rasmi MPL Malaysia sekarang. Ayo kita bersama menaikkan mutu MLBB di Malaysia. Jangan terlepas kemas kini Liga Academy rasmi MLBB Malaysia, MAL Malaysia. Ikuti semua platform rasmi kami. Ayo sokong MAL Malaysia musim pertama. Ikuti semua platform rasmi. Semua peminat dan penyokong dijemput ke arena MPL Malaysia musim ke-13 di Serdang. Anda berpeluang berjumpa dengan pemain kegemaran anda, kumpul tanda tangan eksklusif dan sertai kempen Fan of the Season.
Interested in knowing more about player performance and be a part of MPL Malaysia? Visit the website of MPL Malaysia's #1 esports league for the latest news and league updates. Don't miss out on updates from the official MLBB Malaysia Academy League, MAL Malaysia. Follow all our official platforms. All fans are invited to the MPL Malaysia Season 13 Arena in Serdang. You will get a chance to meet your favorite players, get exclusive autographs, and join the Fan of the Season campaign.
Versus satu Scalar can you do it? Dan Albert di sana ternyata harus hilang.
Ledge fight is low, gets instantly shot down by the Blazing Duet as well as the Electo final blow. This is going to be easy cleanup for Todak as most of the...
Apat yun, pero nasipa din siya yung ninakaw na sipa. Buhay pa rin ang 4v1! Backline already, and they're running for the lives, gunning it. David trying to drag the members of RG right underneath the turret. It's not enough though. Gray coming all the way, and he cleats it all the way up. Just nowhere for him to run.
Kita kata ada satu Homebois and MV yang membuat pergerakan dari Liga terlalu benar-benar slow. Rafanya sudah tumpah.
Menang, kalah, pressure, harapan, skill, mistake, dah ready. Kalah, dihentak, dituntut semua untuk peminat.
Spotlight melambangkan satu sosok tumpuan.
Meneruskan dynasty mereka 3 kali juara MPL Malaysia.
Tumpuan untuk melakukan yang terbaik. Tumpuan untuk menjadi seorang role model.
Penantian, pelaburan, pengorbanan, semuanya.
Sorotan itu penting. Ia membuatkan kita percaya.
The supporters will witness our fights and our struggles.
Memikul harapan untuk mempertahankan kemenangan.
Menjadi cabaran terbesar untuk mencapai matlamat kami.
Pastikan kemenangan dan kebanggaan dikecap di rumah kita.
Harapan masih terpahat di hati. Untuk menjadi juara. Kembali merampas tahta.
Meneruskan legasi kami.
Di bawah cahaya, semuanya menjadi lebih jelas.
Underdog, kuda hitam. No, kami adalah Monster Vicious.
Cahaya impian telah menerangi pentas ini.
Kejayaan bukan lagi dongeng.
Not just a dream.
Ia arti harapan yang sebenar.
Mungkin ada yang sangka bahawa harapan ini akan hilang.
Tapi bukan kami.
Ini harapan kami. Ini semangat kami. Bersama kami, mencapai satu tujuan.
Menjadi sinar yang paling terang.
Hotlink Prepaid 5G serba baharu. Nikmati jago 5G untukmu. Dengan kelajuan internet 5G tanpa batas. Layan gaming sepantas kilat. Dan stream video paling lancar. Nikmati juga lebih nilai dengan 20% cashback. Hanya RM32 sebulan. Dapatkan sekarang.
This fairy tale ended with a poisoned apple, and my tale began. A princess in a tower is just a bird in a cage. Curse it! Take my vengeance! Protect your queen! Kneel before your queen. It won't take long, I promise.
Confirm mantap, confirm lah Nescafe.
Pelbagai kejayaan dapat dikecapi. Sejarah baharu telah tercipta. Namun, setakat itu sahajakah kemampuan kita? Setiap kali ke pentas dunia, pasti kecewa. Sampai bila kita nak kalah? Ditundukkan serendah-rendahnya. Sampai bila kita nak dihina? Tiap musim harapan peminat gugur.
Sampai bila nak kalah?
Sampai bila nak kecewa? Setiap rakyat pasti akan melaungkan semangat ingin mempertahankan rumah mereka. Jika patah sayap Raja Wali, bertongkat jua kita kemari. Tahun ini pastinya kemenangan semakin dicita demi menjulang nama Malaysia di pesada dunia. Di mana bumi dipijak, disitulah langit dijunjung. Stadium MBSJ Serdang Jaya secara rasminya menjadi rumah MPL MY pada tahun ini. Seterusnya, melangkah ke arena besar di Timur Tengah, di Riyadh, Arab Saudi. Juara kita bangkit menghadapi cabaran, bersedia mencipta sejarah. Utara, Timur, Barat dan Selatan, kita semua MPL MY Playoff musim ke-14 akan berhijrah ke Johor, mendekatkan lagi silaturahim MPL MY bersama. Hasrat kita semua bersatu dan bangkit dengan satu tujuan yang sama. Naikkan martabat negara, kecari juara dunia, kemuncaknya di M6. Pastikan kemenangan dan kebanggaan dikecap di rumah kita.
So I can position for bot. Dead. Nice.
Nice one.
Right side, blue bush, baka pa.
Drop dying.
Don't die.
Tahu lang.
You die, you not was you die.
Nice one, guys. Ay. Coming.
No, di pa kami.
So initial fight.
Fight.
Dead.
Nice. Oh, memang baik lah, El. Dead.
Nice.
Okay, go pam.
Harit kalau boleh. Harit yang pegang. Mati!
Tarik. Dead good.
Pede. Depan dulu guys. Dia makan aku salah. Dah rapat Zaf. Dah beri fight. Bantai!
Mati dulu. Mati. Mati, bodoh. Turtle. Di bawah dok, lihat tu.
Boleh ni. Win target.
Mati. Turtle.
Ada mau
Nopa. Mati. Ay, dah.
Back up.
Wait, Dalton.
Last hit. Nice. Go.
Don't fight.
Don't fight.
Just blocking. Hey, dash in. This guy dead. Level take rock. Dead. Nice one.
Don't flicker. Wow! Gila kelas mo na kagad!
Selamat datang ke MPL Malaysia musim ke-13 di mana yang terbaik akan berentap dalam pertempuran sengit dan penuh strategi. Seperti pada musim yang lepas, 10 pasukan profesional akan bersaing selama 6 minggu dalam arena yang penuh aksi di regular season. Namun, bermula pada musim ini, cuma 6 pasukan akan layak ke play-off dan pasukan di tempat ke-7 dan ke-8 hanya dapat stay untuk musim seterusnya. Tapi sayang sekali, tiada slot ke play-off buat mereka pada musim ini. Bagi pasukan di tempat ke-10, slot musim ke-14 mereka akan diganti oleh tempat pertama MPL Conference Group. Mereka akan di-reset dan harus merebut kembali peluang melalui MPL musim kedua. Dan apa itu MPL? Mobile Legends Bang Academy League adalah liga amatur di mana terlahirnya bintang-bintang baharu. 15 pasukan akan bersaing untuk meraih kejuaraan dan 2 pasukan MPL Conference Group teratas akan berpeluang merebut slot ke MPL Malaysia musim seterusnya. Okey, kembali ke MPL. Pasukan MPL Malaysia tempat ke-9 akan berentap dengan pasukan tempat kedua dari MPL Conference Group dalam pusingan MPL Malaysia Challenger Stage bersama format Best of 5 semasa Grand Final MPL musim yang pertama, di mana pemenang akan menentukan slot terakhir MPL Malaysia musim ke-14. 6 pasukan yang layak ke play-off akan berentap untuk meneruskan jalan ke Grand Final MPL Malaysia musim ke-13 dan merebut peluang untuk ke MSC 2024. Jadi, bersiap sedia. Persiapkan strategi anda. Bersedia untuk aksi profesional di pentas MPL Malaysia musim ke-13.
Sekarang mereka cuba untuk melakukan pertahanan. Setup akan dilakukan oleh Vinogo. Tarikan daripada Lord cuba dilakukan. Penalty zone terlebih dahulu dikeluarkan oleh Yentri tetapi berjaya ditentukan oleh Lolia. Sekarang serangan demi serangan. Keadaan ataupun kedudukan gol ini masing-masing, tapi sekarang ini serangan akan dilakukan. Apa dimulakan dengan adanya Nederium tetapi dilepaskan oleh Munci. Zaf berjaya mendapat gol.
Sekarang ini mereka cuba paksa dengan pertempuran yang cuba dilakukan. Vinogo menjadi target utama. Tengok bagaimana damage daripada Zaf. Selesai dia untuk keluarkannya. Vinogo akan dikenyak terlebih dahulu. Malvis akan dikorbankan dan Loyal dari bangsa seterusnya. Yetri buat kerja. Ada Venom Fury, dia ada flicker. Venom Fury dilepaskan terlebih dahulu. Benogo, dia tak ada spasi migrasi tapi dia timbang seorang pemain. Dan sekarang ini Malvis yang menerima damage besar akan dikuburkan. Retribution tiada untuk Niners. Kaiser Benogo juga dalam pada masa sama. Yetri!
Berminat untuk mengetahui info lanjut mengenai prestasi pemain dan jadi sebahagian daripada MPL Malaysia? Layari laman rasmi Liga E-Sukan nombor 1 Malaysia untuk dapatkan maklumat terkini dan lengkap. Layari laman rasmi MPL Malaysia sekarang. Ayo kita bersama menaikkan mutu MLBB di Malaysia. Jangan terlepas kemas kini Liga Academy rasmi MLBB Malaysia, MAL Malaysia. Ikuti semua platform rasmi kami. Ayo sokong MAL Malaysia musim pertama. Ikuti semua platform rasmi. Semua peminat dan penyokong dijemput ke arena MPL Malaysia musim ke-13 di Serdang. Anda berpeluang berjumpa dengan pemain kegemaran anda, kumpul tanda tangan eksklusif dan sertai kempen Fan of the Season.
Interested in knowing more about player performance and be a part of MPL Malaysia? Visit the website of MPL Malaysia's #1 esports league for the latest news and league updates. Don't miss out on updates from the official MLBB Malaysia Academy League, MAL Malaysia. Follow all our official platforms. All fans are invited to the MPL Malaysia Season 13 Arena in Serdang. You will get a chance to meet your favorite players, get exclusive autographs, and join the Fan of the Season campaign.
Satu skala schedule to him dan Albert di sana ternyata harus hilang.
Ledge fight as Logan gets instantly shot down by the Blazing Duet as well as the Electo final blow. This is going to be easy cleanup for Todak as most of the...
Apat yun, pero nasipa din siya yung ninakaw na sipa. Buhay pa rin ang 4v1! Backline already, and you're running for the lives, gunning it. David trying to drag the members of RG right underneath the turret. It's not enough though. Gray coming all the way in, he cleans it all the way up. Just nowhere for him to run.
Kita akan ada satu Homebois and MV yang membuat pergerakan dari Liga terlalu benar-benar slow. Rafanya sudah tumpah.
spotlight melambangkan satu sosok tumpuan.
Meneruskan dynasty mereka 3 kali juara MPL Malaysia.
Tumpuan untuk melakukan yang terbaik. Tumpuan untuk menjadi seorang role model.
Penantian, pelaburan, pengorbanan, semuanya.
Sorotan itu penting. Ia membuatkan kita percaya.
The supporters will witness our fights and our struggles.
Memikul harapan untuk mempertahankan kemenangan.
Menjadi cabaran terbesar untuk mencapai matlamat kami.
Pastikan kemenangan dan kebanggaan dikecap di rumah kita.
Harapan masih terpahat di hati untuk menjadi juara. Kembali merampas tahta.
Meneruskan legasi kami.
Di bawah cahaya, semuanya menjadi lebih jelas.
Underdog, kuda hitam? No, kami adalah Monster Vicious.
Cahaya impian telah menerangi pentas ini.
Kejayaan bukan lagi dongeng. Not just a dream.
Ia adalah harapan yang sebenar.
Mungkin ada yang sangka bahawa harapan ini akan hilang.
Tapi bukan kami.
Ini harapan kami. Ini semangat kami.
Bersama kami mencapai satu tujuan.
Menjadi sinar yang paling terang.
Hotlink Prepaid 5G serba baharu. Nikmati jago 5G untukmu. Dengan kelajuan internet 5G tanpa batas. Layan gaming sepantas kilat. Dan stream video paling lancar. Nikmati juga lebih nilai dengan 20% cashback hanya RM32 sebulan. Dapatkan sekarang.
This fairy tale ended with the poisoned apple, and my tale began. A princess in a tower is just a bird in a cage. Curse it! Take my vengeance! Protect your queen! Kneel before your queen. It won't take long, I promise.
Confirm mantap, confirm lah Nescafe.
Pelbagai kejayaan dapat dikecapi. Sejarah baharu telah tercipta. Namun, setakat itu sahajakah kemampuan kita? Setiap kali ke pentas dunia, pasti kecewa. Sampai bila kita nak kalah? Ditundukkan serendah-rendahnya. Sampai bila kita nak dihina? Tiap musim harapan peminat gugur.
Sampai bila nak kalah?
Sampai bila nak kecewa? Setiap rakyat pasti akan melaungkan semangat ingin mempertahankan rumah mereka. Jika patah sayap Raja Wali, bertongkat jua kita kemari. Tahun ini pastinya kemenangan semakin dicita demi menjulang nama Malaysia di pesada dunia. Di mana bumi dipijak, disitulah langit dijunjung. Stadium MBSJ Serdang Jaya secara rasminya menjadi rumah MPL MY pada tahun ini. Seterusnya, melangkah ke arena besar di Timur Tengah, di Riyadh, Arab Saudi. Juara kita bangkit menghadapi cabaran, bersedia mencipta sejarah. Utara, Timur, Barat dan Selatan, kita semua MPL MY Playoff musim ke-14 akan berhijrah ke Johor, mendekatkan lagi silaturahim MPL MY bersama. Hasrat kita semua bersatu dan bangkit dengan satu tujuan yang sama. Naikkan martabat negara, kecari juara dunia, kemuncaknya di M6. Pastikan kemenangan dan kebanggaan dikecap di rumah kita.
So I can position for bot.
Dead.
Nice.
Nice one.
Right side, blue bush, back up.
Gerak dying.
JWT.
Don't die.
Tahu lah. If you die, you not pass. If you die,
Nice one, guys. Ay. Coming. No, di pa kami. Coming, guys. Initial fight. Fight. Dead.
Nice. Oh, memang baik lah.
Dead.
Okay, go pump.
Harit kalau boleh. Haritnya pegang. Mati!
Tarik. Dead good.
Pede. Depan dulu, guys. Dia makan aku salah. Dah, rapat kau. Dah beri baik. Bantai!
Mati dua. Mati. Mati, bodoh.
Baik.
Turtle. Di bawah tu, lihat
boleh ni. Win target.
Mati.
Semua gas!
Turtle.
Ada mau
Nopa. Mati. Ay, dah.
Back.
Wait, Dalton.
Last hit. Nice. Go.
Don't fight.
Don't fight.
Just walking. Hey, dash in. This guy dead.
Telepon tegrak.
Dead. Nice one.
Flicker.
Wow! Gila kelas mo na kagad!
I'm done.
Selamat datang ke MPL Malaysia musim ke-13 di mana yang terbaik akan berentap dalam pertempuran sengit dan penuh strategi. Seperti pada musim yang lepas, 10 pasukan profesional akan bersaing selama 6 minggu dalam arena yang penuh aksi di regular season. Namun, bermula pada musim ini, cuma 6 pasukan akan layak ke play-off dan pasukan di tempat ke-7 dan ke-8 hanya dapat stay untuk musim seterusnya. Tapi sayang sekali, tiada slot ke play-off buat mereka pada musim ini. Bagi pasukan di tempat ke-10, slot musim ke-14 mereka akan diganti oleh tempat pertama MAL Conference Group. Mereka akan di-reset dan harus merebut kembali peluang melalui MAL musim kedua. Dan apa itu MAL? Mobile Legends Bang Bang Academy League adalah liga amatur di mana terlahirnya bintang-bintang baharu. 15 pasukan akan bersaing untuk meraih kejuaraan dan 2 pasukan MPL Conference Group teratas akan berpeluang merebut slot ke MPL Malaysia musim seterusnya. Okey, kembali ke MPL. Pasukan MPL Malaysia tempat ke-9 akan berentap dengan pasukan tempat kedua dari MAL Conference Group dalam pusingan MPL Malaysia Challenger Stage bersama format Best of 5 semasa Grand Final MAL musim yang pertama, di mana pemenang akan menentukan slot terakhir MPL Malaysia musim ke-14. 6 pasukan yang layak ke playoff akan berentap untuk meneruskan jalan ke Grand Final MPL Malaysia musim ke-13 dan merebut peluang untuk ke MSC 2024. Jadi, bersiap sedia, persiapkan strategi anda, bersedia untuk aksi profesional di pentas MPL Malaysia musim ke-13.
Sekarang mereka cuba untuk melakukan pertahanan. Setup akan dilakukan oleh Vinogo. Tarikan daripada Lot cuba dilakukan. Penalty zone terlebih dahulu dikeluarkan oleh Yentri, tetapi berjaya dijatuhkan oleh Lolia. Sekarang serangan demi serangan. Keadaan ataupun kedudukan gol ini masing-masing, tapi sekarang ini serangan akan dilakukan. Tanpa dimulakan dengan adanya Nederium, tetapi dilepaskan oleh Munci. Zaf berjaya mendapat gol.
Sekarang ini mereka cuba paksa dengan pertempuran yang cuba dilakukan. Vinogo menjadi target utama. Tengok bagaimana damage daripada Zaf. Selesa dia untuk keluarkannya. Vinogo akan dikenyak terlebih dahulu. Malvis akan dikorbankan dan Loyal dari bangsa seterusnya. Yetri buat kerja. Dia ada Venom Fury, dia ada flicker. Venom Fury dilepaskan terlebih dahulu. Vinogo, dia tak ada spasi migrasi tapi dia timbang seorang pemain. Dan sekarang ini Malvis yang menerima damage besar akan dikuburkan. Retribution tiada untuk Niners. Kaiser Vinogo juga dalam pada masa sama. Yetri!
Berminat untuk mengetahui info lanjut mengenai prestasi pemain dan jadi sebahagian daripada MPL Malaysia? Layari laman rasmi Liga E-Sukan nombor 1 Malaysia untuk dapatkan maklumat terkini dan lengkap. Layari laman rasmi MPL Malaysia sekarang. Ayo kita bersama menaikkan mutu MLBB di Malaysia. Jangan terlepas kemas kini Liga Academy rasmi MLBB Malaysia, MAL Malaysia. Ikuti semua platform rasmi kami. Ayo sokong MAL Malaysia musim pertama. Ikuti semua platform rasmi. Semua peminat dan penyokong dijemput ke arena MPL Malaysia musim ke-13 di Serdang. Anda berpeluang berjumpa dengan pemain kegemaran anda, kumpul tanda tangan eksklusif dan sertai kempen Fan of the Season.
Interested in knowing more about player performance and be a part of MPL Malaysia? Visit the website of MPL Malaysia's #1 esports league for the latest news and league updates. Don't miss out on updates from the official MLBB Malaysia Academy League, MAL Malaysia. Follow all our official platforms. All fans are invited to the MPL Malaysia Season 13 Arena in Serdang. You will get a chance to meet your favorite players, get exclusive autographs, and join the Fan of the Season campaign.
Satu skala schedule dan Albert di sana ternyata harus hilang.
clutch fight. His Logan gets instantly shot down by the Blazing Duet, as well as the Electro final blow. This is going to be easy cleanup for Todak as most of the...
Apat yun, pero nasipa din siya. Yung ninakaw na sipa, buhay pa rin. Ang 4v1! Backline already, and they're running for the lines, gunning it. David trying to drag the members of RG right underneath the turret. It's not enough though. Gray coming all the way in, he cleans it all the way up. Just nowhere for him to run. Just...
Kita kata ada satu Homebois and MV yang membuat pergerakan dari MV yang terlalu benar-benar slow. Rafanya sudah tumpah.
Menang, kalah, pressure, harapan, skill, mistake, dah ready. Kalah, dihentak, dituntut semua untuk peminat.
Spotlight melambangkan satu sosok tumpuan.
Meneruskan dynasty mereka. 3 kali juara MPL Malaysia.
Tumpuan untuk melakukan yang terbaik. Tumpuan untuk menjadi seorang role model.
Penantian, pelaburan, pengorbanan, semuanya.
Sorotan itu penting. Ia membuatkan kita percaya.
The supporters will witness our fights and our struggles.
Memikul harapan untuk mempertahankan kemenangan. Menjadi cabaran terbesar untuk mencapai matlamat kami.
Pastikan kemenangan dan kebanggaan dikecam di rumah kita.
Harapan masih terpahat di hati untuk menjadi juara. Kembali merampas tahta.
Meneruskan legasi kami.
Di bawah cahaya, semuanya menjadi lebih jelas.
Underdog, kuda hitam? No, kami adalah Monster Vicious.
Cahaya impian telah menerangi pentas ini.
Kejayaan bukan lagi dongeng.
Not just a dream.
Ia arti harapan yang sebenar.
Mungkin ada yang sangka bahawa harapan ini akan hilang.
Tapi bukan kami.
Ini harapan kami. Ini semangat kami.
Bersama kami, mencapai satu tujuan.
Menjadi sinar yang paling terang.
Hotlink Prepaid 5G serba baharu. Nikmati jago 5G untukmu. Dengan kelajuan internet 5G tanpa batas. Layan gaming sepantas kilat. Dan stream video paling lancar. Nikmati juga lebih nilai dengan 20% cashback. Hanya RM32 sebulan. Dapatkan sekarang.
This fairy tale ended with the poisoned apple, and my tale began. A princess in a tower is just a bird in a cage. Curse it! Take my vengeance! Kneel before your queen. It won't take long, I promise.
Confirm mantap, confirm lah Nescafe.
Pelbagai kejayaan dapat dikecapi. Sejarah baharu telah tercipta. Namun, setakat itu sahajakah kemampuan kita? Setiap kali ke pentas dunia, pasti kecewa. Sampai bila kita nak kalah? Ditundukkan serendah-rendahnya. Sampai bila kita nak dihina? Tiap musim harapan peminat gugur. Sampai bila nak kalah? Sampai bila nak kecewa? Setiap rakyat pasti akan melaungkan semangat ingin mempertahankan rumah mereka. Jika patah sayap Raja Wali, bertongkat jua kita kemari. Tahun ini pastinya kemenangan semakin dicita demi menjulang nama Malaysia di pesada dunia. Di mana bumi dipijak, disitulah langit dijunjung. Stadium MBSJ Serdang Jaya secara rasminya menjadi rumah MPL MY pada tahun ini. Seterusnya, melangkah ke arena besar di Timur Tengah, di Riyadh, Arab Saudi. Juara kita bangkit menghadapi cabaran, bersedia mencipta sejarah. Utara, Timur, Barat dan Selatan, kita semua MPL MY Playoff musim ke-14 akan berhijrah ke Johor, mendekatkan lagi silaturahim MPL MY bersama. Hasrat kita semua bersatu dan bangkit dengan satu tujuan yang sama. Naikkan martabat negara, kecari juara dunia, kemuncaknya di M6. Pastikan kemenangan dan kebanggaan dikecap di rumah kita.
So I can position for bot.
Dead.
Nice.
Nice one.
Right side, blue bush, baka pa.
Drop dying.
JWP.
Don't die.
Don't die.
Tawlak.
You die, you not pass. You die.
Nice one, guys. Ay. Coming. No, di pa kami. Coming, guys. Amalang. So you should fight. Fight.
Bene, no seven.
Dead.
Nice. Oh, memang mai lah.
Dead.
Nice. Okay, go pam.
Harit kalau boleh. Haritnya pegang. Mati!
Tarik. Dead good.
Pede. Depan dulu, guys. Dia makan aku, salah. Dah, rapat kau. Dah beribai. Bantai!
Mati dua. Mati. Mati, bodoh.
Baik!
Turtle. Di bawah dok, lihat
boleh ni. Win target.
Mati.
Semua gas!
Turtle.
Ada mau tembak.
Nopa. Mati. Ayo dah.
Backup.
Wait, Dalton.
Last hit. Nice. Go.
Don't fight.
Don't fight.
Just blocking. Hey, dash in. This guy dead.
Sila voltic rock.
Dead. Nice one.
Flicker.
Wow! Tila kelas mo bakit?
I'm done.
satu dalam keadaan yang sangat-sangat mudah.
Selamat datang ke MPL Malaysia musim ke-13 di mana yang terbaik akan berentap dalam pertempuran sengit dan penuh strategi. Seperti pada musim yang lepas, 10 pasukan profesional akan bersaing selama 6 minggu dalam arena yang penuh aksi di regular season. Namun, bermula pada musim ini, cuma 6 pasukan akan layak ke play-off dan pasukan di tempat ke-7 dan ke-8 hanya dapat stay untuk musim seterusnya. Tapi sayang sekali, tiada slot ke play-off buat mereka pada musim ini. Bagi pasukan di tempat ke-10, MPL Conference Group, mereka akan di-reset dan harus merebut kembali peluang melalui MPL musim kedua. Dan apa itu MPL? Mobile Legends Bang Bang Academy League adalah liga amatur di mana terlahirnya bintang-bintang baharu. 15 pasukan akan bersaing untuk meraih kejuaraan dan 2 pasukan MPL Conference Group teratas akan berpeluang merebut slot ke MPL Malaysia musim seterusnya. Okey, kembali ke MPL. Pasukan MPL Malaysia tempat ke-9 akan berentap dengan pasukan tempat kedua dari MPL Conference Group dalam pusingan MPL Malaysia Challenger Stage bersama format Best of 5 semasa Grand Final MPL musim yang pertama, di mana pemenang akan menentukan slot terakhir MPL Malaysia musim ke-14. 6 pasukan yang layak ke play-off akan berentap untuk meneruskan jalan ke Grand Final MPL Malaysia musim ke-13 dan merebut peluang untuk ke MSC 2024. Jadi, bersiap sedia. Persiapkan strategi anda. Bersedia untuk aksi profesional di pentas MPL Malaysia musim ke-13.
Sekarang mereka cuba untuk melakukan pertahanan. Setup akan dilakukan oleh Vinogo. Tarikan daripada Lot cuba dilakukan. Penalty zone terlebih dahulu dikeluarkan oleh Yentri, tetapi berjaya dicantumkan oleh Lolia. Sekarang serangan demi serangan. Keadaan ataupun kedudukan gol ini masing-masing, tapi sekarang ini serangan akan dilakukan. Apa dimulakan dengan adanya Nedorium, tetapi dilepaskan oleh Munci. Zaf berjaya mendapat gol.
Sekarang ini mereka cuba paksa dengan pertempuran yang cuba dilakukan. Vinogo menjadi target utama. Tengok bagaimana damage daripada Zaf. Selesa dia untuk keluarkannya. Vinogo akan dikenyak terlebih dahulu. Malvis akan dikorbankan dan Loyal dari bangsa seterusnya. Yetri buat kerja. Dia ada Venom Fury, dia ada flicker. Venom Fury dilepaskan terlebih dahulu. Vinogo dia tak ada spasi migrasi tapi dia timbang seorang pemain. Dan sekarang ini Malvis yang menerima damage besar akan dikuburkan. Retribution tiada untuk Dinos. Kaiser Vinogo juga dalam pada masa sama. Yetri!
Berminat untuk mengetahui info lanjut mengenai prestasi pemain dan jadi sebahagian daripada MPL Malaysia? Layari laman rasmi Liga E-Sukan nombor 1 Malaysia untuk dapatkan maklumat terkini dan lengkap. layari laman rasmi MPL Malaysia sekarang. Ayo kita bersama menaikkan mutu MLBB di Malaysia. Jangan terlepas kemas kini Liga Academy rasmi MLBB Malaysia, MAL Malaysia. Ikuti semua platform rasmi kami. Ayo sokong MAL Malaysia musim pertama. Ikuti semua platform rasmi. Semua peminat dan penyokong dijemput ke arena MPL Malaysia musim ke-13 di Serdang. Anda berpeluang berjumpa dengan pemain kegemaran anda, kumpul tanda tangan eksklusif dan sertai kempen Fan of the Season.
Interested in knowing more about player performance and be a part of MPL Malaysia? Visit the website of MPL Malaysia's #1 esports league for the latest news and league updates. Don't miss out on updates from the official MLBB Malaysia Academy League, MAL Malaysia. Follow all our official platforms. All fans are invited to the MPL Malaysia Season 13 Arena in Serdang. You will get a chance to meet your favorite players, get exclusive autographs, and join the Fan of the Season campaign.
Versus satu Scalar can you do it dan Albert di sana ternyata harus hilang.
Avalanche fight as Long gets instantly shot down by the Blazing Duet as well as the Electro final blow. This is going to be easy cleanup for Todak as most of the...
Apat yun, pero nasipa din siya yung ninakaw na sipa. Buhay pa rin ang 4v1! Backline already, and they're running for the lives, gunning it. Gary trying to drag the members of RG right underneath the turret. It's not enough though. Gray coming all the way in, he cleans it all the way up. Just nowhere for him to run. Just...
Kita kata ada satu Warrior Weapon Deploy yang membuat pergerakan dari Liga terlalu benar-benar slow. Rafanya sudah tumbang.
Menang, kalah, pressure, harapan, skill, mistake, dah ready. Kalah, dihentak, dituntut semua untuk peminat.
Spotlight melambangkan satu sosok tumpuan.
Tumpuan untuk melakukan yang terbaik. Tumpuan untuk menjadi seorang role model.
Pelaburan, pengorbanan, semuanya.
Sorotan itu penting. Ia membuatkan kita percaya.
The supporters will witness our fights and our struggles.
Memikul harapan untuk mempertahankan kemenangan.
Menjadi cabaran terbesar untuk mencapai matlamat kami.
Pastikan kemenangan dan kebanggaan dikecam di rumah kita.
Harapan masih terpahat di hati.
Untuk menjadi juara. Kembali merampas tahta.
Meneruskan legasi kami.
Di bawah cahaya, semuanya menjadi lebih jelas.
Underdog, kuda hitam? No, kami adalah Monster Vicious.
Cahaya impian telah menerangi pentas ini.
Kejayaan bukan lagi dongeng.
Not just a dream.
Ia arti harapan yang sebenar.
Mungkin ada yang sangka bahawa harapan ini akan hilang.
Tapi bukan kami.
Ini harapan kami. Ini semangat kami.
Bersama kami, mencapai satu tujuan.
Menjadi sinar yang paling terang.
prepaid 5G serba baharu. Nikmati jago 5G untukmu. Dengan kelajuan internet 5G tanpa batas. Layan gaming sepantas kilat. Dan stream video paling lancar. Nikmati juga lebih nilai dengan 20% cashback. Hanya RM32 sebulan. Dapatkan sekarang.
This fairy tale ended with a poisoned apple, and my tale began. A princess in a tower is just a bird in a cage.
Curse it! Take my vengeance! Protect your queen!
Kneel before your queen. It won't take long, I promise.
Confirm mantap, confirm lah Nescafe.
Pelbagai kejayaan dapat dikecapi. Sejarah baharu telah tercipta. Namun, setakat itu sahajakah kemampuan kita? Setiap kali ke pentas dunia, pasti kecewa. Sampai bila kita nak kalah? Ditundukkan serendah-rendahnya. Sampai bila kita nak dihina? Tiap musim harapan peminat gugur. Sampai bila nak kalah? Sampai bila nak kecewa? Setiap rakyat pasti akan melaungkan semangat ingin mempertahankan rumah mereka. Jika patah sayap Raja Wali, bertongkat jua kita kemari. Tahun ini pastinya kemenangan semakin dicita demi menjulang nama Malaysia di pesada dunia. Di mana bumi dipijak, disitulah langit dijunjung. Stadium MBSJ Serdang Jaya secara rasminya menjadi rumah MPL MY pada tahun ini. Seterusnya, melangkah ke arena besar di Timur Tengah, di Riyadh, Arab Saudi. Juara kita bangkit menghadapi cabaran, bersedia mencipta sejarah. Utara, Timur, Barat dan Selatan, kita semua MPL MY Playoff musim ke-14 akan berhijrah ke Johor, mendekatkan lagi silaturahim MPL MY bersama. Hasrat kita semua bersatu dan bangkit dengan satu tujuan yang sama. Naikkan martabat negara, kecari juara dunia, kemuncaknya di M6. Pastikan kemenangan dan kebanggaan dikecap di rumah kita.
So I can position for bot.
Dead.
Dead. Nice.
Nice. Nice one.
Right, blue bush, back up.
Grab dying.
JWP. Don't die.
Tahu.
You die, you not kuasa. You die.
Nice one, guys. Ay. Coming. No, di pa kami. Coming, guys. Can you still fight?
Fight.
Bene, no seven.
Dead.
Nice. Oh, memang baik lah, El. Dead.
Nice.
Okay, go pam.
Harit kalau boleh. Harit yang pegang. Mati!
Tarik. Dead good.
Pede. Depan dulu guys. Dia makan aku salah.
Dah rapat Zam.
Dah beri bantai.
Mati dua. Mati. Mati, bodoh. Turtle. Di bawah tu, lihat tu.
Boleh ni. Win target.
Mati.
Semua gas!
Turtle.
Ada mau
Nopa. Mati. Ay, dah.
Back up.
Wait, Dalton.
Last hit. Nice. Go.
Don't fight.
Don't fight. Just blocking. Hey, dash in. This guy dead.
Level take rock.
Dead. Nice one.
Gila kelas mo na kami!
I know sadly to hear because it is. Well, I'm lying down, thought I can be stronger. With you. Enemy legendary. Defeat.
Yang panjang kerana terima magic kuda 2-1 dalam keadaan yang sangat-sangat mudah.
Selamat datang ke MPL Malaysia musim ke-13 di mana yang terbaik akan berentap dalam pertempuran sengit dan penuh strategi. Seperti pada musim yang lepas, 10 pasukan profesional akan bersaing selama 6 minggu dalam arena yang penuh aksi di regular season. Namun, bermula pada musim ini, cuma 6 pasukan akan layak ke play-off dan pasukan di tempat ke-7 dan ke-8 hanya dapat stay untuk musim seterusnya. Tapi sayang sekali, tiada slot ke play-off buat mereka pada musim ini. Bagi pasukan di tempat ke-10, slot musim ke-14 mereka akan diganti oleh tempat pertama MPL Conference Group. Mereka akan di-reset dan harus merebut kembali peluang melalui MPL musim kedua. Dan apa itu MPL? Mobile Legends Bang Bang Academy League adalah liga amatur di mana terlahirnya bintang-bintang baharu. 15 pasukan akan bersaing untuk meraih kejuaraan dan 2 pasukan MPL Conference Group teratas akan berpeluang merebut slot ke MPL Malaysia musim seterusnya. Okey, kembali ke MPL. Pasukan MPL Malaysia tempat ke-9 akan berentap dengan pasukan tempat kedua dari MPL Conference Group dalam pusingan MPL Malaysia Challenger Stage bersama format Best of 5 semasa Grand Final MPL musim yang pertama, di mana pemenang akan menentukan slot terakhir MPL Malaysia musim ke-14. 6 pasukan yang layak ke play-off akan berentap untuk meneruskan jalan ke Grand Final MPL Malaysia musim ke-13 dan merebut peluang untuk ke MSC 2024. Jadi, bersiap sedia. Persiapkan strategi anda. Bersedia untuk aksi profesional di pentas MPL Malaysia musim ke-13.
Sekarang mereka cuba untuk melakukan pertahanan. Setup akan dilakukan oleh Vinogo. Tarikan daripada Lord cuba dilakukan. Penalty zone terlebih dahulu dikeluarkan oleh Yentri, tetapi berjaya dicantumkan oleh Lolia. Sekarang serangan demi serangan. Keadaan ataupun kedudukan gol ini masing-masing, tapi sekarang ini serangan akan dilakukan. Lalu dimulakan dengan adanya Nederium, tetapi dilepaskan oleh Munci. Zaf berjaya mendapat gol.
Sekarang ini mereka cuba paksa dengan pertempuran yang cuba dilakukan. Benogo menjadi target utama. Tengok bagaimana damage daripada Zaf. Selesa dia untuk keluarkannya. Benogo akan dikenyak terlebih dahulu. Malvis akan dikorbankan dan loyal dari bangsa seterusnya. Yetri buat kerja. Dia ada Venom Fury, dia ada Flicker. Venom Fury dilepaskan terlebih dahulu Benogo. Dia tak ada spasi migrasi tapi dia timbang seorang pemain. Dan sekarang ini Malvis yang menerima damage besar akan dikuburkan. Retribution tiada untuk Niners. Kaiser Benogo juga dalam pada masa sama. Yetri!
Berminat untuk mengetahui info lanjut mengenai prestasi pemain dan jadi sebahagian daripada MPL Malaysia? Layari laman rasmi Liga Isukan nombor 1 Malaysia untuk dapatkan maklumat terkini dan lengkap. Layari laman rasmi MPL Malaysia sekarang. Ayo kita bersama menaikkan mutu MLBB di Malaysia. Jangan terlepas kemas kini Liga Academy rasmi MLBB Malaysia, MAL Malaysia. Ikuti semua platform rasmi kami. Ayo sokong MAL Malaysia musim pertama. Ikuti semua platform rasmi. Semua peminat dan penyokong dijemput ke arena MPL Malaysia musim ke-13 di Serdang. Anda berpeluang berjumpa dengan pemain kegemaran anda, kumpul tanda tangan eksklusif dan sertai kempen Fan of the Season.
Interested in knowing more about player performance and be a part of MPL Malaysia? Visit the website of MPL Malaysia's #1 esports league for the latest news and league updates. Don't miss out on updates from the official MLBB Malaysia Academy League, MAL Malaysia. Follow all our official platforms. All fans are invited to the MPL Malaysia Season 13 Arena in Serdang. You will get a chance to meet your favorite players, get exclusive autographs, and join the Fan of the Season campaign.
Satu sekali catch to it dan Albert di sana ternyata harus hilang.
Ledge fight as Long gets instantly shot down by the Blazing Duet, as well as the Electo final blow. This is going to be easy cleanup for Todak as most of the...
Apat yun, pero nasipa din siya yung ninakaw na sipa. Buhay pa rin ang 41! Backline already, and you're running for the lives, gunning it. David trying to drag the members of RG right underneath the turret. It's not enough though. Gray coming all the way, and he cleans it all the way out. Just no way for him to run.
Kita akan ada satu Homebois and MV yang membuat pergerakan dari Liga terlalu benar-benar slow. Rafanya sudah tumpah.
I'm a rock star. Yeah, rock star. Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rock star, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun ku menempuh segala. Demi negara ku buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencapai, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera. Ay.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win.
On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star. Yeah, rock star. Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rock star, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun ku menempuh segala. Demi negara ku buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencapai, cause they envy pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera.
I'ma go hard for the win. On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
MPL Malaysia Season 13 is powered by Moontalk. Enjoy a superior 5G network and lightning-fast gaming experience only with our official mobile internet hotlink. A big shout out to ROG Phone 8, the official gaming phone, for keeping our players at the top of their game. Grind on with Nescafe to keep your gaming spirit going. Thank you to all of our sponsors and partners for your support in MPL Malaysia Season 13.
Selamat kembali ke MPL Malaysia musim ke-13. Anda bersama dengan saya Rose, host anda sepanjang musim ini. Dan sekarang kita sudah berada di match terakhir untuk hari ini. Manakala kita akan saksikan perlawanan Homeboys yang akan menentang Monster Vicious. Alright guys, minggu lepas kita nampak Homeboys kalah match pertama dorang menentang Selangor Red Giants. Monster Vicious pula tunjukkan kat semua orang walaupun dorang dari qualifiers they are not a team to be messed with. Dorang dapat first maniac of the season. Okay guys, so sebelum kita mulakan, I nak tanya, MBSJ, are you ready? Korang dah buka ke? Dah. Sekali lagi. MBSJ, are you ready? Mantap. Alright. Untuk match ni, kita akan tengok kalau Homeboys dah panas and they are ready to defend the throne as the defending champions of MPL Malaysia. Nampaknya casters dah seated. Players, are you guys ready? Korang rasa player dah ready ke? I tak nampak. Dah? Alright, and with that, marilah kita jemput kedua-dua pasukan ke atas pentas MPL Malaysia, Homeboys dan juga Monster Vicious.
Homeboys started the season with a disappointing outcome. Today, they are back with the confidence and the pride of the defending champions. Never back down. It's the Homeboys.
Monster Vicious.
Surprising other teams with unique drafts and gameplay. It is only fitting that they also achieved the first Maniac of the season. Will they provide us with more surprises? Let's go, Monster Vicious!
Sekarang, marilah kita menjemput jurulatih dan analis bersama Head of League Ops Cedric yang akan mengalas tugas untuk memastikan perlawanan sentiasa berjalan dengan adil dan lancar. Mari kita teruskan dengan fist bump di antara pasukan sebagai tanda professionalism. Inilah gaya kita. Inilah semangat kesukanan kita. Kawan di luar gelanggang, lawan di Land of Dawn. Alright guys, sekarang kita berada di match terakhir untuk hari pertama minggu kedua. Tapi untuk semua orang yang tengah tengok dekat rumah, korang jangan lupa join the fight by scanning the QR code and joining the code down below. Alright guys, nampaknya semua orang dah tak sabar untuk saksikan match kedua Homeboys untuk musim ini. And with that, teams, this is your moment. Game on.
When you throw, we catch Rose. Thank you once again and welcome everybody to the MPL Malaysia Season 13 to our Muslim brethren out there breaking fast. Hopefully you had a good one. My name is Gideon. This is LaFell here on the English desk to guide you through this upcoming matchup, the Homeboys against Monster Vicious.
I tried to pose like Rose, but it's my suit's a bit tight.
It's hard. It's hard. I tried earlier. It doesn't work. The age is catching up quick.
You're not that old.
I'm
that old.
We're getting there.
I have, okay, this is an interesting thing. I have white hairs on my beard.
You have I have white hairs on my chest. That's a real thing.
I have white hairs at the place where the sun don't shine.
Oh boy, that's too many places that have white hairs. But you know, these teams, they're getting to that point. They have stayed in the league for a while. MV, for an example, in the Tier 2 scene for the longest of times and coming out with the first Savage of the season. Pretty good start.
Anyways, big shout out to ROG Phone 8, the official gaming phone, for keeping our pros at the top of their game. If I'm not mistaken, it was a maniac, but either way, man, it was impressive.
It was. And considering that they came from the Tier 2 scene and dominated the Tier 2 scene, they're making a name for themselves here and maybe a bigger name for themselves if they can take down the Homeboys.
It's nice that they've been smurfing, but now here in the big stage, now it's like, okay, guys, this is game time. You guys can talk the talk. Now time to walk the walk. And it's going up against Homeboys. And Gideon, we sure are lucky because we're on the Homeboy side.
Oh, yeah. They're bringing
I see Daddy Hood there.
I mean, they've brought everything over. I'm waiting for the parade. I'm worried about the parade.
I'm waiting for the fireworks.
The fireworks indoors. I'm nervous. I'm nervous for this matchup, and I'm sure Daddy Hood is too. Considering their week
1. Not exactly looking the greatest in the world. Hopefully.
I mean, come on. Isn't that a bit rough, calling them the weak one?
Well, I mean, they are the champions. It's expectation versus reality here.
Why is... Okay, you know what? Either ways, we have something for you guys here. We prepared a video where we interview with some of the players. When I say we, I mean someone else. Check it out.
Aku rasa untuk Homeboys, next match is gonna be a bit rough.
Asal lah sebab orang MV, lepas tu ada rough. Memang kelakar benda ni. Kau ingat kau funny Tapi speaking
Takkan
pasal
guna kasar tak?
Betul juga kan. Tapi gameplay dia memang tak kasar, babe. Aku rasa desas-desus yang kata dia nak jadi Ciku 2.0, dia main dengan agresif, aku rasa a bit too early lah sebenarnya. Sebab kita baru week 1. Yes, dia dapat maniac minggu lepas, tapi Ciku dah berapa banyak maniac pula dia dapat dalam sejarah hidup dia. Tapi apa-apa, in all seriousness, kau rasa MV boleh kalahkan tak, Omar?
Possibility tu ada. Setakat ni sebab MV tak pernah bagi aku jersey, aku lebih kepada Homeboys.
Dan disebabkan konten Homeboys yang makan telur tu, aku sebenarnya rasa Homeboys akan bangkit. Diorang kalau main dengan dendam ni, lain macam
Udil tu kan?
Udil lagi. So tak tahulah sempat ke tak diorang nak kalahkan.
Sempat.
Tengok diorang boleh tak sempat nak perform untuk kalahkan MV jugalah.
Sempat ke sempat untuk melipat?
They're right.
I'm disappointed.
Disappointed? What? Are they not right? Are they not speaking the facts?
I don't even understand what they were saying.
That's also a good point. But to kind of summarize everything that has been going on, especially for those of you who don't understand the little bit of content that we did drop, I think that Nadine's got a point when he's talking about the Homeboys that are hungry and, more important, the Homeboys that are looking for revenge.
That's what you got from that video?
Absolutely.
What video were you watching?
The same one as you were.
No.
Look, the English just doesn't nerf my BM skills.
I mean, like, that... I'm disappointed, man.
Well,
they should have been funnier. This is why I don't like them. I hate Mars. He's not funny.
He has his...
Oh, now we have more people coming in.
Yeah. I'm guessing that's where Mars is going and putting all his attention in. But with that being said, let's have a look at the Homeboys lineup right now. Up on stage here, who are playing here today, it's going to be Udil, Sapat, GB, Nets, and as well as Zorn. Oh, Zorn is the in-game leader.
I mean, like, I thought he's more of the quiet type. But yeah, apparently he is the in-game leader. I mean, it makes sense. He as the roamer. I just hope he gets a hero that he can properly make use of. Because he's a very mechanical player. He can outplay almost anyone. But on the Arlet, doesn't seem the right fit.
It doesn't. It feels like he overextends too much. Really confident in his capabilities. The ones that I'm hoping to see really step up this time is Udil and as well as Nets. We didn't get too much of a good showing last week, and hopefully this week that might just change.
I want to see the coach stepping up as well.
Oh, that's true.
I don't like the draft.
Yeah.
I don't like the draft.
It has been rather difficult in comparison to their opponents. Monster Vicious coming up, as LaFell has corrected me, the first Maniac of the season. Give it up for Fakes, Xeno, Subway, Nova Escobar, and Ruff.
Subway is the in-game leader here, and I feel like knowing him when he was in SMG, he did guide the team to where they should be going. And I feel like this is the meta for Subway, because Subway is an amazing tank jungler. And now it's like all of his heroes have been boosted. The Fredrin, the Baxia, the Barats as well. I don't see him use a lot of Barats, but I'm pretty sure he can use it. He even used the Granger.
He did use the Granger. I was about to bring that up.
I was stuck on that one. I was like, there was one other hero that was not a tank, but yeah, the Granger won them the game.
It did. It did. It really sets them apart because they do have unique picks on their side. Interesting strategies as well, but let's look at some of the player stats and make some comparisons.
Unfortunately here, Zorn, as a roamer, 1.5 average assists. That's not good. I mean, like, the damage taken is quite good, 4,290, but Nets, average KDA is 0.0.
Yeah, no, I was thinking that, yes, average DPM coming in from Zorn looks good, but is it necessary damage? But worse yet, Nets has not been activated as a player.
I think I remember his score line as well. 0-4-0 and 0-2-0. No kills, no assists, 6 deaths in total.
Not the best debut for some of our imports here in MPL MY, but that could easily change. They're up against MV on the other end, who's had a great week, #1. Let's have a look at their stats this time around, because we're looking at Nova Escobar. He's coming up with 7 average assists per game.
And over 5,000 damage taken per minute. And I kind of feel like Nova Escobar is going to be the real... I don't know how to word this, but basically, he's the one that's going to take Zorn down. I feel like, mechanically, Nova is the next Zorn.
Nova is big words here. Okay.
He's amazing with the Franco.
Okay.
Even though he lost on the Arlet, he performed. He shined. He made Arlet look so good.
I don't know how much on board I would like to be. And considering the game that he did play the Arla, and it did look good against RSG in particular.
I don't mind putting him number 1.
Number 1? Okay.
In terms of roamers, yeah.
That is interesting. That is interesting. I would have expected somebody else to be on the top of your list. But in the meantime here, let's discuss. Because for the upcoming draft for the Homeboys, we're hoping for something that actually activates their players. And it felt like they were rather passive other than Chibi last week.
Yeah, and I feel like that's the problem. I feel like everyone has different things that they want to achieve. Zorn just wants to open the map. Chibi wants to get objectives. I'm not so sure what Nats is trying to achieve. I'm not so sure what Udil is trying to achieve. And that is very, very difficult, especially when the roamer, the mid laner, as well as the jungler don't have a say in anything. Like, if Zorn wants to do something else, Chibi wants to do something else, it's not going to be a good game for them. Well, I feel like, especially game number 2, game number 2 of SRG, that's the worst showing of Homeboys I've seen in a long time.
Yeah, it wasn't exactly the best, but let's look at the words from Sabat here. Let's have a look at what he has to say.
Okay, so our admin is asking, hey, we gotta ask, does Udil and Nats have star syndrome? And he's like, no, Udil and Nats, they're people that have a lot of trust as well as patience, and they understand they gotta trust the process. So for me, that is very precious. They don't have the star syndrome at all. They're very trusting, and they are trusting the process.
I mean, these are famous quotes both mentioned by both Coach Ducky and as well as Coach Yep, two accomplished coaches from their respective teams. And I think that people need to understand this, right? This process is a long and painful one. It doesn't mean that the team is going to change overnight, but definitely it does require people to make sacrifices along the way.
Right now, looking at Team MV as well, Coach Haru has been doing quite a lot for the team. Behind the scenes, I've heard so many good things about him. He makes sure that the team is ready, not just for Tier 2 teams, but ready for Tier 1 teams.
Well, let's get into the draft and put that to the test. We got Homeboys on the blue side for first pick and MV on the red side as second pick. We're immediately seeing the bans here. We are seeing the farmers. We are seeing the brats instantly banned out. It's going to be Nolan for the side of Monster Vicious.
This is very interesting. Even though the first pick does have that advantage that you can basically ban whatever you want, the farmers as well as Barats. This is interesting. And MV, I'm actually not surprised with the Masha ban.
Really? Okay. All right. All right.
It's one of the reasons they've been winning against top-tier teams.
Well, I mean, it's understandable, but this is the second time we've seen Masha actually get banned out within today itself. The next ban followed up from the side of Homeboys on the blue side is going to be the Minotaur, so they don't want a cornerstone for the side of MV. If anything, Nova Escobar has pretty good eye for these opportunities in initiating the fight, so definitely understand where the Homeboys are coming from.
Always on the way.
2 tanky heroes. I would say even 3. What are they trying to achieve? A very big burst kind of comp?
I suppose. I mean, for all we know, this could be a instantly Joy first pick for the side of Chibi here. Again, it's wide out in the open. They could be flexible, but Chips! Finally, all right, we get to talk about it. Chip has finally been unlocked for professional play.
Oh, Zorn looks happy.
I mean, he's going to be the IGL, and this is an important role on top of playing Chip because his portals can be a double-edged sword.
Let me just say, I've been using the hero. I don't know how competitive viable it is, but as a roamer, it's a lot of fun. You got a lot of movement speed, and in terms of the crowd control, it's deceptively a lot. Like, you would see, like, later in the game, we won't notice the stuns, but there's a lot of it.
Yep, he's got a mini knock-up, he's got a mini stun as well, and it does percent max HP, which is always good when you want to chunk your opponents down. But more importantly, so we want to see how they utilize the portals, whether it's from his passive or whether it's just his ult. Go to MV, and we're seeing Boxia plus Angela. This could snowball out of control, but Homeboys decide, hey, we're going to try and stop that with the Vixana, and as well as the Roger. Don't know if it goes into the jungle or it's going to be the gold laner. It looks like, I mean, the Filipinos have been whipping it out more often here at MPL MY.
I feel like it's dangerous to put him in the jungle for now, just because the Boxia itself is going to be quite the presence. Having the Angela as well, this is why I love the chip pick, but two priority heroes, man. The Boxia as well as the Angela. These are very strong combos here coming in. The Vexana is going to do a lot to make sure that the Boxia doesn't get his way inside the jungle, but still, it is going to be quite rough.
Yeah, hopefully Boxia isn't able to take advantage of that, as some may say. 8 more seconds until the final pick of the first phase for MV. They could look to respond with their own mid lane pick themselves, unless Angela is going to be in a cheeky position. Yu Zhong going to get locked in for the EXP of MV, and honestly, not bad. It's starting to look like a dive comp with multiple ways to actually activate their divers.
Right now, Chips, I would say the biggest weakness is when you open your portal, when you open your shortcut, is when people dive in and a lot of chain CCs are going to happen. So for now, I feel like for Homeboys, the struggle is you don't know where this Angela is going.
Yeah.
It can be in a roam position. It can be in a mid position. I would say the most optimal way if you do want an Angela mid is have someone like a Grok alongside of you so that you can clear the waves very, very fast, and then you can move to the side lanes as quickly as possible and support them as what Angela should be doing in the first place.
I mean, it makes sense because Homeboys, they're even banning out like strong AoE CCs, people who can take concussive blasts and really take advantage of the earlier stages of the game in Minotaur. Now, MV, they decide to ban out the Joy. Good option here. I was surprised that a Homeboy decided to let it through and prioritize both Netson as well as Udil this time round, but we'll see whether the next two bans are going to be aligned with what we've been talking about.
Right now, they need someone to smash this shield coming in from MV because I'm thinking of like counter heroes going up against the Boxia. If we're specifically talking about counters, we can talk about the X-Borg and we can talk about the Dyrov as well. But the shield coming in from the Hard Guard is going to mitigate a lot of the damage. So I'm not so sure whether those two picks are going to be good. You could go for something simple, like the Frederick, like the Akai. I feel like those two heroes don't get punished as much in the jungle, and it's going to be very, very useful when it comes to the fights around the Lord.
Yeah, also, not even just the fights across the Lord. The fact that they're going to be playing around the chip portal, it's a good disengage or re-engage tool if things don't go exactly according to plan.
So for Homeboys, I'm really thinking, what is a very strong EXP laner that you could go to the side lane all by himself or herself, but can go inside the shortcut portal and do a lot? I'm thinking like a Paquito. I'm thinking like a Benedetta. I'm even thinking like a Terizla.
I was thinking along the lines of Terizla and as well as Benedetta. I feel like Paquito into the Yu Zhong matchup feels like it's a good idea, but it's easily influenced. I think it's a little too volatile. And I think MV, they're taking the Swiss Army knife away. It's like, hey, we don't want a puzzle piece that fits every completed puzzle ever. Let's chuck that out of there. Make it a little crooked. Make it a little awkward for Homeboys.
What else is good for Homeboys here? Because I do feel whatever the EXP laner is going to be, it has to be mobile. It has to clear the lanes very, very fast. So Chi-Chi is not a good pick here. Chi-Chi is okay going up against Yu Zhong, but the thing is, you don't clear the lanes that fast.
There would be an argument of like sandbagging the EXP lane, maybe even Ruby for an example, to kind of really disrupt the middle of the fight if he does take the portal, or even so, just make sure that the Yu Zhong just doesn't get too far ahead in the lane.
Is it still too crazy for Homeboys to pick up a carry here? Because the carry is good against the front line of MV, but again, the Hard Guard, it mitigates a lot of the initial damage coming in from the carry, and the carry's initial damage is quite a lot.
It really does, but then it's sacrificing one of the lanes, whether it be gold or even the jungle, and I think that's where Boxia, even without the Heart Guard, is really going to start taking advantage of things. Speaking of which, mid-pick has not been locked in for the side of MV, something that Homeboys have taken into consideration, getting rid of the Lilia, so now you need something that actually clears just as fast, but no, MV hold back on it for now. They're going to lock in that Harith, and this is just another Angela enabler.
And Harith is a lane dominator, man. Like, Roger could do well against the Harith. So I'm guessing that's where he's going to go in the gold lane. The Fredrin, as we talked about, keep it safe. Fredrin in the jungle. And again, it's all about the EXP. I mean, he is Paquito.
That's true.
It's one of his signatures from before.
Yeah, but locking in that Fredrin means that you really need some extra bit of damage and still need to be able to control the lane, right? If they really want to play for early game, sure, I guess you could get Thamos, but you're eventually going to fall off.
No, maybe not Badown.
Ooh.
But that would be spicy, right?
It would be spicy. Take the portal, instantly go for the Fizz Crack. That'd be epic. Chi-Chi on this one, all right, understandable, fine. So a lot of weight is going to be put on Nets on this Roger to not only win out his lane, but snowball out of control.
All things considered, Homeboy's draft is pretty solid. Has solid foundations here, but again, we were talking about how the communication really didn't go well last week. Now, using Chip, your communication has to be much, much better because you have a lot of portals to use. You got your shortcut, and you got a lot of AoE stuns as well as knockout. You can initiate, but if your team is not ready, it's gonna look pretty bad. So this game could look amazing or disastrous.
I mean, if this is what I think it is, oh, it's a Novaria instead. I was thinking maybe make it spicy. Take a Valentina. Have 2 portals.
To be fair, this shortcut can be used for both teams.
It's true.
So it's like,
hey.
I guess
there's one portal that they don't have access to, and that's the one at your base in the fountain. Think about it.
Either way, right now, looking at both drafts, I would say MV has the easier draft to execute. It's pretty straightforward. A, B, C, N. For Homeboys, they got a lot of hoops to jump through.
It's a lot of conditions, in a matter of fact, and it's highly dependent on the laners doing well, not giving first blood, and not dropping the ball. As we get into the land of Dawn here, I hope our audience is ready for the second bout, the second best of 3 to kick things off here at day number 2. Day number 1, week number 2 here at the MPL MY Season 13. Let's make some predictions here. Where do we expect this early game to go, LaFell? Because I think it can get chaotic very fast, considering Chip has Y Walk as a passive to be able to apply a lot of pressure across the map.
The thing about Chip is that even though you're starting at the EXP, you can easily go to the gold lane. But I don't know, I kind of feel like between both lanes, either mid or EXP is the easier one for you to actually get a kill, because going up against a higher Vessel's Roger, they got a lot of mobility there.
Zorn instantly going to the EXP to affect Zeno as much as he can. A good way to actually exploit Chip for the time being. He can easily head up to the top side, but it really doesn't matter at this point, right?
Yeah, right now.
Beautiful early game coming in from the Homeboys. Instantly setting up for the dive, getting a great trade, and even bringing Udil to be an insurance policy.
Yep, looks like Zorn here is like, yo, staying in the mid, helping out your mid laner, that's like what, 2020? No, it's 2024. We go to the EXP lane.
Hey man, it's a new era, new time, new meta.
And right now Zorn, he is, I've never played Chips like this, by the way. Actually zoning out the jungler, finding out wherever he is. And for those of you who are curious, looks like he's using the tank emblem with Inspire as well as Wilderness Blessing. So he wants more movement speed inside the river area, but he wants that cooldown. And he wants to clear the minions quite fast as well.
I think it's a good setup here. Overall, I'm curious to see what's his first item. Is that once again looking to punish Zeno this time around underneath his turret. He's level 2 and Chibi is level 4. The minions have pushed in. Retribution being committed as well, instantly taking him out. Looking for a trade though. Subway comes rolling on in, but Udil says no. You stay back. I don't want anybody else taking a trade for our team.
I like the respect of Homeboys have for Zeno, because Zeno, in the previous games, he is basically the one splitting the map. He likes to play alone in his own lane, push his own lane, and through that, they can actually control the waves much, much better. So now, making sure that Xenomao gets taken down pretty quickly, not only is he not going to be that big of a threat in the laning phase, he's not going to be that big of a threat during the turtle phase, but he's probably not going to be that big of a threat during the Lord stages as well, when you're trying to make a decision to go for the Lord or manage your waves.
And then if we really think about the role that Zeno actually has to dive in towards that backline and threaten nets, it could be a bit of a problem here. Unfortunately for Chibi, not winning that Retribution fight, Subway continues to gain more EXP than him. But Zorn continuing to be forces the portal instantly, punishing Nova X Cobra. He was not ready for that.
I'm taking notes. High in the bush, find someone going through, shortcut it.
Instantly channel it in the bush, man. Instantly channel. You don't want that delayed time. And plus, don't forget, once they drop that portal, that's also a good amount of slow and a decent amount of damage.
One thing to point out as well, Nets got a kill. Whether that was intentional or not, that was good. Because now Nets has a small lead over Ruff.
And he's going to hold that. He's going to hold that for a while, right? 2 levels ahead of Ruff right now.
Ooh, I didn't notice that.
Yeah, right? Because he had a good trade at level 3 against Ruff, and then so far it's been kind of snowballing out of control. But for now, let's see how badly it's going to affect him. Monster and Vicious haven't really gotten a clean team fight just yet, but we're just going to have to wait and see. If Nets makes a mistake, MV might jump on him, but no, he can't waste any time. We see Subway rolling off.
And right now, Chibi finds Nova Escobar and Zorn. He immediately goes through. Why walk?
Good timing. Good timing.
What?
He is abusing Chip right now. This is great communication.
That was sick.
He's just waiting by the portal. He's waiting to jump on through. Chibi sees him, retries. Instantly, he takes it. And now, Chibi, he forces another retribution from Subway's side.
Yo, again, I'm taking notes because I only saw Subway. I'm sorry, I only saw Chibi and I was like, okay, maybe he can do something here. And all of a sudden, he comes in and then gets the stun off.
I'm telling you, if only we had 2 cameras to see them all. The Astro Echo is going to be popped as well as a hard guard jumping into the back line, trying to get a kill onto Udil, but he doesn't go down. Subway finds Chibi, can't heal through the regeneration of the Toys Poissons, and now for the big punish coming in for MV. How many can they get off of this? They get only 1, and the turtle should fall into their hands.
Now we see the problem. The Angela is going to be the bane in Homeboy's side. They got to figure out a way whether they want to kite away whenever the hard guard has been used, or they got to focus in. Break that shield, make whoever she enters, whether it be the Yuzong or the Baxia, a little bit more vulnerable. Because once the hard guard is in, at least from initial what we saw just now, the damage wasn't enough.
Clearly, the damage wasn't enough, but the turtle still falls into the hands of Homeboys despite Monster Vicious actually winning out that fight. Now, curious enough, what do you think about the way that Monster Vicious likes to punish their opponents, right? They found a good angle here. They're managing to take the Litho Wanderer, but at the same time, do they really care about these neutral objectives, specifically the turtle?
I feel like they do care, but they understand that for you to get to point B, you got to get through A first. And I kind of feel like the fact that Homeboys, the way that they're positioning... Hold on.
He takes the portal up to the top side. He's got the seal as
conceal.
well.
Goes to Subway.
All right, he's
shortcut
on top of him. Okay, so instantly the hard guard does come out. He brings in the entire team to punish him. And now, unfortunately, the rest of the team can't get back into their lane as the portal's just too far forward.
Sorry, I just had to see that happen first. But long story short, Homeboys, they're putting in a good positioning to make sure that Monster Vicious cannot go forward. So for them to go forward, they got to kill someone first.
Well, speaking of killing, they're going to get right on top of Ruff, and even before the Zaman Force gets dropped down, it's going to be Nets being able to secure another kill. He is so far ahead of Ruff right now in terms of gold, and Sabat still able to protect both mid as well as bottom turrets.
Right now, Monster Vicious, they got the kill whenever it's going on in the Riverside for the turtle fight. But they haven't been having very good ganks on the side lane. And again, it's very interesting. I like that the observer is looking at Zorn here. He's not roaming around the map.
Yeah, he's keeping eyes. He's going to take the portal down to the bottom side. Zeno's pushed up pretty far here, and Sabat is going to take full advantage. The knock-up is good, but doesn't matter when you have the whole team. Zorn secures another kill for the Homeboys.
I'm just going to be maining Chip, man.
Dude, this is actually disgusting.
Dude, like the way that Zorn is playing? My goodness.
It's never just 2 people. Whenever you see Chip, it's never just 2. There's always so many more in the back pocket.
I like the fact that Zorn doesn't even walk that much.
He
really just like, yo guys, just let me know when you guys want something and I'll be there.
Yep. He's got a 40-second cooldown on his passive, by the way. So he is really off cooldown, off rip, he is going. But now here comes the Black Dragon form. You see Subway, he's in the middle of all the members and even dropping down the Eternal Guardian to try and zone them away. The hard guard comes out too, but Chibi is going to manhandle him single-handedly as Nets tries to secure the kill. It's a lot harder than it looks, but the fear is going to put him down. Udil finds the kill as Subban zones away 3 members of MV.
Yeah, right now, looking at the situation here, Homeboys, it looks like they just want to kite away. Shortcut!
He shortcuts again, bringing Nets along with him, who went back to base to get his health back. Homeboys does not let go of the pressure.
I was going to question, the hero is interesting and all, but is it first pickable? Apparently, yes.
I mean, Homeboys have cracked the code on this one. I gotta give it to them. This is so clean from them. Like, what is MV actually supposed to do at this stage of the game? Anybody who's overextended, like Subway, goes down, and that's mid-tier 1 as well.
Homeboys is fast, but this is crazy fast.
Maybe they learned telepathy. Maybe that's how they're doing it.
I mean, here's the thing. There's so many chances for Homeboys to make a mistake. It's just that they didn't make it yet, right? So Monster Vicious, with the draft that they have, it is still very strong. You can scale quite good come... I mean, right now it is the mid-game. This should be where Monster Vicious is spiking. But I feel like because Xenomao is 0-4-0, that makes it more difficult.
I mean, look at Nets. He's level 11 to Ruff's level 9. 4 kills ahead of him as well. The portal comes on through with a shortcut, and now Nox Komar, he can't get away. The Crash Course mini stun turns his basic attack into a ranged basic attack. You can't run from this man.
I mean,
God help him.
I want to root for Monster Vicious, man, but at the same time, how can you not get excited seeing all these portals all around?
Dude, this feels like war crimes being committed right now. It feels like the Geneva Convention is being broken as we speak. It's not a fun time for MV. It feels like every move they make is instantly responded by the entire military force of the Homeboys.
Yeah, so at this point, with 9,000 gold lead, realistically, what can Monster Vicious do, man? Because I feel like they have points when Xenomount goes in with Nova Escobar. They have a chance to catch people off guard. But the thing is, as long as Homeboys kites that, as long as they're being very disciplined, not trying to fight back, they're all good. Because Monster Vicious, their setup really is on the Yuzong.
Yeah, and it really doesn't help that Udil has that fear just in case anything happens. If you're coming at me, good, you're coming in a straight line. I'm gonna fear you instantaneously. He hasn't missed one just yet, and the most that's been expended in terms of his resources is his flicker sometimes. So I think that MV have kind of missed that mark, right? The first go to A, get to B, they've missed A, now you're gonna have to wait until C, and that's probably around the 42K mark.
I feel like Zorn fans are eating good, man, because he did not do well last week. Whoever has Zorn in their fantasy team for this week, yeah, they're looking pretty good. Maybe this is why Zorn didn't look good last week. He's been doing chip all along.
He's been practicing only
chip. One hero. Only one hero.
If he goes back to Cho, he's like, I don't know how to play this hero anymore.
It's like, why do you have so many dashes? Why do you even walk?
Why even walk? Oh boy. Now, First Lord is going to come crashing in through the mid lane this time round. And Homeboys, let's see how good they are at closing this game with a 10K gold lead. This is this should be unwinnable for the side of MV. They should be guaranteed to lose at least one inhibitor turret, because if we're talking about high ground defense, it's not looking good for their draft.
I mean, yeah, I don't want to be a Debbie Downer, but this is the point of the game where they're like, okay, let's talk about the next draft.
It's a GG go next angle. Wait, hold on. GB using that Retribution, forcing out the Black Dragon Form coming out from Zeno. They're going to lose mid inhibitor here, but there's no real response coming out from the side of MV. Not enough threat, not enough gold. Down in economy. And with the mid inhibitor already gone, they're just waiting for the second wave of super minions to start crashing.
Yeah, I feel like Homeboys, they want to die, but they don't find an angle just yet. So they're probably just waiting for Zorn. Zorn has to be the initial start to the fight, and then Chibi comes follow up, and then Sapat tries to tie someone in.
Oh boy. It's going to be the shield unity already broken down. Ruff with the heart guard is going to have to try his best, but the mini stun is not looking good, forcing him to purify to get on out of there. The Zaman Force keeps him up with his chrono dashes, and unfortunately for the Homeboys, they find nothing out of this other than battle spells from MV.
Yeah, right now Chibi is doing quite a good job being in the front line. He's absorbing as much as he can, same as Sapat, but they don't have a way to dive, and this is interesting. The Boxia is trying to farm as much as he can.
I mean, there's nothing else for Boxia to really do here. He's going to start the recall now. He probably could have taken a buff alongside with him to try and even out the EXP lead, but honestly, Nets, he's level 15, 12 minutes into the game, and not even GB is level 15 yet.
Looking at the gold advantage here, looking at Nets, he's almost full item. Yeah, he has the Oracle as well, so he has defense against armor as well as magic resist, and he can sustain for quite a while. Quite a lot of healing here coming from the items that he has, the Demon Hunter Sword as well as the Endless Battle and the Rose Gold Meteor.
Oh, Zorn just figuring out where Subway is, making sure that he's using his portals in a timely manner, making sure that every part of the map is going to feel like it's the Homeboys' territory.
Speaking of which, it's normal tank items for Zorn. The Dino Shield as well as the Dominance Ice.
Good options overall. What are your thoughts? What do you think is best in slot for the Raja? I've heard people had differing opinions.
Yeah, very different opinions. Like, every single player, whenever they give their items, someone will say it's wrong. Because we saw Innocent being more of a hybrid build alongside with the Brute Force Breastplate.
Thunderbelt, yeah.
Exactly.
Battle.
There's people that go straight for attack speed, with a first item Wind Talker, if I'm not mistaken.
Ooh,
yeah,
that's interesting.
And then something like a Demon Hunter Sword, and then perhaps an Endless Battle. We see like the casting type here, like Nets having the Endless Battle. This is the first time I see an Oracle on him, so yeah, I don't know. When it comes to Roger, almost feels like you're never right, but at the same time, you're never wrong.
What do you think about the crit build specifically? Because that's something that I've seen Renmar make a video about and consider to bring into solo queue, especially get ahead. Like, I see the idea, the Haas Claw sounds like a great idea, but at the same time, when you're in professional play and when you have these many different outs and damage types to deal with, it can be a bit rough here.
I feel like it's amazing if you have a dive comp where you can snowball out of control to the point where even their front line feels squishy. Like your crits just burst them down. Like, especially if the opposing side, first item, Radiant Armor or Athena Shield, oh yeah, you can snowball like crazy.
Oh, that sounds like a good time. But speaking of a good time, Homeboy's looking to close this aim out in a timely fashion. Here comes the Black Dragon form of the Shield Unity. Our guard being committed onto Rough Side. He's going to have to pop the Zaven Force to try his best to zone them away. This Lord is big, but it seems like Udil is too low to commit. The crystal starts to fall, and nobody can deal with such a chunky Lord. GG, well played. Homeboys take game 1.
Hey, you know what? Homeboys, week 1, they didn't do well, but week 2 with Chip, oh my goodness, I'm loving this, man. I'm loving it a lot.
This is disgusting. Actually disgusting.
I mean, it's the combination of two things. Chip, yes. The other thing is shutting down Xenomount. Like, maybe their bait is like, yeah, ban the chip out. And once the chip has been banned, they just come with a different hero, but they do the same thing. Shut down the EXP laner.
Man, they really have this planned out from step 1 all the way to step 10. The Homeboys have done a phenomenal job. Blink and you might miss it. The shortcuts have been on point, which begs the question, MV, looks like they might have another priority ban on their list.
Here's the thing, they ban out the Masha. If they ban out the chip, the Masha will be open. Do you know how the Masha has been played?
This
full
is the
damage
build, yeah.
Yeah, just boom, bam, bada bing.
3 times use your ult, two shot somebody, maybe get one more elsewhere, disarm them, run away.
MVP Zorn?
I think it goes without
I
saying.
feel like MVP Zorn, right?
Right, it has to be.
It has to be. I mean, like, everyone played well, Nets, rar, sure.
He presses 2 buttons, he gets a kill. Chibi presses 3 buttons.
Zorn barely pressed anything.
He
barely walked.
That's fair. He barely walked. Let's have a look at our MVP. What a surprise! It's Zorn, baby, coming on big time with the chip. I hope they have a heat map.
It's gonna be a lot of holes around the map. It's like, wait, how do you get here from there without crossing through here? 1, 0, and 10. The itemization is standard.
Dude.
Okay, I gotta take a picture of this, man. I gotta make sure that.
Do it quick while you still have the chance. And speaking of which, the man didn't even take Conceal. He took Encourage, by the way. He was like,
wait, he took Encourage?
He took Encourage. He didn't know he was like, Conceal? Ah, that's some baby stuff. Let's snowball out of control. He looks at Nets. Yes, we're going to make this happen.
Yeah, but either way, dude, follow this emblem set because it's been working. But I feel like it's not just the emblem set. It really is how he plays because I've been playing Chips for quite a few games and I've never played like that. And I think this is the beauty of certain heroes where some people just have that macro sense to know that you don't need to do things that are unnecessary, like walking around the river. It's very dangerous.
It is very dangerous, but let's not also forget, something about his communication is different from everybody else. Because, I mean, even if you play as a 5-stack, right? Chip is great, yes, when you're snowballing, but there are times where you do fall behind and you need to make that right call. Somehow, nobody, whether it be Nets, whether it be Udil, and especially, I thought Supat would start falling behind eventually. They didn't. They sacrificed nothing in their lanes to make this happen.
Supat having an extra damage item here as well. Usually when it comes to CC, you only see the War Axe, but it looks like he has the Malefic Roar as well. But the thing is, from Homeboys, they have a lot of frontline destroying items here. You have the Malefic Roar, you have the War Axe coming in from Supat. From Udil, you have the Glowing Wand. From Nets, I would say just a lot of true damage coming in from the Demon Hunter Sword. In fact, Nets items is a lot of healing.
And, he actually opted to go for the attack speed this time. So he does want the on-hit. In fact, he wants to stay in that marksman fort until absolutely necessary, then go in into wolf farm. Kind of surprising to see overall, but hey, I mean, I can't really say much about MV's side. Like, this was a very difficult bout to deal with, especially with that size of a snowball. I do think that there were certain exploits they could have done. For an example, when somebody takes the portal, maybe consider getting rid of the portal, or maybe consider playing on different sides of the map. There were a lot of holes at a certain point that they didn't really take full advantage of.
I feel like it's just a lack of experience, and I'm not. Wait,
that's not even fair. That's not even fair, dude. Like,
okay, it's not that far. For a second there, I saw Zorn's name. I thought he did the most damage. That's why I paused him. Okay, no, it's Udil. Okay, I really want to talk about how I don't even blame MV here.
Yep.
This is the first time that your EXP laner has been ganked non-stop. What do you do? Right? Because I feel like the introduction into the MPL, most of the games have been standard.
Yeah.
This game coming in from Homeboys is far from standard because
super unorthodox.
This is a very clear difference of understanding your win condition and avoiding the enemy's win condition. Homeboys, they understand the win condition, dropping down Xeno. MV has no idea how to stop that. And again, I can't blame them. How can they train to prevent this?
Well, it's tough, right? Because again, it's one of those things where you need somebody to actually identify where exactly is Zorn and who is keeping track of when he uses his abilities. And even so, it's not like you have a timer underneath Zorn's health bar that kind of tells you that, right? There's no visual indicator, which I think is the hardest part for the side of MV. Because if you walk up and we saw even Subway, he's like, okay, maybe I'll hide in this bush. Maybe I can catch somebody off guard. Zorn pops up and is like, nah, that ain't happening.
I mean, even us as casters, we don't know what's gonna happen. All of a sudden, he pops in. And the thing is, yes, I feel like the unpredictiveness, because in other games, say the roamer is a Cho, say the roamer is an Arlet, say the roamer is a Tigreal, a Minotaur, you have a good idea of how to handle that. But Chips, EXP lane, EXP lane, EXP lane. I think he's gonna gank me again. How did he get to gold lane that fast? How is he invading our jungle? It's like, hey, he's in the bush. You go in the bush. Wait, he's gone? He's already at top lane?
Yep. That's the crazy part. I think the best way to deal with it macro-wise is to make sure that the tempo doesn't fall into the hands of the boys. Aldos? That's not tempo. That is like, I will scale to infinity. That is like, oh, summon the portal, instantly get a savage.
No, not Aldos, but legit, something like a Mincitar. Something when you see the shortcut, it's like, I dare you to come in. I double dare you. I triple dare you.
I was thinking no dare.
Dare. Get it there.
I get it. Right. I get it. I can't stop giggling about it though. I will say, there are interesting methods of actually dealing with it, but I think I would like to watch that VOD again, right?
I would.
The mic check would be nice to see, and I would like to see the micro coming out from the rest of the side laners, right? What happens when we do hear Zorn saying, "Hey, I'm going to set up the shortcut." What do the side laners do? I feel like they take a step back, make sure, because remember, the shortcut portal appears behind your allied teammates, and that could be underneath the turret, which I don't think most players, especially those who are level 3, want to dive into just to get into a fight.
Is it bad that I think their communication is much simpler than we think?
It could be.
Sini.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Sounds about right, right?
Sounds about right. The next Homeboys rap album is coming out real soon.
It's like...
Accurate, so accurate,
right?
So accurate. I would do a voice with you, but I think that'd just be a little offensive coming in from Rich Guy and Best Wingman going over to the Homeboys as Nets as well as Zorn. The carry actually coming in from Fakes. We saw the damage charts just now.
Yeah.
It was so much more even despite having an 11-1 scoreline. You would have imagined that the damage charts were through the roof for the Homeboys, but it really wasn't.
Here's the thing. Homeboys, that felt like a cheese strat. I feel like it is possible for us to go to the game 3. We're going to look at the highlights here brought to us by the Republic of Gamers, and it's relentless. Xenomao didn't get to play the game.
Yeah, I would have been fuming as an EXP laner. It's like, why me? This could have been, you could have gone to the other side, you could have attacked rough, but no, you chose me on this side of the map.
And look how fast that was.
So
shortcut, no hesitation coming in from the team, and here, I'm pretty sure Nova did not expect for Zorn to appear there.
Actually, now that I think about it, was he channeling it specifically on the Angela, or was he doing it on the minion? No, because it can only be done on here. It's an interaction that I need
Wait,
to
which
test
one?
out for myself.
The portal going up?
The portal, no, sorry. Launching the shortcut on top of Angela to catch Nova X Kobar. Because it came a lot faster.
No, he didn't use the shortcut.
Didn't
He
use the
didn't.
shortcut? How else did
He was using the Y walk. So he's waiting at one of the portals. That portal, you don't have to use any skills. You just have to stand on it and you press which area you want to go. You don't need a target.
We're talking about two separate things. We'll discuss a little bit on, because this is an interesting interaction that I need to test a little bit later on. But again, so many new things here at the MPL MY. It's good that we at least get a good showing coming out of it. It could have gone terribly wrong for all
you know what? That's the debut of Chip in all of MPL.
Let's go!
All of MPL. Woo! So that's crazy. The other crazy thing is Vexana's new high rating, first ever Zenith skin, Twisted Fairy Tales, is now available. You guys can get it from the 25th of March all the way to the 30th of April. Participate in the Twisted Fairy Tale draw event and enjoy 30% off your first 10 draws and 50% off your daily first draw. So make sure you guys join in, because that Vexana skin is looking pretty good.
Hey, if you don't want the Vexana skin, the emotes, I'm the Queen, Elimination Effects, the Apple of Doom, and other amazing skins are all possible. So really take advantage of those discounts. That 50% off on your first draw for some people, you can hit some good stuff.
Dude, it's make it or break it. But now, again, a good debut coming in for all MPL.
Yep.
Malaysia represent.
We got something going for us.
Now let's just hope other regions suck.
Now we can hope that we can get out of international groups for once.
Okay, maybe that's a bit much.
All right, I'm really pushing the goalposts at this point.
That's too much. But now we got to look at MPL MY team history for the Homeboys. Starting off, not looking very good. 7th, 8th, Season 7. 5th, 6th, Season 8. 7th, 8th again, Season 9. 5th, 6th again, Season 10. And then all of a sudden, Season 11, 3rd, go high. They managed to become the champion. Season 12, champion. And now we're looking at Season 13, where, mind you, in MPL MY, whoever is the champion usually flops in the next season.
They usually don't make it as far as they would like to. This has been a 3.5 year project from Daddy Hood to get a team to an international, and he only got so close to it towards the end here. GB and Sapat, they've been with him since day one. It's crazy to imagine that they have not given their loyalty anywhere else.
All I gotta say, they're definitely the anchor, man, because when Sapat performs well, the entire team performs well.
Yeah.
When he doesn't, the entire team doesn't. But GB, he's rock solid, man. Like, I can't, like, talk about consistency. Season 7, all the way to Season 12, he's always in the charts of having the most turtles, most lords. How, like, I've seen junglers come and go, man. This season, your retry is crazy. Next season, not so much. And now we got a WhatsApp coming in. So our admin is asking, Haru, why are you not coaching a big team for this season? And Haru is saying, after 2 seasons with SMG, I want to challenge myself. I want to go for an amateur team. Because when I was in SMG, every player was a high caliber player. So he wants to try out something new.
Honestly, this is starting to feel similar to Antagonist to a certain degree, right? High caliber player decides, you know what, this is an opportunity for me to be a head coach, and more importantly, how far can I really push this amateur team to be to near perfection as we jump into this draft. It's going to be MV now on the blue side as their first pick, up against Homeboys on the red side as second pick.
I mean, what can I say, man? Haru and Antagonist, they love kids.
Phrasing.
I mean, who doesn't? Kids are great, no?
They're so good, dude. So good, man. Mosh gets banned one more time, this time for the side of MV, but they're also getting rid of the Nolan. So now, being that first pick, they're not obligated to get rid of these S-tier picks. They're forcing the Homeboys to do so, but even the Homeboys are like, nah, you're still playing on our turf. Let's get rid of the Barats. Let's also get rid of the Farmers.
Is Nova crazy enough for Chip first pick?
Oh, no, they're banning it out.
Oh!
Like, nah. That's not cool, dude. We're not doing it anymore. Homeboy's a bit of a smirk on his face, but now finally the Matilda gets banned out. A lot of S-tier picks slipping through the cracks.
Okay, the question is, what is the other cheese pick? Valir.
Valir?
Bro. Oof. Probably not. But it would be cool if I got it right, though.
I don't know. Maybe this is like an MPL SG sort of thing. I haven't seen it happen too much in MPL MY after our SG brethren broke away from us. And since then, I don't think anybody's really... Wait, no. I take that back. Valence also has played Valir Rome before.
What other crazy thing that... Because I don't know why, I feel like Homebois, they need some kind of cheese to do something here.
I mean, they can play standard, right? I mean, you know, they've won a championship playing standard before. They can do it again.
If it gives them a 2-0, I'm okay.
Loyalties, and then there's priority.
Yeah.
MV going for the first pick, Valentina. Let's see what cheese pick Homebois are going to whip out, because whatever you have, I can do it too.
Before the might of Taurus.
Okay, standard.
All right, pretty standard so far. It's going to be a Minotaur, but they haven't locked in their second pick just yet. They've already got a cornerstone. Once again, Roger. Nets is super confident. He's already beaten Ruff on a Harith. I don't know. If he goes for a carrier, anything lane dominant, I don't think it's going to go well against this Roger.
Isn't it crazy how Nets is using Roger after getting slammed dunked by Innocent? He's just like, dude, I have nightmares, man. Now I gotta get it out of my system. I gotta spam him until I don't think about it anymore. or he's just like, when I use it, I remember. I remember what I felt. And I want that on the opponent.
He's playing off the PTSD.
Yeah.
He's like, never again. Not again.
You feel what I feel.
It's painful. I'm not going to lie. Lane dominance is one thing, but here comes the Natan, something that the Homebois did ban out in the previous game, but they're also going to be locking in the Fredrin. Some extra front line is always good here. Homebois, now with the final pick in the first phase.
I wonder if Chibi wants either a Baxia, or we haven't seen this for a while, a Martis. The only thing is the Martis is kind of not great against the Valentina because the Valentina can't take your Decimate.
It can be a little annoying to deal with, I would agree, but I think a lot of teams, I mean, GB, I've seen him on stream play Joy like an absolute maniac.
Oh, yeah,
It's crazy how quick he moves across the map. And I don't know whether this might be, it might be a little difficult to do because, again, you've already got a gold laner who is looking to dominate, right? You have a support that isn't able to influence the side lanes as much. So I think there are other things more. No way. This early on? Okay, sure.
Okay, here's the thing. You already take the Farsa. And you know what's crazier?
What's crazier?
You might not have to ban any XP laners. Because they've shown that they can camp that lane and make sure it's a non-factor, correct? And here's the thing. I play Valentina. One of Valentina's weaknesses is range. If you can outrange the Valentina, it's not going to be a good game because the Farsa going up against the Valentina, before the fight even starts, both Nathan as well as Valentina are half HP.
That's a very good point. And more importantly so, I think that Udil is one of the better users of just, I'm not going to give you my ult at all. I don't have to show up in lane most of the time. He's willing to sacrifice.
Take Zorns.
Yeah, take Zorns for all I care. At the end of it, as long as he shows up last, he's able to clean up that fight. If not, show up first, deal a lot of damage, back off, don't let that Valentina close the distances. You see the bans, we're seeing Song get banned out for the side of MV, rather interesting. But the Diggy ban makes sense for the side of Homebois.
See, even MV is thinking like, if I give Sapat a lane dominating hero, it's not going to be good for me.
I feel like Sapat's going to get CC again. Unironically,
I feel like it's fine. I would appreciate at least one more frontliner, so it has to be either Sapat or Chibi here, because I feel like having the Roger as well as the Farsa, you want to play range first, and then you want to let... Oh, that's another thing. The Farsa can just deal out the burst damage, and then Roger can clean up.
Yeah.
It could potentially be a very clean fight here.
Okay. I'm thinking of
I like the export ban.
Yeah, I agree with this. I agree with the export ban. Take out annoying things that are looking to peel, because now it's about activating these combo components, right? You have big minute, no Infuri. That sounds like a great idea. You've got damage coming in for the Farsa. We need another enabler. I'm thinking Terizla for the side of the Homebois. Another way to kind of activate it. And even if it goes over the penalty zone for the side of MV, instant counter engage.
Yeah. Because again, Valentina can take all of a Terizla or Minotaur, but she cannot take their defenses. She's not that tanky.
She's so squishy.
Right? So the moment she goes in, if the Farsa isn't caught, just like one swish of the second skill, and then you're half HP.
unless it's last week where Fakes is able to get away with 1 HP stealing Manoa Fury and flickering into the enemy team. Unless that happens again, which I doubt. It should not. It really should not happen as MV bans out the Joy.
So right now, MV is respecting the Joy, but this does open Chibi to get a lot, because even if he wants damage, the Lancelot is still open, although I don't think it's that amazing of a pick right now. Martis is still there, the Akai, the Baxia is still open.
I feel like the Martis is a little counterintuitive now, right?
Yeah.
Because you want to reset, but then so does Roger, and if you both
True,
go, one of
true,
you is
true,
going to get
true.
backstabbed, and that's not a fun time. That's not a fun time. I'm thinking...
Alpha.
Ooh.
Actually not bad, right? True damage against the Fredrin.
Yeah, you're
right?
able to kind of knock people back, especially
Oh,
if
yeah.
you got the flank as well.
Yeah. If someone tries to go into the far side, just push them away.
I see the science. I see the science with this one. Here we go. The next lock-in for the side. The Rizla coming up for the side of the Homeboys.
Called it.
I'm liking it. I'm liking it. But now MV needs to respond to it, right? And they can go multiple different directions. Paquito sounds like a good idea, but at the same time, like, there's no real way to enter in the fight as of right now.
Benedetta.
Oh, Benedetta's not bad.
Right? It might
distance.
It might have a bit of a trouble with Terizla, but still,
at the very least, you could stop the Farsa.
Exactly. Exactly. What else? A bit risky. Ruby could also be an answer, a potential answer here.
I feel like the Grok. I feel like the Grok's a little bit better at this one.
Yep, there we go, the Benedetta.
Okay, we see the Benedetta here. Let's see what MV are going to go, because I'm thinking of traditional things.
And the Grok. Oh,
nice.
We're calling it.
Hey! It's been a while. It's been a while. Homeboys, now for their final pick. Who's going to go into the jungle? What's some fun stuff that can go into the jungle?
I feel like, again, the boring one is probably Baxia or Akai. Is there a tanky jungler we're not thinking of?
Running through it in my head, computing. No, I think they need more chunk. Well, sorry, let me specify. A little bit more early game oriented. Things that are able to snowball out of control. Things like, I don't know, I think even the Lancelot, not entirely too bad for the side of the Homeboys. A lot of outplay potential here as well. Arguably even the Hayabusa.
Martis. I mean, we did talk about the Martis, and this is one of his signature. Maybe in their mind, it's not counterintuitive. It's like, if Nets doesn't get it, Chibi gets it. Right?
I'll keep an eye out for the interaction. Somebody is not going to get a kill reset here. Who is it going to be? We don't know. Who's it going to be? We got Roger for the late game. We've got Martis for the early game. I respect it so much here. Now, if Roger is able to get activated alongside with Chibi, that's a double whammy right there.
I just want to see if Xeno gets activated, because at level 2, the Farsa already hits quite a lot. So I want to see where the level of aggression is going to be. Once Martis hits level 4, who's he going for?
That's a good point. Let's see which side of the map they're going to be playing for as we go into this second game between MV versus the Homeboys. Only one of these teams are going to be walking away with a victory. Are they going to be able to push it to a game number 3, or is Homeboys going to be able to get 2 points, 2 games down to close this out?
Well, Homeboys definitely needs the points. And looking at the situation now, looks like they're both starting at the same part of the map. I think they're starting at the gold side of the map here, so they're probably going towards the EXP. So Subway is trying to match GB here.
I respect that, but here, keep in mind that Martis has a much faster clear. Unfortunately, even with the leash from the rest of his teammates, you can see that even for Fredrin, he's still slightly slower.
Yeah, right now Nova Escobar is getting chunked just a little bit by Zorn as well as Udil. So it looks like for this time, they're not going for the EXP lane. They're really trying to help out the mid lane here.
Yeah, they are making sure that GB is going to be uncontested for a majority of this day. I guess they understand that, hey, maybe now is not the right time to fight. We're looking for level 4.
Yeah, maybe it's like, it's a chip-specific strategy here, but Fakes taking quite a lot of damage, and that's a very early flicker.
I feel like people have kind of forgot that Farsa's passive really hurts.
Hey, I forgot.
It chunks out. Wait. Wings by Wings coming in from the side of Udil. He's still level 2, though. I'm not entirely sure why they're still trying to make this happen for now.
Dude,
like,
level 2 is so strong for Farsa.
It really is. Not to mention that even when we're looking at the emblems and talents, taking the extra penetration, so useful. Udil, out of mana, gonna have to head back towards the fountain here. Nets just trying to control this wave as much as he can.
I'm actually interested to see how Nats controls his mana here. Sapat taking quite a lot of damage, but he should be fine, especially Zorn coming in with a motivational roar. One interesting fact is quite a lot of players now are actually prioritizing Inspire, the cooldown emblem for their kit.
Yep, just to buy that extra bit of time. More so, you can actually proc the heal multiple times, in a matter of fact. Now, speaking of which, this turtle is so very important. Dangerous for MV, good for the side of Homeboys. Let's see how they kind of play around this, right? Because this turtle dance is going to take some time, and MV need to make sure they minimize their damage or at least blow resources from the side of the Homeboys.
If I'm Monster Vicious, I'd be careful because Sapat with the
penalty zone
is going to be dangerous.
Here we go. Penalty zone already coming in towards their jungler, Simon No Fury, as well. Subway is able to find the turtle, but now one decimate, the second one even coming out. GB able to get a double kill. He did not find the reset, unfortunately. They're going to call this off.
Yeah, but dude, this is a Martis, man. We keep talking about it over and over again. If Martis gets 2 kills, that's GG, man. The next 7 minutes is all Martis.
Yeah, he's going to have so much control. But the question is, where is he going to apply the influence, right? We were talking about this before. We saw Martis head up to the top side. Hey, what's up, EXP later? It is a little bit difficult to catch the Benedetta. Let's try and catch people off of rotations instead.
Honestly, at this point, looking at how Nats has been winning the lane, might as well just go for the gold, man.
Yeah.
Because I feel like Nats just needs someone to finish him off. Like, he can make Ruff go low. You just got to make Ruff go gone. Dude, I'm sorry. I'm not on the English desk all the time, okay? Mind my English.
I enjoy it. I enjoy it.
All right, cool. I'm a Malay caster.
Hey,
Shut
man.
up.
Hey, man. Why are you getting offended, man? I'm enjoying your joke, man.
Yeah, nice.
Okay.
That's cool. That was nice.
That's artillery. Nobody's nearby to actually finish that off. Kind of interesting. It kind of felt like Udil took the wide stance on that one. It was just like, nah, fam. Feel my presence.
He just want to be like, I'm the top dog here.
Speaking of top dog, Chibi might actually get another kill against Nova X Kobar. Subway can actually support him. Doesn't want to use the second half of his skills. Taking their time so far. Even Benedetta getting a proxy on the top side of the map. MV adjusting quite well.
Yeah, they're adjusting very, very well. Right now, I'm pretty sure they're looking at the turret, but I kind of feel like, sorry, at the turtle. If they want a turtle, they can't die.
Oh, this is huge. Feathered Airstrike comes to try and save the day, but it's too late. They've already lost Chibi. They lose Zorn in the process as well. Great Nature's Barrier, Flicker Wild Charge from Nova X Kobar.
I gotta write that down because that was an amazing play coming in from MV. It's like, what, 420-ish? 420, like, I feel like the initial engage looked like a botch, but they're like, dude, we're in too deep. We gotta commit.
I mean, to be fair, Zeno did decide to use his Petrify as well to guarantee that it was going to hit Chibi. I mean, that's what happens when you don't hold on to the second part of the Asura's aura.
And now Homeboys, again, goal lead over to Monster Vicious. Now for Monster Vicious, you gotta create space for Zeno, I feel, because you wanna give Sapat the dilemma. Do I have to defend my lane or do I have to follow my team? Because Terizla can clear very, very fast, but he can't rotate as fast.
That's a good point.
Right?
That's a good point here. If they were going to do such a matter, actually, now that I think of it, I said Asura's Aura, I meant Mortal Coils there. But coming back to the point, right? I think they're going to start playing to catch people off of rotation like they did before. I think it was a little too obvious, especially when you're standing so far forward that you're forced to use your Mortal Coils in that manner. And I think MV, they've adjusted quite well, but at the same time, they're really abusing this Nature's Barrier.
I gotta say, Udil is old school, man. I haven't seen the Clock of Destiny for a very long time.
This is going to be worth it, though. Nova X Kobar, he's going to get chunked down. And Udil is the one who secures the kill. Nets gets on outside of that dive. And now here comes the response penalty zone from the No Fury Flicker as well. But they have no way to reset the kills. No way to go in. Nets jumps first. He is going to make it out of there, sacrificing Chibi's life instead.
Right now, Xenomao going for that mid lane, and he got a top lane as well. Monster Vicious. This is their win condition. Xenomao is the win condition because he thrives He does so well when he's all alone in the lane. And if he can be alone in 2 lanes, that's even more dangerous. Double the trouble.
Yeah, and I mean, MV, this is why they have the gold lead in the first place. Even though they're down by a single kill, the economy is being held up by 1 man as the rest of the team are trying to smother the Homeboys. Not get them the resets, not get them the single picks that will turn a pebble into an avalanche.
When you're going up against a split pusher like Xenomaut, you have to be even more decisive. You can't hesitate on your calls. If you want to go for it, go for it. If you want to fight, go fight. If you want to disengage, disengage. And right now, Monster Vicious, they're trying to limit the time that Homeboys has to think. They're trying to get objectives one at a time, and then constricting them of time to really think about what should we do? Who should we attack?
Yeah, and I think, this is a great example of what tempo is supposed to be played as, right? MV, they lost tempo, and now they've reclaimed the tempo. They predetermine what the moves are on the map are going to be before the Homeboys, and Homeboys are playing responsive because they have no choice. Here we go, Feathered Airstrike coming on towards Fake's side. Subway, he got locked away on the opposite side, but Subway, he's looking back to Peel. Entropy is out. Feathered Airstrike stolen away from Fakes. Tries to look for another opportunity. Ruff finds one in Chibi as a big upgrade comes out, but here comes Benedetta. Nets, he's trying to get on out of there. Zorn sacrifices his life for his gold laner. A 2-for-1 trade in favor of MV.
That was a good move coming in from Xeno, man.
Really nice move.
Like, Nats was free, and all of a sudden he was caught, and then all of a sudden he has to disengage.
So good. So very good here. I mean, the only wish that I had was if Xeno decided to go, hey, maybe I take a lethal ignition here. Maybe I have a little bit more damage to be that threat.
He should have had the confidence in himself, man. He should have been like, I believe I can.
Look, not everybody has the power of manifestation here.
Dude.
Only a select few. Sometimes it's predetermined by... I'm not going that far. But 30 seconds left on the next upcoming...
No, I was thinking of how to make a joke with few. In the Philippines, selected few, like few selects. Okay, no.
No, we're not gonna go that far. We're not gonna go. We're ending that bit pretty early on this one. 17 more seconds until the next neutral objective comes on, and I think that now with MV with a 3.8 gold lead, now predetermined how Homeboys have to approach the fight. And I think that man, the front to front is looking a lot. The front to back is looking a lot harder than it should.
Actually, Sapa has not died? That's actually very interesting. Oh, Xenomaut!
Oh.
Gets hit by Nets. That's actually quite a lot of damage.
That's a lot of damage there. And, I mean, Xeno, he still had the Electro Final Blow. Didn't have to use any of his resources, but he is forced to recall. This is going to make sure that a 4v5 might occur down by the Lord side.
Can Homeboys do anything here? Because I feel like Monster Vicious, they're baiting it out.
Yeah,
they want Homeboys to go in.
It feels like Homeboys is giving it up here. Nova is keeping eyes and tabs on Udil so far. Power of Nature comes out. The fight is taking relatively slow here, but MV, they don't necessarily want the Lord.
No.
They want the kills. Chibi using the first half of the Mortal Coils. Benedetta comes in, jumping in towards Udil's side, forcing the wings by wings, and then they take the Lord. Nicely done by MV.
If Udil did not have Purify there, it's GG, man. That's over.
You just instantly die at that point.
Yeah, so right now, Monster Vicious, 4,000 gold lead. This is what happens when Xenomaut is able to do his own thing. I feel like he's taking revenge here.
This is for last game, ganking me 3 times in a row before I was level 4.
I feel like his eye was twitching. It's like, you ganked me 3 times?
No, he's working through his problems, man. Slowly but surely. Here we go. Nature's Barrier again to limit the space that Homeboys has to play with, but these towers don't stand a chance with Ruff as well as the Entropy. With no way to clear these minions effectively without having to use an ultimate here, Homeboys gonna get pushed all the way into their inhibitor turrets.
If MV wins the entire match...
Okay, Wild Charge comes out, forces out the Feathered Airstrike as well as the penalty zone to get on out of there. They're going to commit to this. Nets doing a good job trying to clear as much as he can. Top side needs to get cleared as well, but this should be a clean defense from the Homeboys' side. Let's wait until the second row of super minions come on through.
Let's talk about how clean Fakes has been playing as well, because he's a mid-range mage, and he hasn't been caught by Sapat, hasn't been caught by Zorn. He died once, sure, but other than that, he's been playing very, very cleanly. He's making sure that he can dish damage and terrify people without getting caught himself.
I mean, he's been playing extremely bold. Here we go. Zorn going to drop down the Minoan Fury as well with the Feather Airstrike, but it gets cancelled out. Ruff takes out Udil. Didn't stand a chance to begin with. Zeno does it again with his Petrify. Somebody has to stop this man.
Dude, Ruff right now is a magician, man. First you see Homeboys, now you see none. It's that quick. The damage coming in from the Natan now is cheating.
It's not fair. It's not fair, especially when he's activating his passive consistently, right? Fakes holding out that Decimate, may look for another opportunity. That's going to be a free inhibitor for the side of MV, and they're more than happy with this trade. They're going to back off, suffocate the entire jungle, really shake up the economy for the Homeboys.
I feel like the only way that Homeboys can get away with trying to attack Monster Vicious is someone has to bait out that Purify first coming in from Ruff, and once there's no more Purify, then you can try to force something out and try to go all in, because right now he has 5-0 and 2. So there's quite a significant shutdown goal there.
There is significant shutdown gold. I think the main problem is that Subway is interfering with every single move. He's dealing, Fakes is doing a good amount of damage. He's also peeling specifically for Ruff as well, right? Like Nova Escobar and as well as Zeno, both are working together to make sure that the timings of their ultimates are kind of spread apart, right? If you find the catch you got, somebody has to deal with a Feather Airstrike one way or another, whether it be with the Nature's Barrier or with the Petrify Electro Final Blow, one or the other.
And it looks like Udil, he understands that he's not getting a lot of gold this game, so he has to prioritize cheaper items. So completing the Divine Glaive over the Lightning Truncheon, you're not going to be having that much damage, but at least it's better than nothing.
Yeah, it's definitely something here. Once again, same situation. Subway just holding GB hostage. What are you going to do? I'm a level above you. Can you take this? Lord Terminator might be a little too difficult here. Nets just playing it patient, both sides. Look at Zeno B. They reset this and they send Zeno down to the bottom side, and they have to clear top side as well. There's just not a winnable situation for Homeboys in this dance.
Like I said, they have to be decisive. They got to give up something to get something. So someone has to be the scapegoat here. Someone has to sacrifice their body for someone else to succeed.
Oh, a 3-man knockup and now penalty zone coming out from Sampat. They force the situation and Sampat finally goes down. Ruff cuts him through like a butter. But Nets, he's on the run. Nova's not going to let him go. He picks him up too. Nobody can deal with the entropy. Zord has to run. Udil, with wings by wings, is able to get on out of there. But Chibi, he's trying to run away. Feathered Airstrike, only one shot to go on through. They can't do any more as Fakes finds the Decimate. And this is looking like an MV victory as Chibi pushes the minions out. Zeno eye for an eyes out of there. Then in mid inhibitor shall fall, but a Luminous Lord approaches from the top side of the map to close this out. Chibi is gone. GG, well played, MV.
Good game, Monster Vicious. And here's the thing, we know that they can push Homeboys, but this game showed they had macro prowess, man.
Yep, great showing, good adaptability. They expected a lot of early game movements from the Homeboys. They defended it, they hit their power spikes, and most importantly, they didn't let this snowball go out of control.
Let's put this into perspective. Homeboys, they are still the reigning champions, right? They're still holding that title. They went to a lot of international stages. MV came from the qualifiers. That's a big gap there.
So much.
From the qualifiers going up against the champions. And you're pushing them to a 1-1. Even if Homeboys wins the next one, MV has proven themselves. They deserve to be in the MPL. Like, that was an amazing showing.
It really is. It really is. And that's why it just shows why so many teams in the MPL were loaning the players from MV.
Oh yeah.
There's so many of them have been loaned on over, and for good reason as well. And now that they're finally together, it really feels like they are the most comfortable these players have ever been in a long time.
Like the pieces of Exodia.
Exactly.
Right?
Yu-Gi-Oh! References for all of y'all, but let's go backstage and look who exactly is the MVP of this game. Give it up for your man, Ruff, coming in big time, scaling hard, and being that machine gun mage marksman that you know and love.
And right now, even he is like, calm down, calm down. You know what? It's game number 2. Let's finish game number 3 and let me celebrate. But speaking of which, Ruff 6-0 and 4. The damage coming in from this guy, I feel like having the bargain hunter there really scaled up very, very fast in this game. Because after we saw that he completed the Feather of Heaven as I think as the second item, I think it's like, okay, I'm all good. Whoever is in front of me, they're going to get taken down.
Yeah, I know. I appreciate the way that he decided to build, right? He decided to build greedy. He knew he was going to lose the lane, but he needed to kind of get away from Rough. And I think using the weakness finder instead of the traditional quantum charge is a good way. Because, hey, you jump on me in wolf form, I slow you at least one time, I can create just enough distance to walk away.
I like this whole emblem setup because we even see Claudes with Brave's Might just trying to figure out how to survive the laning phase. So now Rough, 6-0 and 4. The biggest difference is that this time, Homeboys didn't have a cheese strat.
Yep.
They got to have something for game 3.
Yep. They tried playing a clean game, a clean standard game that we know and love from the Homeboys, which is early game centric, and that did not work out surprisingly.
So right now, Homeboys, I would say the draft dramatically changed coming in from game number 1 and game number 2, right? The only one that's the same is the Roger. This might be one of the weaknesses because we saw in the previous series, you can change one hero, you can change 2. Homeboys, they didn't change one hero. The rest they changed. And I feel like this is a very dramatic change.
Well, I feel like this is last season's Homeboys identity. If I saw this draft, I'm like, yes, they're going to be playing for the early game. That makes sense to me. But now, it feels like they've been researched and studied upon, right? I think that MV was very much prepared for a composition that plays around the earlier stages of the game, very lane-dominant heroes, of course. But at the end of it all, right, was the Farsa a good pick? Could it... I mean... We saw the build. He decided to go for a Clock of Destinies, and that is an expensive item to build up as your first item, might I add.
I feel like I've been singing the praises of Nova Escobar. He showed his worth in this game.
He did.
He made sure that Udil couldn't do much.
Oh yeah, Feather Airstrike, Guardian's Barrier.
Right?
Feather Airstrike, Wall Charge. Like, how are you supposed to play around that?
Even before Udil finds a place to use his ult, he's just like, hey, give me a hug. I'm getting big for you. Come on, give me a hug.
I'm huge for you, dude. I'm so huge. It's too difficult. It really is difficult. Really well done from Haru's side. I think this is a lot of... The good thing about some old school classics like the Farsa picks is that people who've been playing for a very long time, I'm talking about Season 5, Season 4, Season 3 even, Haru was part of those lineups. Fakes as well was part of those lineups in the earlier stages of the MPL. And Farsa was such a dominant force that they needed to answer, and Grok was the usual one. I just like the fact that they paired it up with a secondary person in Zeno on this Benedetta, something I think Homeboys need to consider.
When we're looking at picks like this, picks like the Farsa, you come to think about, what about other heroes? Because I'm checking back my bans. For MV, they banned out Namasha, Nolan, Chip, Yuzong, and Joy. Not a single mid laner. Novaria was open.
Vex. Did they ban out Vexana themselves?
Vexana was open.
Yeah, from Homeboys.
Homeboys, they banned out the Faramis, Barat, Matilda, and they banned out Diki and X-Boy. So even they didn't ban out.
Even Lilia was available as
Lilia was available, yeah.
That's kind of crazy.
Nana was available.
Yikes. That's actually a big yikes, in a matter of fact. I don't know. I feel like the idea was definitely there from the Homeboys. We can definitely see the logic to kind of put one and one together. But at the same time, it does come down to the question of scaling, right? This is all on condition that you win out that early game and snowball it in towards that mid game, something which MV did a great job just stonewalling.
The only reason why I bring this up is because Homeboys, they have a... What's the big round thing when you look at something and it's like really zoomed? Microscope?
Magnifying glass?
Yeah, they're understood. Ever since the tournament in the snow. Everyone has been looking at it, it's like, okay, who's drafting? What's going on? Game number 1, it was a cheese strat. If it didn't work, I'm pretty sure people will question it, but it worked, so people won't. Game number 2, I can already smell it. Yes, comments have smells to it. Because they are the champions. We gotta be a little bit hard on them.
Okay. I didn't realize your colorblindness gave you the ability to sniff out comments. But speaking of which, you bring up a really good point about the games of the past year. Because I think that yes, it is a questionable draft, but there is very much clear logic to it.
Yes,
I
yes,
just
yes.
think that there's not enough win conditions inside of it if it's all lynched upon one thing. I think there needs to be multiple phases, and it needs to look more similar to what metacoms look like nowadays, which is more so of a bell curve, right? A bell curve of we have an early game win condition, mid game win condition, as well as a late game condition. Because based on this game, right, that late game condition, rich guy coming in from rough, coming up big time, and then after that you got to deal with Fakes who's peeling, doing an insurmountable amount of peel on top of Subway, who is just this stone wall. You've seen him turn around to protect Ruff. He is not always pushing forward, unlike Chibi, who was looking for those opportunities but kept getting sandbagged.
I feel like the weakness there was that they were really banking on their momentum. So the moment, later when we're going to see the highlights, that Homebois had the momentum, right? 2 kills on to Chibi. But the moment MV found a good fight, it's game over. They're like, we took your momentum away from you, and we're not giving it back. Let's check out the highlights coming in from ROG. This is where Homebois, they got a good advantage here. They got 2 kills onto Chibi, and then starting from here, Zeno catching someone and then Nova actually following up is good. But the next one here, I feel like this one is where Homebois, they started, but Monster Vicious, they really ended it.
Yep, they truly ended it on this one here. I mean, they had a lot of opportunities, but keep in mind that throughout this entire engagement, Ruff is the one who's actually securing those kills, and that kind of really propelled him super far ahead of Nets, unfortunately, even evening up the score 10-9 right now in terms of level score. And then it just never fell back into the hands because this affected Chibi so much that it allowed Subway to walk into his jungle, pretty much double up on his farm, double up on specifically the EXP.
We gotta talk about Zeno as well. He
So
is
good.
the main reason Homebois does not have the momentum. Because either you entertain Zeno or you're gonna let Zeno get his way. And you don't want Zeno to be alone.
Either or, it's a lose-lose situation.
Exactly.
That's the worst part, right? Tempo has been the main name of the game in these past 2 matches, and the real question is, how do you deal with it and make sure that you have insurance policies when you design your comp around them? Which brings us to potentially, well, this is definitely going to be the final game of today here. Who do you think is going to be coming up on top? Because again, keep in mind that the Homebois do get the choice on which side they want to be on.
I feel like Homebois, if they're hoping for a cheese pick, then it's going to be MV. But after this, I gotta hear what Daddy has to say. So we're gonna go for Daddyhood. I'm sure he's somewhere there or on the stage. We're gonna go over with Rose. So Rose, what's Daddy talking about?
Alright, thank you so much to our casters. Dan sekarang saya bersama Daddyhood. Guys, cheers sikit.
Cheers sikit.
Cheers sikit.
Alright, baik.
Okay, macam Mars kata kan, why not kita main full game hari ni? Homebois dah bagi dah full game. Okay, so sebelum apa Daddy nak tanya, how are you? How's the preparation untuk musim ke-13?
Kalau saya sendiri baik, Alhamdulillah. Untuk anak-anak buah saya, ya pun baik juga preparationnya. Walaupun kita belum dapat very good momentum, tapi saya rasa diorang dah bersedia dan saya yakin lah, sentiasa trust diorang.
So, is it true that ramai orang cakap actually Homebois just belum panas lagi untuk musim ni?
Itu salah satu faktor, tapi yang pasti pasukan-pasukan yang bertanding pun dah makin bagus kan. Kita di Malaysia pun competitive level kita pun dah semakin meningkat dengan kemasukan import-import yang bagus, player-player lokal yang dah semakin baik. So pada saya ini adalah satu benda yang sihat di MPL MY sendirilah.
Alright Daddy, ni ramai caster yang nak tahu tau. So minggu lepas Homebois dah kalah. Kalau hari ni kalah lagi, adakah My Tag Move 2.0 akan jadi?
InsyaAllah. Tapi kita dah biasa start dengan kalah. Season 13 kita 3 lose streak. Season 12 kita 2 lose streak. And hari ni, by this season kita baru sekali kalah. So insyaAllah kita akan memperbaiki dari masa ke semasa. Cuma saya tetap yakin yang kita boleh buat yang terbaik. InsyaAllah.
Alright, Daddy. I personally nak tahu apa Homebois punya goal untuk musim ini.
Goal paling utama ialah back to back lah. Back to back champion. Nak jadi tim pertama yang back to back. Tapi andai kata kita tak dapat back to back, tiket ke Riyadh tu insyaAllah kita memang betul-betul nak dapatkan lah.
Alright, so Daddy, nampaknya your boys are on stage. Dorang dah nak start dah game ketiga kita. Apa Daddy nak cakap dekat dorang?
Alright, kepada anak-anak buah saya, tak kira atas stage ataupun di luar stage, di belakang stage, di mana-mana stage pun, insyaAllah saya doakan yang terbaik untuk korang. Jalan masih panjang, kita masih banyak lagi perkara kita nak buat. InsyaAllah, buat yang terbaik, percaya diri, percaya kekuatan sendiri insyaAllah.
Alright, sebelum we throw it back to the casters, I nak dengar sikit cheer daripada side Homeboys. Dorang menang game pertama, kalah game kedua. Game ketiga, Homeboys akan menang ke Monster Vicious? But let's give them all a morale boost, okay guys? Bila I cakap Homeboys, I nak you guys cheer, okay? Homeboys!
Alright.
Thank you very much. Terima kasih, Daddy.
Okay, baik. Baik, insyaAllah.
Guys, so mari, let's throw it back to the casters untuk start game ketiga. Casters, take it away.
I like that Daddy, like whereas Johorian, we try to break the fourth wall quite a lot. It's like, am I done? Was that good? Can I leave now?
A literal one-to-one image. If not, I would say same humor. Johorian humor, might I? Is it specifically Johorian humor? I don't know. It's along the same lines. You're thinking about every other Johorian who also...
Because my humor and Daddy's pretty much the same. I'm trying to think of every other Johorian. Are we like that? Is it us thing?
I don't know. I'm thinking of all the Johorians that I know.
Is Riz like that?
Is Riz like that? Kinda. Sorta.
Yeah, kinda. Ish, yeah.
Except she does it in Chinese as well.
Oh, yeah.
That's an impressive skill.
That's impressive, but dude, speaking the language that we speak, how dare she speak Chinese with you?
I don't speak Chinese for context. I don't speak any Mandarin.
He speaks Korean.
I speak English. Please, let's keep it in English, please. I'm trying my best here. All right, 10 more seconds till we jump in towards this draft. The bits is over and the final match is about to begin. It's all predetermined by one thing. Who has the better draft? Let's jump right into it. This time, we're going to be seeing the Homeboys back on first pick on the blue side, up against MV on the red side as second pick.
Okay, so interesting that Homeboys is the first pick, so they have priority pick here. So, Masha as well as... Okay, I was thinking, don't let go of Matilda. I feel like you gotta ban all of Zorn's heroes, but then you let Nolan go. But I feel like the Nolan somehow, because SRG has beaten Homeboys with it, it's beatable. It's beatable. I would rather let go of the Nolan than something like a Matilda.
Yep, it still requires a lot of mechanics to actually get through. Gotta have those fast hands. Let's not forget. We see the chip. Yes, there we go. Get rid of the cheese picks here. And now Homeboys have so many options. Speaking of which, let's see what their first pick is going to be. I don't think they're going to first pick Roger this time round again, right? Like, I mean, Ruff does a great job, but at the same time, ooh! Huh. Wow. I don't know. Did they have to take a step back? Is Homeboys like, okay, we may have lost a bit of confidence here, but at the same time, let's go back to our comfort picks.
Honestly, even though it didn't work out game number 1, the Angela Boxia is still an option.
I think it's a pretty good option, as a matter of fact. Well, this is on condition, right? This is on condition. Let's see how MV handles the situation, because I think Subway did a great job in game number 2 on Fredrin itself.
Yeah, but Fredrin has been picked up here, so I'm feeling Boxia, Angela, and then... Oh, Grok.
Okay.
Grok and Valentina. So they're going the draft that actually got them the W.
Okay. Okay, maybe this is going to be a repeat.
Would Homeboys take Nathan here?
No, I don't think they would. Personally, I don't think they would. I feel like specifically Nets is like, I can win the lane. I've been winning these lanes consistently. It's just one interaction that really turns the tides for me, and our draft didn't really allow me to get that like big shut down on everybody else, because fights happen too quickly and I kept getting zoned out. So I think a lot of the consideration needs to go into the EXP.
I feel like Novaria or Lilia here would be pretty good.
Ooh, those are decent options. I think Lilia would be the safer one. Let's see. We see the Harith. Ooh, he's warming up. He's like, all right, give me the comfort picks. I'm ready to go. Farsa into the Grok again?
I trust in Udil, but at the same time, there's logic when it comes to the heroes. Like, Farsa can deal with people that want to dive against the Farsa because she can stun. But when the Grok is charging at you, you can't stun the Grok. He's immune to crowd control.
Yep.
The power of nature is pretty strong.
Yeah. Yeah, not to mention that you can cancel out the Feather Airstrike with not even with the Wild
Yeah,
card,
yeah,
just
yeah.
use the Guardian's Barrier. Like, he just needs to be in position. I think it's interesting, right? Or maybe this could be a redemption arc for Udil, where it's like, game 1, I got caught a couple of times. Don't worry. Game 3,
Okay.
I'ma do it.
Let's just go full cheese. Gold lane Farsa.
Gold lane Farsa.
Jungle Harith.
Jungle Harith, okay.
EXP Fredrin.
No, support Fredrin.
Oh, Roam Fredrin.
Roam Fredrin.
I mean, sure, why not? Sure. You want to go full cheese?
Yeah, man. Yeah, man. Gotta shake things up. Gotta
It smells
shake
like
things up.
stinky blue cheese.
Oh boy, the French are gonna be offended with that one. Now we can move into the second ban phase here. And I think there's just it's tough to say because I feel like Homeboys, they've got to get rid of things that are able to jump to the back line and start disrupting their back line. I'm thinking Yuzong, Benedetta, get them out of there. Get them out of there.
Arlet getting banned.
Oh, okay. Rather interesting.
Arlet. Why Arlet?
Why more so? Why now?
I feel like the Arlet ban is to set up for their EXP. So I'm thinking of what does Arlet counter? I'm thinking of CC. What else does the Arlet counter?
Not many things, to be fair, actually.
Right?
There's a lot of lanes. He's
like
more...
Arlet is generally good. He doesn't specifically counter anyone.
Yeah. That's a good way of putting it. That's a very good way of putting it. Homeboys, on the other hand, they're taking the maximum amount of time to predetermine what their next step is going to be. And I think this is important because, again, their composition is so volatile once more.
Okay, to be fair, Phoveus is good against the Harith.
It's good against the Harith, but this might open up for a possibility of Frederick going into the EXP and then opening up a Nolan.
Another thing as well is that the Phoveus is good against the Ruby.
That too. Even a Paquito, some might say.
Yeah.
A lot of different options for the dashes to get rid of. MV, on the other hand, now looking at this, okay, I think Haru is starting to catch on.
That Nolan could be a threat.
It could be a possibility. I mean, even Joy could be a threat at this point, to be fair.
Wait. Yeah, the Angela is still open.
Yeah.
They could go for Joy Angela. I don't think that's the best draft, but Homeboys, they've been going on with this crazy draft.
Hey, man, it's wild. You heard it from Danny Hood. In the past couple of seasons, they've lost 2 matches before they warmed up. I mean, it could be Homeboys fulfilling the KPI.
I feel like you should respect the Vendetta here.
Or, I mean, the thing is that you don't get first pick after the banning phase, right? That's the worst part. So no matter what, MV could decide, you know what? I could just go for the Benedetta instantaneously and say, hey, no matter what, I've got a decent option.
So I think Homeboys, this is what they're considering. Do they ban out the Benedetta or ban out a jungler? And they're banning out a jungler. They're banning out the Baxia.
Really making it difficult for Subway this time around. Maybe Subway could even consider going for an assassin.
Akai? Oh, Granger?
Oh, dude, that'd be kind of sick.
Right?
That'd be kind of sick. Ranger, jungle.
But if they want tanky, then Akai. I'm thinking of Akai.
Yeah, Akai's not bad. Baratz has already been banned out as well. And plus, you got another way to actually disrupt both the Harith on top of the Farsa as well.
So now MV, a lot of options here. They could pick up the Benedetta and then let the jungle pick be last.
Nothing beats the adrenaline rush.
Ooh, Benedetta, okay, there we go. Now they've opened it up. Homeboys looking to complete their composition. They've dealt with this particular combo of Grokken as well as Benedetta before. How are they going to manage it this time around? How are they going to do something different from game number 2?
They need someone that's very fast.
Rotational fast or just
rotational fast. Rotational fast. Khalid is fast, but I don't know how Khalid goes against the Benedetta.
It's a pretty volatile lane.
All the injustice in the world.
Oh, they're taking their signatures.
It's the classic. It's the classic. They're like, everybody, we are playing Comfort, and Haru, he sniffed it out. It's like, okay, it looks like they're playing Comfort. Let's see if we can punish this, because we're going to be picking up the Akai on our side. Good luck. This Paquito, oh man, Sapat, he needs to come out big time. He's going to have to be providing a damage type that nobody else has too much of. That's physical. Everybody else is going either magical or true.
I feel like this is man-to-man defense. like the tourists that can't keep up with the Benedetta. Well, you know what they say. Bring fists to a sword fight.
Yep, that's how they do it. I've learned from every single movie, and that usually how it's played out. Homeboys or MV, cast your votes in the chat itself. Who's going to be walking away with an extra point under their name? Oh boy, man, this is going to be interesting to see how both teams play. Every stage of the game, there is a win condition for either side.
I feel like Zoran has been putting a lot of points on Chip. Does he have enough left in the tank to use his Cho? I really feel this is go big or go home for Homeboys.
Well, this is their last opportunity here on this day itself with their signature picks as well against a Tier 2 slaying team. This could be a statement piece for Monster Vicious.
And I gotta say, man, this time I feel like it is on Zeno's shoulders again to carry the entire team. Not to say that he has to, but the way that he's been playing, he's making it very easy for his entire team to actually hold on to the game.
I would agree, but I think this time Monster Vicious are coming in with even more tools than game number 2. So I think, at least for Zeno, some pressure is alleviated, but at the same time, it doesn't mean that he could willy-nilly make mistakes.
Looking at this, Fakes as well as Nova, they're trying to go into the jungle, and Zoran here finds Fakes.
Uh-oh.
Can he get a kill? Looks like not gonna be forcing it out.
Sapat was even running for it. Wow, Sapat decided to take Sprint instead of Flicker this time round.
Man-to-man defense. Man-to-man defense. Like, if you're running away, I'm going for you.
If he has to use that Sprint to run halfway across the map to get to a Turtle or Lord fight, he will activate it.
And right now, looking at the entire map.
Oh, wow. Okay.
What are you looking
right.
at?
I'm looking at the fact that movement speed is so key for Monster Vicious, right? Coming in from Nova X Kobar, he's even taking common emblems as well. He just wants to maintain as much pressure across the map as possible, looking for any holes in Homeboys' play.
And right now, it looks like it is man-to-man defense for Homeboys because the Cho is trying to figure out where the Grok is. The Paquito is going to figure out where the Benedetta is. So I feel like this is a more reactive way of how Homeboys is playing. They're just trying to figure out where everyone is so that they don't get surprised. So they're trying to make sure that whenever they're fighting on equal ground.
It is. Oh, great movement coming in from Nets. He's able to kind of manipulate the wave so that at least the wave starts crashing in. Some more surface area, more of the minions are being lost at this point. There's a slow push on that top side, and Ruff took a bad trade, so now the rest of the Homeboys, they see an opportunity here. They're going to get right on top of this turtle. Zeno's doing his best.
Yep, Zoran is level 4, but he has to be careful because the heavy spin can cancel out the way of the dragon.
Here we go, Electro final blow, Feathered Airstrike as well being committed, and it's going to be Subway who zones out Chibi entirely and secures the Lord for himself. Now Udil, he's got to get on out of there. Uses the Feathered Airstrike to look for an opportunity to secure first blood. The Petrify as well from Zeno, buying a little bit of time here as Fakes with a stolen Feathered Airstrike looking for Chibi. He makes it out with a sliver of HP. No first bloods.
That was impressive from both teams. It looks like Monster Vicious, they're not stepping their foot off the gas all the way from game number 2. They want to make sure that they secure the turtle. They're using the draft very, very nicely.
Oh, Purified coming out, Fakes. He's stuck. He's out in the open. Gets hit by the Feathered Airstrike. He's down. And Nova X Kobar, he's a little sad. He missed it. Could not cancel it.
Looks like Sapat almost gets a kill onto Zeno as well. This time Zeno is having a little bit of a rough time. Nova X Kobar finds Nets, and Nets wants to fight back, having the Zaman Force onto Nova X Kobar, but I don't think he has enough damage to get the kill just yet.
I think worse yet, he doesn't have enough mana. He forces that wave out of there. He knows Ruff took an early recall. He's going to be a little bit late. Hopefully that doesn't cost him too much gold in EXP.
Right now, Monster Vicious going up against Homeboys. It's 1-0, but I feel like Monster Vicious has not really lose any tempo in this game just because they lost their mid laner a little bit earlier.
It's a slight goalie going into the Homeboys. It doesn't really shift too much because Udil still needs time to actually scale. The same as it can be said about Fakes, right? And now, once again, mid-interaction here. Wow, man, MV is making sure that this river is no man's land. Nobody's able to take full control of it. It's a consistent push and pull.
I'm just worried here, as long as MV...
Oh! This could be a solo kill. Sapat, if only he had Flicker, right? If only he had Flicker.
I wonder if the sprint was a mistake. What if he just forgot to change it? I mean, things happen, you know? Things happen. But the thing that I want to say is that Zorn is showing his face a little bit too much. This is the way that Zorn plays, but if he doesn't have the flicker, he's not going to make a lot of surprise plays. So I feel like if Monster Vicious can calculate how much time he has on the flicker, it's going to be a problem.
Here we go. Once again, great kick on towards Fakes. The side who got chunked down can't do much about that. Zorn secures the kill on towards Fakes. And Zeno, he uses the eye for an eye to make enough space. The Subway peels them away. Nova forced to flicker out. Finally, we see another kill fall into the hands of the Homeboys as Nets continues to dominate his lane.
Every single time I look at the gold lane, it's always Nets there. Ruff is barely in the lane, man. Nets is winning this lane hard.
I mean, he's won the lane almost every single time. All it takes is one interaction for Ruff to really scale back into the game, but that's naturally how the game goes, right? Nets is also going to secure top tier 1, and now the lane swaps will be called in play.
So right now, Zeno, as long as Sapat is there, they should not worry about it. Looking at the items here, Feather, oh, but before that...
Oh, the trading. Feathered airstrikes for feathered airstrikes. Even an entropy was called from the side of Ruff. He's already super, super low, expecting to see Harith down on the bottom side. Sapat is going to quickly clear that wave and now start making his way up.
Looks like Sapat can go straight for the Hunter Strike, but it looks like Zeno, he has to delay his itemization just a little bit because he needs the Steel Lake Plates to actually manage to defend against the damage coming in from Sapat. So I like the way that he's itemizing, but it does delay his build quite a bit. Speaking of delaying the build quite a bit, looking at Nats, even though he's having a good time in lane, it's only a 500 gold lead. So it's only a component up of Ruff.
Yeah, I will say though that the biggest advantage Sapat has, I mean, look, he's barely taking any damage, but now the Electro Final Blow into the heavy spin, mark my words. When I said not enough damage, when you've got help like that to secure kills, you can't do anything. Oh, wait a minute. Good hit coming in from Zorn with a G couldn't do. Praise's Wrath comes out too, but not enough to take the kill away onto Fakes' life. Nets looking for the tier 1 down on the bottom side. Ruff stayed a little too long, gets punished for it. Zorn flickers on out of there. He's stuck, but really, what can Nova X Kobar do by himself?
I mean, hey, this is Homeboys with their comfort, but I feel like we saw what happened in game number 2. Monster Vicious will find a good fight. And I feel like that's all they need. They just need one good fight, shut down Udil, shut down Nats, let them slump for a little bit, and then just take over the game. I feel like Monster Vicious still has the game in their hands.
Oh, Nova, he's in trouble. Feather airstrike to ensure the kill. The Chrono Dash from Nets into Salmon forces. He runs for a second kill. Ruff is able to save the life of his mid laner once more and finds one. Zeno is going to chase down Udil. He wants to kill bad. He jumps on in, but he gets hit by the wave of the dragon. But Subway finds the kill on towards Udil. They walk away. 2 for 2 trade. And Monster Vicious also walks away with another turtle.
I was talking about Monster Vicious just need one good fight. That was almost it. That was almost it. Because the one that got taken down was Udil as well as Nets. Those are the members that you don't want to be taken down. If Zorn dies, Zorn dies. If Chibi dies, Chibi dies. You don't let Nets die. You don't let Udil die.
You can't afford to let them die. They are mages. They are people who need to scale, who need to be actively living on the map to get extra income. And I think as of right now, I think Homeboys, they need to show respect to MLBB. They can't always be making these incredibly crazy plays. They've got to take their time with a lot of these situations. Speaking of which, Zorn gonna get hit by the wall charge. Nova realizes he's in a lot of danger here. GB could punish, but unfortunately, Ruff denies that. Nova, once again with the power of nature, while it is off cooldown, is able to open up that map Subway. He sees it. He wants to get on top of Zorn. Zorn disrespects him. He doesn't care. GB can take the damage as well, but they're not finding any holes. The man-to-man defense stands strong.
Looking at the hand cam here for Zorn, he's looking at so many things, like items, check. My own items, check. Enemy items, check. I don't know, man. He's taking quite a lot of information. I don't know how he can keep up.
I feel like every time he taps the scoreboard button, he's just going one column at a time. Just one column, and now Zorn trying to find the opportunity to get on top of Fakes.
Cancelled.
Canceled straight away. Nicely done by Nova X Kobar, and even dropping down his ult as well. The Wild Charge to get him out of there somewhere. He might find a bit on Zorn. He's trapped. He can't get out. The IMU comes out as well. Entropy, and it's too late. Ruff is able to get out just in time. The chain CC doesn't make it through. Chibi ends up being the victim.
I mean, Sometimes I don't like being right, man, but Monster Vicious, they're doing it. What was the goalie just now? Close to 2,000?
Close to 2,000, yeah. Breaking into 3, to be fair.
And now it's almost neutralized. After this Lord, it's probably going to be neutralized. Now Xenomao has to run away from Subpai as well as Udil. And now the Lord has been started by Monster Vicious. Subway, half HP. Udil finds Ruff, but Ruff able to escape.
He's low. He's real low. Sapat, he's on his way to making him find his kill. Nets ends up finding one. Sapat takes the kill onto Subway as well. They can guarantee the Lord falls into their hands. A turnaround for the side of the Homeboys.
That was good coming in from Homeboys. We were talking about the goalie, and now they've taken it back. Now it's 2,000 again for them. And it's all because of Nets. Nets found the opportunity. Udil as well. Udil chunked down. Ruff so low that Nets, he just needed the Zaman Force just so that he can get in range with his Chrono Vision. Getting the kill, and now is on Homeboy's plate. This game has been up and down. This game is... They're just tossing the ball to each other. It's like, okay, now it's your turn. Okay, now it's my turn. Okay, now it's your turn again.
Oh, speaking of which, Fakes, he might get one shot here, but instantly canceled by Nova X. Cobalt Ruff finds the initial kill. Nets breaks a tier 1, but it's not over just yet. We do see that Sapat looking for anybody who decides to take a safe path out of there through the jungle would get punished. Nicely done from MV, turning this to a 4v5 on a Lord defense.
Now, Sapat finds Xeno. Again, we've been saying this, Xeno is always just a slither of health away, just one jab away from a kill.
And Sapat, he can't chase, he can't do it just yet. I think at least Xeno is stabilizing just a wee bit, but for now, I think that MV have been making very good adaptations here, and they are covering all of their bases now that they kind of recognize what Homeboys are looking for.
And I feel like in this game, Ruff has been found out a little bit more than he's comfortable with. So I kind of feel like he has to be careful because he has to purify. He can get away from Zorn, but he can't get away from Udil. So the moment Udil finds him with the Feather Airstrike, you can't really run away unless you have the entropy. And once you use your entropy, that's your main way to get out of a fight. Once that's done, everyone else has a fair shot onto you.
Yep, a big shot, in a matter of fact. Speaking of which, looking at the overall item. Oh, wait, Zeno. He might be in trouble. He's caught out by so many members. Can't get out in time. A good collapse from the side of the Homeboys, finally punishing the man who made Game 2 a live in hell.
And now the Lord is 1 minute away. Monster Vicious, they got to figure out a way how to get a kill onto Homeboys. 30, maybe 20 seconds away from...
the chain CC and the Zaman Force as well. Nova, he can't do it, but Subway is able to peel him off. GB tries to go around, but the power of nature keeps him alive. Praises Ground comes on through.
What?
Oh my god, he's dead. He's gone. Feather Airstrike, more than enough. Udil does it, capitalizing on the play.
I did not thought that would kill, man.
The passive, man, the passive coming in from Farsa. It feels like, oh, I survived. He didn't proc the lethal ignition, and you see that one bird turn it all around for you.
Dude, Nats is doing so much damage at this point. Xenomao can't take it. Face can't take it. Ruff can't take it. This game, Nats is a problem.
He is such a problem. Look at the damage dealt. Holy cow! 44,400.
And Udil's not far behind. Neither is Subpai. But when you look at Fakes, he's the highest from Monster Vision, and he's far away from the damage dealt rankings coming in from Homeboys.
He's trying his best. He really, really is. But the thing is, he keeps stealing the Feathered Airstrike in positions far away, so he can't necessarily peel with the initial Shadow Strikes, right? And now, the Lord Dance begins, looking for that opportunity. Zorn takes a bit of damage here. He thinks he's okay, but now he's brought down to less than 30%. Chibi is able to get the lockdown, and they force out the Entropy. Good resources being blown. Subway, one chance. One opportunity to make this happen. He's gonna try. No, it's too late. GB has already got it. He's too late. He has to drop the Feathered Airstrike on top of him, even though they don't lose too many things off of it. But MV, man, this is looking like the curtain calls for them.
Right now for MV, the burst damage coming in is gonna be a lot because Sapat just completed his Blade of Heptasis. So that initial jab is gonna hurt much more. So if Xeno has been living with a slither of health, that's not going to be happening after this because looking at the items, Xeno is not building more defense. He's building more damage.
Yeah. Oh, man, this is rough. This is really, really rough. Down on the bot side, we see a 2v1. They find Zeno, which means that it's go time in the mid lane here as Udil drops down the Feathered Airstrike to disperse the fight as much as they can. They're pulling it away. Nova pulls it just enough to reset it. Nicely done, protecting the top inhibitor at the same time. However, this does disrupt the waves. The full force of the Homeboys isn't regrouped just yet. Return Feathered Airstrike coming in from Fix, and now they're going forward. Nova Excoma dropping down the Nature's Barrier. Nats?
Ooh, taking down a little bit too much here. Udil's still alive. Zorn as well. Zorn taking a little bit damage here.
Feather Airstrike once again. GB out of position, locked against the wall, forcing the retribution. Fakes as well. Should be able to secure this kill with the help of Subway. Nicely done as Monster Vicious sacrificed their inhibitors for another chance in this game.
It's not clean by Homeboys. They took way too much damage. Nats was almost dead before the fight even started. And then Chibi was way too far away. To be fair, that was on Subway. Subway managed to actually push him away. But still, Homeboys, if they want to end this game, they got to remember, Monster Vicious is a very strong team. You know that they can come back from this. So don't take that chance. Find a cleaner way. Use the Lord Dance, bring MV out, get those kills, get those secure kills, and then end the game cleanly.
I don't know. I gotta give it to MV though. The way that they're peeling backwards in a lot of these fights are very, very good. It's so layered. It's like cutting through a really dense cake with each layer just getting harder to chunk through. And now Sabat, he might actually find an opportunity for a solo kill here, but Subway comes out of the bush, missing the initial hits. Sabat finds the kill on towards Zeno, and now the Feathered Airstrike onto Subway. He loses all of his health. There goes the immortality. The Salmon Force comes out to find Subway. Rough kill sword in the process. A 3-for-1 trade. It's a roamer for a roamer, as well as a jungler and an EXP. It looks like the Homeboys have found that opportunity as they rush down the crystal. Feathered Airstrike ain't gonna be enough this time. GG, well played as the crowd goes wild for the Homeboys. 2-1 victory.
We can definitely see the Homeboys crowd celebrate. The Flame Boys are excited over the win against MV, but I gotta say, it's not an easy game. MV brought their A game, and Homeboys, we can see them sweating, man.
Yep, I mean, MV made them work for every inch of ground, every single kill. Not this time, boys. Not this time.
Dude, I gotta say, MV, even though they won one game, they're a threat now.
They are.
If they can make Homeboys go all the way, they can get anyone all the way.
Truly, truly. With that being said, let's have an interview up on the stage. Rose, this is your moment. Take it away.
Kemenangan yang sangat-sangat manis untuk defending champions kita. Guys, give it up for Homeboys! Alright, a rocky start minggu lepas. Dorang kalah dengan Selangor Red Giants. Kali ini dorang bangkit dan tunjuk kat semua orang siapa yang defending champions MPL kita. Alright, since the mic is with Sepat, siapa nak jawab dulu? Sepat ke Zorn? Okay, Zorn dulu. Alright, Zorn, MVP kita untuk game pertama tadi. Zorn, tadi kita nampak first chip dalam MPL musim ke-13, bukan Malaysia sahaja tapi negara lain juga. Kenapa Homeboys decided untuk ambil hero chip yang sangat-sangat baru dan hari ni je baru boleh start main dekat MPL?
Terima kasih Kak Muntun lah sebab hadirkan hero baru lagi untuk saya. Chip adalah hero saya.
I see. So, bila you guys train dengan hero ni, you guys memang yakin dengan meta yang korang keluarkan, is it?
Betul. Kita orang dah memang 100% ready dengan chip. So, next kepada tim yang next, be prepared.
Wow. Alright, kita nampak actually hasil chip tadi kan. Okay, Udil. Come on Udil. Tak. Udil, last week Udil kalah game pertama.
Kau ingin FYP lagi ke?
Tak. I tak. Don't worry. Good boy today, okay?
Okay, good boy.
Okay, good boy today.
Please. question yang aman.
Yeah,
Okay, nice.
Okay, Udil. Last week, Homeboys kalah game pertama korang. Betul tak? Kali ni...
Bahas kau je sih pasti.
Kali ni, you guys menang.
Okay.
Apa yang jadi dalam seminggu tu? Macam mana Homeboys bincang as a team untuk come back stronger? Sebab nampak last week, you guys agak disappointed jugalah dengan result kan?
Aku rasa sebab tadi tu lawan siapa? MV ke? MV-nya yang lemah. Maksudnya, aduh, ya Allah. Tak, sebab aku rasa kami melakukan biasa-biasa saja. Tapi ya, sebab once again MV-nya yang lemah jadi easy gitu.
Budak ni kan baru cakap easy, baru cakap behave. Okay guys, so sebelum kita sambung kita punya goreng session kan, korang rasa siapa sepatutnya MVP perlawanan ini? Okay, MVP kita in 3, 2, 1. Sepat! Alright, Sepat. Okay, sekarang menang your game dengan Sepakito. Do you think ini adalah satu statement game untuk Homeboys that you guys boleh back-to-back champion macam Daddy kata tadi?
So for me, this season is our new team. So apa yang saya boleh jamin dekat semua orang, Chip Isham kan sepatutnya kena ban untuk next. So pagi tu saya pun kena watch out lah untuk tim-tim next.
So Pakito dah cakap guys. Okay, Chibi. Before we wrap this up, okay Chibi. Apa yang Chibi nak cakap dekat semua fan Homeboys yang hadir datang hari ni, tengok full house rooting untuk korang. Bagilah sikit kata-kata.
Okay, untuk semua fan-fans Homeboys ataupun fan MV, terima kasih sebab support MPL dan terima kasih juga sebab yang datang. Terima kasih untuk pengamanan korang dan tak lupa juga untuk yang online juga. Terima kasih dan supportlah tim kegemaran korang dan jangan bash lah. Alright, itu saja. Thank you.
Alright, thank you so much to Homeboys. You guys may now head on over to the media room untuk media interview korang. And once again, congratulations to our defending champion. Kemenangan pertama dorang untuk musim ini. An amazing game yang dorang tunjukkan dekat dorang. So guys, korang hari ni have fun? You guys had fun today? Esok ada lagi, Ahad ada lagi. Tapi sebelum match esok, mari let's throw it back to the casters untuk mendapat tahu apa yang jadi dalam game 2-1 ini. Casters, take it away.
Thanks, Rose, and wow, what a game coming out from both the Homeboys and as well as MV. Apparently, Homeboys playing this casually.
Wasn't an easy game, though. They were like, oh, it was easier. No. Let's rewind the tapes a bit here. You guys sweat. I mean, to be fair, the AC is off, but still. Trust me, us casters, we're sweating as well.
We're boiling here. I think Nets was the one who was sweating the most. After that game, he was like, oh my goodness, my fingers! How many times do I have to stab in force?
I feel like he has a lot to prove.
He really does.
Right? Especially after the innocent game, he's like, okay, guys, listen. You guys don't understand. I need this. I don't care who they are. I need this.
I need this, apparently. And you got to give it to him, right? He made enough space, but the person who's able to kind of create these opportunities and more so really alleviate some of the hard pressure coming in from the EXP side is Sabat. Once again, he is coming up big time for the team when he is dominating. When the team, you mentioned it right at the beginning of the show, when Homeboys are facing off MV, when Sabat does well, the team does well.
I feel like that's going to be the strategy. Make Sabat do well.
Gank EXP like 4 different times.
All lanes don't matter. Give Sabat food, he will perform.
Feed the boy.
Doing Puasa may be a bit of a nerf, but after Buka, That's great.
That's great, man. I mean, 13-9. This game was a lot closer than, I mean, even the Homeboys would honestly like to admit. 16 minutes into the game, you gotta give that the potential from MV, their stonks are rising and it's coming on a big, big high. They still just haven't reached that level yet, that polish, that level of polish we're looking for.
I just feel like they just got to be more prepared about the crazy things. Because if game number 1 didn't happen, I feel like they would have been able to catch up with the Zorncho, the Sampai with the Paquito, and then game number 3 they could have won. So I really do feel like for MV, if game number 1 didn't happen, they had a high chance to actually win against Homeboys.
The momentum building for these like newer teams especially is a lot more valuable, of course, compared to the veterans, right? Let's have a look at the stats here and see whether that changes your mind, because again, quite a significant difference this time. And I think, I mean, obviously Udil's coming out with big damage because every single time it felt like his Feathered Airstrike was off a cooldown, he was like, all right, time to use it right now, right here.
I'm just surprised that Ruff's damage is actually not far from Nets. Because I feel like he's always targeted, but he's somehow, some way, still able to deal out a lot of damage.
Well, I mean, let's not forget that Natad's passive kind of goes forward slightly behind his initial target and then comes back. So whenever you see Chibi walking forward, Zorn's usually behind him, and then sometimes Suppot is usually behind him. So he's hitting multiple targets at the same time, whether he likes it or not.
Yeah, and Suppot doing 55,000 damage. And looking at the damage taken here, 55,000 damage taken as well. Quite symmetrical.
Pretty symmetrical all across the board here. The only real, like, big difference, I would say, the biggest difference we've seen so far is definitely on the side of Nova Escobar and as well as Fakes, taking a significant amount of damage. I mean, they have been some primary targets for this Feather Airstrike coming in from Udil, to be fair.
I feel like Zorn should have taken more damage, no? Because the way that he's been zoning people out, I kind of feel like everyone should have a hand on him.
I think he's been a lot, to be fair, I would say that he's been a lot more reserved on his flickers these days. It's not like he's flickering off of cooldown as well. Like, he is really absorbing this pressure and really holding onto his flicker until the very last second before he makes the play. So I think he could be taking a little bit more damage, but at the same time, it's not too far off Nova Escobar.
Looking at the turret damage dealt here, Xenomao was trying his very best. 3,000 damage. Now, even though you see the graph looking like Xenomao did a lot more than Sampai, but look at the numbers. Xenomao 3,000, but Sampai did 7,000. More than double.
It's the ratio, man. It's the ratio. It's difficult. I felt like in this skill matchup, there's so many things that you have to be worried about. There's a lot more ways for Suppot to actually outplay the Benedetta compared to the other way around.
Yeah, this time I feel like Sampai is just like, yeah, just don't give me the turrets. Like, give me something mobile. One of these days, he might even bring out the Hayabusa. Who knows?
Hayabusa EXP.
Hayabusa EXP, Lancelot EXP, Sylvana EXP. Actually, Sylvana might work.
Yeah, Sylvana might actually work on this one. Let's look at the total healing, right? And the majority of it, oof. Man, GB coming out big time here. Even Subway was able to get a good amount of healing, but Nets, the amount of shields he's able to generate, and surprisingly enough, right, every time Nets tries to go into that fight, this is actually a really good matchup into the Natad, because every time with your passive and as well as that Chrono Dash, you're actually stealing away magic damage away from Ruff, who is, once again, a magic-based marksman.
I would have thought that Xenomao would heal quite a lot more because he returned to the base quite a lot. Now we gotta look at the Hall of Fame here. The rich guy is going over to Nets. The carry, Udil. Sandbag is going over to Chibi, and the best wingman is Udil again. Now, I'm still not 100% on this Farsa pick. It won.
Yeah.
But not 100% just yet. Not just yet.
Not just yet. And definitely the times where he actually got away with the Farsa, usually Nova missed. I just overshot the Nature's Barrier, undershot it, not exactly right on target. And I think that kind of definitely played a part in this matchup. But what a way for Homeboys to close this out, taking all 4 of the slots.
Well, now they have a bit of a momentum. So the next... I kind of feel bad. I'm wondering if this is going to be the only chip game coming in from Zorn.
I feel like it probably is. After seeing the performance and how quick the rest of the members... It's not even just Zorn. It's everybody else on the Homeboys just ready to pounce into the portal at the same time to take that shortcut halfway across the map to make it work.
Paquito is great and all, but I'd rather fight against the Paquito, man.
Yeah, I would agree on that one. I would definitely agree. Let's have a look at the highlights here and kind of recap this game, because overall, you would have expected Monster Vicious to make it look similar to game number 2. Early game didn't go well for them. They find that one fight to turn things around, and, well, I mean, they got pretty close to it.
I feel like this is just, like you said, Homeboys going back to their basics, and their basic is good river control. And I feel like Udil, as well as Nats, is following this game plan very, very well. Even though they're not the original members of Homeboys, but they understand how this playstyle is played, and then they're just there to dish out the damage. Like, let Zorn get the vision, let Chibi get the aggression, Sapat flank, and then Udil find a moment, kill someone, Nats find a moment, kill someone.
I think they bring a different level to it, though, with Nets and Udil. I think that Udil, it's interesting to see a style where it's like, hey, my ult, as long as I'm trading it for the enemy's life total and bring it down as low as I can and force a recall, it's by far considered worth it, even if they're not getting the kill. Forcing a recall could mean losing economy, losing minions, and Nets winning out his lane just makes this lineup so much stronger, which is why we look on over to the standings once again, and you can see that the Homeboys, they're climbing up.
Yep, now they're in 7th spot. We got to remind everyone that you need to be top 6 to get into the playoffs. This is just week number 2, but they're starting off with -1 aggregate points, 2 total points, 2 wins, and 3 losses.
They still have a long way to go to make it back up into that top, make it up into the top 3 at the very least. Keep in mind, we heard from Daddy Hood just up on stage. They want that ticket to go to Riyadh. They want to make it for MSC and compete for that 3 million prize pool.
I want to go to Riyadh.
I want to go to Riyadh too. You want to go there together?
Sure. Want to book the same flight?
Sure.
Yeah, let's make it happen.
Let's make yeah. Look around for Muntun representatives.
Okay. We hear the confirmation.
We do hear the confirmation, but I think, you know, this is one of the few seasons of MPL MY where it's not just one dominant force anymore.
Oh yeah.
Well, a lot. I mean, well, for now,
Red Giants.
Selangor Red Giants, they're looking the best by far. But this is also just week number 2. Coming into day 2, speaking of Selangor Red Giants, they're going to be playing the final match against Torak. That's going to be interesting. But before that, it's going to be Bounty Esports up against King Empire, and afterwards, Homeboys once again. This time against Team Hawk.
So Homeboys got to bring it twice.
They got to bring it twice.
They got to bring it twice. And Selangor Red Giants going up against Torak, a previous champion as well. I would say they're looking pretty shaky. But this is the moment where Selangor Red Giants pushes their dominance. But a word of warning to Selangor Red Giants. Don't win too much.
Just don't
not in the regular season.
Don't be first in the regular season.
Just be number 2. Heck, number 3 is fine.
But then you lose a bye, so technically number 2 would still always be the best. Yeah, let's not lose the bye. Second place is the best one.
Number 2 the best.
Number 2 is the best. That is the goal.
Give anyone number 1. It's like, take it.
Man,
take it and go.
Man, if anybody looks through the history of MPL MY, anybody who wins the regular season usually doesn't win the championship at the end of the day, and sometimes don't even make it to the international.
Look at RSG.
Please, my predictions that year.
Basically perfect run. And then what happened? They didn't run, they crawled.
They got on their knees, man. They were begging for a chance. Just one more chance to get to an international. I'm saying this might be the most exciting MPL MY this year. Who knows what is going to happen? But with that being said, don't forget about the All-Star event, which is still ongoing. You can get ready for the plethora of All-Star exclusive skins, a new special skin mega sale with discounts up to 50% off and a variety of deluxe rewards and bonuses. Here's what's in store for you. Now, between the 1st of April all the way to the 18th, All-Star Bingo Board. Complete tasks to obtain the Elite Skin gift bag, which randomly gives you an unknown elite skill for from 15, including the Mia Burning Bow, the Bruno Street Football, the Sicilian, the Illusionist, and Baxia Badass Roller. The Badass Roller. I don't know how.
Plethora?
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 Yes, a plethora of skins.
Oh, quite the vocabulary you have there.
Thank you.
Plethora.
Until I'm forced to say badass once more.
Can we say it then?
Hey, look, it's the name of the skin. If I get penalized for it, so be it. I'm gonna die on this hill for this one.
Where's the fireworks?
No, don't bring out the fireworks just yet. Do you have any final words to wrap up today here, LaFell?
I do, but I can't say it on stream.
Not just yet, I would suppose.
If you want to quit your job, do this. But I can't tell people to do that. Make sure you guys watch tomorrow. Tomorrow's going to be amazing. And I think I'm going to be in English test tomorrow as well.
Are you going to be in English test tomorrow?
I think so, yeah.
Oh, let's listen out. That's going to be an exciting time. With that being said, we are going to be wrapping it up here for day 1 of week number 2 here at the MPL MY Season 13. My name is Gideon. This is LaFell. We'll see you guys tomorrow. Here's the mic check to close this out.
Masuk bottom. Dah, masuk. Ini cibi. Nice. Aman. Kena.
Kita tak apa guys. Top solo. Nice.
Baca seorang kat depan tu.
Kan dah ada orang dah baksial guys.
Baca.
Baca.
Nice. Tahu. Ada biru kan. Jom bawa.
Minion spawn. Aku taber.
Baca.
Aku taber.
Okey. Tahu.
Angela ulti.
Ready.
Hari ulti.
Oh tak ada ni. Boleh.
Go. No revive. Kejar. Atas. Atau boleh ambil guys. Angela
Baca
ulti
dia
guys.
dari belakang kau guys.
Angela ulti guys.
Abang
Cok.
Biru kan?
Target.
Nolti. Baik.
Aku.
Bi.
Ada flicker bi.
Udah.
Boleh ke? Boleh battery je no? Nice one.
Jaga belakang tak?
Aku tahan.
Go.
Boleh.
Nice
one. Try bawah terus. Ada turtle sekali. Atas 4 orang.
Go belakang ni. Okay, sepasang.
Nice one tau.
Nice boy guys.
Hero.
Nice.
Naik talo, man.
Go.
Orang. Nice.
Hey, no. Fokus dulu. Okay,
Mana.
Don't damage.
Nak ulti aku.
Kau sorang MV. Tower.
Natalo. Nice shot, nice deal.
Nice.